853. By the party's strong arm, the Hlinkova Garda, eerily reminiscent of Germany's National Socialist SA and Romania's Fascist Iron Guard. The HG's membership, which was compulsory for males between 18 and 60 years of age, peaked at 100,000, immediately in the wake of the 1939 conflict with Hungary. The Guard became officially known as the political army of the Slovak nation. As its symbol, the HG brandished the so-called Svetopluk rods, that is, one vertical rod crossed by two horizontal ones depicted in a circle. 6. The symbol was reminiscent of the German swastika and Italian fasci. The Svetopluk rod symbol successfully competed with Slovakia's official coat of arms, and the look-alike Italian fasci cropped up in wartime Slovak national iconography too. The look-alike fasci perhaps was the inspiration for the Svetopluk rods, which, like their Italian parallel of fasci, symbolized the truth that united, we are unbreakable. It referred to the apocryphal story of Svetopluk's warning to his two sons that they should cooperate if Greater Moravia was to thrive. Obviously, they did not, and their realm fell prey to the Magyar onslaught. The symbol's reference to Svetopluk, the most successful ruler of Greater Moravia, who invited Cyril and Methodius, meant that independent Slovakia fully embraced the myth of a Christian Greater Moravia put in the role of the first Slovak state. But not a single reference to this myth found its way to the 1939 constitution, unlike to the 1992 constitution of today's independent Slovakia. Ironically, the symbol's call to unity embodied by the HGAN, the single-party political system, did not prevent Budapest from seizing southern and eastern Slovakia, or, even less so, the reincorporation of Slovakia into centralized post-war Czechoslovakia. In 1938, Bratislava, wishing to embrace all the population defined as Slovaks within Slovakia's borders, attempted to seize southeastern Moravia away from the Czech lands. The argument was that this area was linguistically and ethnically closer to the Slovaks than to the Czechs. The Austro-Hungarian censuses had also categorized the local Slavophone population as Slovaks. To this day this Moravian subregion is known as Slovako, which is a dialectal rendering of the name Slovensko, that is, Slovakia. But the inhabitants of Slovako, who variably identified themselves as Czechs, Moravians, Moravian Slovaks, and Slovaks, or Slovakons, 7 remained loyal to the Czechs, and did not actively support Bratislava's project. The project was more feverishly pursued after 854. Hungary had seized southern Slovakia. But when Germany's protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia was established, there was no willingness in Berlin to hand over Slovako to Slovakia, so the idea was abandoned in early 1939. After the loss of easternmost Slovakia to Hungary, Bratislava found solace in September 1939. Slovakia regained Slovak sections of Spiš and Orava seized by Poland in 1938, and obtained the Polish sections of both regions divided between Czechoslovakia and Poland in 1920. These were the sole territorial gains of wartime Slovakia. The lands lost to Hungary in 1938 and 1939 amounted to 12,200 square kilometers with the population of 894,000. According to Slovak estimates, 0.5 million Magyars, 0.27 Slovaks, and 20,000 Ruthenians lived there. Hungarian statisticians differed, and assessed the number of Slovaks at 124,000, which automatically increased the number of Magyars to 0.65 million. As before 1918, numerous persons living in southern Slovakia remained bilingual and many remained openly pro-Hungarian, especially the Slovjak movement. For them, the choice between new small Slovakia and enlarged wartime Hungary was obvious, though Budapest tended to force the vacillating bilinguals into declaring themselves as Magyars. The situation was similar to that of Zlonziks in interwar Poland's Silesian voivodeship reincorporated into Germany in 1939. After the flight and expulsion of Poles who had arrived in this region after 1922, practically all Zlonziks declared, or were forced to declare, themselves as Germans. Czechs amounted to between 20,000 and 30,000 in southern Slovakia occupied by Hungary. Their number should be deducted from the aforementioned number of Slovaks in this area. For statistical reasons, Bratislava and Budapest treated these Czechs as Slovaks, in line with the tradition of interwar Czechoslovakia's statistics, which spoke of Czechoslovaks, without distinguishing between Czechs and Slovaks. Hence, Czechs living in Slovakia were not considered a minority, and attended Slovak language schools, which led to their speedy assimilation, with the exception of the Czech elite of administrators, teachers, and professionals. While Czechoslovakia still existed, some members of this elite in the occupied territories moved to the Czech lands, that is, 10,000 Czechs and 1,600 Slovak members of their families. At the same time, 7,600 Czechs and 600 Slovak members of their families left or were expelled from Slovakia to the Czech lands before and shortly after the founding of the Protectorate. Hence, at least half of the usually quoted number of 20,000 Czechs, expelled from Slovakia, were those who moved away from Hungary-occupied southern Slovakia. After the founding of the Protectorate, living conditions remained better in independent Slovakia and Hungary until the front and guerrilla war moved in. Hence, non-elite Czechs residing there preferred to stay rather than move to the Protectorate, where the German regime 855 was much harsher. The number of Czechs who remained in Slovakia was perhaps slightly less than 100,000. Most of them could easily pass themselves as Slovaks. Some members of Slovak intelligentsia who lost employment in administration and schools moved from the Hungary-occupied territories to Slovakia, but there is no reliable statistics on their number. In Subcarpathian Ruthenia incorporated into Hungary, there were 24,000 Czechs and 10,000 Slovaks. Wartime Slovakia's population was 2.62 million. Slovaks amounted to 2.53 million, Germans to 150,000, Czechs to 100,000, and Magyars to 58,000 or 65,000. The number of Roma could be credibly estimated at anything between 123,000 and 246,000. Obviously, the quoted estimates do not add up. The official share of Slovaks in the population was improbably high. Perhaps, it was around 80 to 85%. Simply, remaining Czechs were counted as Slovaks, estimates did not single out Roma at all, whereas official number of Germans tended to be lowered. Even taking this into consideration, the ethno-linguistic homogeneity of Slovakia increased considerably from the official 67.5% share of Slovaks in the population, recorded in the 1930 census. In 1940 and 1941, Bratislava passed comprehensive laws that excluded Slovakia's 130,000 to 140,000 Jews from society. The HG justified this move by claiming that Jew was not a man, that he was devil's creation, which complemented Tisso's doctrine of Catholic nationalism that extended the principle of love thy neighbor exclusively to nations created by God. In March 1942, Bratislava organized the first deportations to Germany and the general government, and paid Berlin Rm 500 per Jew taken up. In 1942, 60,000 were deported. Under the pressure from the Vatican and the Slovak parliament, the deportation of Jews was stopped. Bizarrely, the Slovak MP most responsible for this halt was the rabidly anti-Semitic leader of the Magyar minority, János Esterházy. He praised anti-Semitic laws, but condemned the HG's use of force, and deportation of Jews, who were Slovak citizens, abroad. He was the only deputy who refused publicly to vote for the final solution. His fear was that such blatant breach of human and civic rights of Jews would make a more totalitarian state out of Slovakia, which could eventually encroach on the tolerated status of the Magyar minority. Deportations of Jews resumed in the autumn of 1944 when Germany occupied Slovakia. At least a further 13,000 of them perished. Similar measures were extended to Roma, officially deemed as potentially criminal. Beginning in 1941, they were sent to labor camps in Slovakia, and Germans deported them to concentration camps in 1944 and 1945. Budapest ordered transportation of Roma from Hungary-occupied southern Slovakia to Germany. 856. The official Slovak monolingualism established in independent Slovakia purged Czech from public life. But Bratislava still needed numerous professionals and specialists not available among Slovaks. Thanks to the close alliance between Slovakia and Germany, German advisors filled in these positions, often vacated by their Czech counterparts. Intensifying contacts between Slovak and German politicians soon included Berlin's direct intervention into the Slovak government and domestic affairs. This led to the replacement of Czech with German as a quasi-second official language. Franz Karmazin, the leader of the Carpathian Germans, did not secure the incorporation of their homeland in northeastern Slovakia into the Third Reich, unlike Henlein in the case of the Sudeten Germans, but Berlin pressed Bratislava to grant Slovakia's Germans the de facto exterritorial status. They were perceived as an integral part of the Volksgemeinschaft, or Herrenvolk, and their affairs were decided in a special office in Bratislava, in direct liaison with the Sicherdienst headquarters in Vienna. The Deutsche Partei of Slovakia's Germans enjoyed its counterpart of the HG, namely the Freiwillige Schutzstaffel. The German language educational system developed rapidly. Its budget tripled between 1940 and 1943, and there were 15 German-language secondary schools already in 1940. In line with the special status of the German minority, German schools employed the unified national curricula used in Germany. In addition, German was taught in all Slovak schools as the preferred foreign language. Minority education for Slovakia's remaining Magyars was governed by the principle of reciprocity. Understandably, the situation was tense after Hungary seized southern and eastern Slovakia, and pressed Slovaks living in these territories to declare themselves as Magyars. The 1938 act of closing Slovak minority schools and public burning of Slovak books in Hungary was extended to Felvidek to ensure its rapid Magyarization. Bratislava replied in kind, limiting the Magyar language educational system as much as possible without causing Budapest to intervene. Besides 35 elementary schools, not a single full-fledged Magyar secondary school survived. The Ruthenian minority found itself at the margin of political and social life in Slovakia, with just one deputy representing its interests in the Slovak parliament. The Slovak-Hungarian enmity practically isolated them from Subcarpathian Ruthenia, and the border strip of eastern Slovakia was made into Hungary's semi-autonomous Carpathia. In Slovakia, like in late Czechoslovakia, the Ruthenian educational system operated via the medium of the Russian language. This deepened the ethno-linguistic difference between the minority and Carpathia, where Magyar and Hungarian Ruthenian were made into co-official languages, and the Ruthenian language educational system and cultural life developed dynamically, complete with the Podkarpatsko Obshtestvo Nauk, also known as the Carpathia Tudomaňos Tarsasig. The Beneš-led Czechoslovak government in exile soon became an exclusively Czech affair after the fallout with M. Haja and Stefan Osiski in late 1942. They were the two most renowned Slovak politicians of interwar Czechoslovakia, and convinced Czechoslovakists for that matter. They wanted to recreate Czechoslovakia as a genuine federation. Beneš strongly opposed this project, convinced that only a unified Czechoslovakia would be able to effectively solve the German question after the war. Slovakia once again proved to be of secondary importance in this issue. When Washington recognized the Czechoslovak government in exile on October 25, 1942, the Organization of Slovak National Unity was founded in London. But it was no match for Beneš's government. Meanwhile, in accordance with Beneš and Stalin's agreement on Soviet-Czechoslovak cooperation, the democratic and communist strains of domestic resistance in Slovakia formed Slovak National Council during the 1943 Christmas. The SNR wanted to renew Czechoslovakia as the common state of equal partners, the Czechs and the Slovaks. In reply, the SNJ transformed itself into the Slovak National Council in London on December 31, but it was in no position to influence the Allies, the Czechoslovak government in exile, or the SNR. Many of the Slovak officer corps opposed the growing German presence and Bratislava's involvement on the Eastern Front. They cooperated with the resistance to prepare the insurrection, now known as the Slovak National Uprising. It broke out on August 28, 1944. Tiso immediately requested German help and the Wehrmacht began to occupy Slovakia the following day. The uprising's headquarters were located in Banská Bystrica in central Slovakia. At that time the Soviet troops were approaching the Carpathians, and the idea, worked out in cooperation with the Red Army, was that the uprising would speed up the Soviet advance across Slovakia to the Czech lands. Around 60,000 Slovak soldiers and 18,000 guerrillas participated in the fighting. But the uprising was over on October 27 when German troops entered Banská Bystrica. The Slovak troops turned into guerrillas and moved eastward hoping to survive long enough to join forces with the advancing Soviet troops. Third Army burst into Slovakia on October 6, 1944. Fighting on the Slovak territory raged until the spring of the following year. On April 1, Tiso's government fled to Austria. Bratislava was seized from the German army 3 days later and the Slovak government surrendered to the U.S. Army. On April 3, Beneš and his cabinet flew from Moscow to Košice. 858. 2 days later, they announced the program for post-war Czechoslovakia, which defined it as a common state of the two equal nations. But in informal talks, Beneš remarked as a caveat that, according to him, there existed only a single Czechoslovak nation from the scientific point of view. Conveniently for Beneš, during the Moscow negotiations between the Czechoslovak government in exile and the SNR, the federal solution was rejected out of hand, and Slovakia was granted vague autonomy. Also, the Czechoslovak National Front was constituted in Moscow as a preliminary government with the inclusion of all the important political forces accepted by the Kremlin. 9 delegates represented the Slovak Synth governing National Front, and 13 represented the Czechs. This and Beneš's words did not bode well for establishing genuine equality between both nations in post-war Czechoslovakia. Between 1938 and 1945, Slovakia moved from the official Slovak-Czech bilingualism to official Slovak monolingualism with the pronounced, though unofficial, presence of German, and back to the official Slovak-Czech monolingualism with the pronounced, though unofficial, presence of Russian. Prior to the end of World War II, Slovakia was shielded from the influence of the Russian language by Subcarpathian Ruthenia and Hungary, when Budapest incorporated this region. In June 1945, Beneš officially ceded Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Soviet Ukraine, which added the influence of the Ukrainian language felt among eastern Slovakia's Ruthenians. The pre-1938 administrative border between Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia was re-established and made into the state Czechoslovak Soviet frontier, which increasingly isolated the Ruthenians of Ukraine's Transcarpathia from their ethnic kin in eastern Slovakia. Integration of the latter, separated by the Slovak-Hungarian border during the war, was not easy either. Those who had lived in wartime Slovakia were educated in Russian and used this language in public life, while those in wartime Hungary employed Ruthenian for these purposes. After 1945, Russian became de rigueur for all of them. The pendulum of change swung back for southern Slovakia. In wartime Hungary the official Slovak-Czech bilingualism with the pronounced presence of Magyar was replaced with the official Magyar monolingualism with the suppressed presence of Slovak. After 1945, the official Slovak-Czech bilingualism came back, but now with the suppressed presence of Magyar. The importance of the Slovak language and culture for the Slovak national project was vindicated immediately in 1939. With so much territory lost to Hungary and scant resources extended for state building, book production immediately rose by 8%, that is, to 700 titles, in comparison with 1938. In 1939, 859. The Usina Spolonnost Safarikova was transformed into the Slovenska Usina Spolonnost, before the Slovak parliament made it into the first ever Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts in 1942. Significantly, When the 150th anniversary of STR's codification of Slovak was celebrated in 1943, the Jazyk of Vidny Ustav was founded on April 1, as a part of the Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts. The institute was headed by Ludovit Novak, a Slovak scholar who, in the interwar period, had opposed on structuralist grounds Czech and Czechoslovakist tendency to treat Slovak as a dialect of the Czech or Czechoslovak language. His wartime research proposed that Slovak was an Old Slavic language whose history dated back at least to the times of Greater Moravia. On the other hand, the Academy, in close cooperation with the Matica Slovenska, developed much of the still missing but urgently needed administrative, professional, and technical vocabulary in Slovak. Before 1939, numerous Czech loanwords featured in this role. After the declaration of Slovak independence, the proponents of the puristic Bartek-Zambal-Skulty decodification gained the upper hand, which meant purging Slovak of Bohemianisms, and taking care not to allow new Germanisms into the Slovak language in the context of the intensified presence of the German language in every walk of public life in wartime Slovakia. The course of purification was laid out by L. M. Jansky in his KSU Kasnem I Historikim Otazkom Slovenskho Jazykoviho per Izmu. 8 out of the words and phrases he identified for removal from Slovak, Jansky identified 46.5% as Bohemianisms, 8.2% as Germanisms, and 3% as Magyarisms. Earlier, Jansky had made his allegiance to the Bartek-Zambal-Skulty decodification clear in his Hovorm Spravn po Slovensky, which had gone through 3 editions in 1939. In 1939, Komensky University and the Ministry of Education commissioned Anton Augustin Baník to write the new Pravidla Slovenskho Pravopisu. This book, aptly published by the Matica Slovenska, made the Bartek-Zambal-Skulty decodification into the norm promulgated by the state. It replaced the Czechoslovakist codification enshrined 9 years earlier in Vazny S. Pravidla Slovenskho Pravopisu. This officially reaffirmed separateness of the Slovak language vis-a-vis Czech, fortified the ethno-linguistic legitimization of the Slovak nation-state. Jan Michal, a linguist active in Bartek's circle, proposed to improve the purity of Slovak by bringing the codification closer to the actual vernacular. He implemented this idea in his Grammar of the Language for Secondary Schools. 860. In the wake of the founding of autonomous Slovakia, Bartek left for the Ustav Prizorani Cnych Slovakov, and Novak for the Slovak University. The needs of state building drew linguists away from research. In 1939 to 1940, Slovenska Risi ceased publication, but was soon revived when the Matica appointed Anton Janosik as a new editor. Similarly, Matica's librarian, Baník, took over the organization's Department of Linguistics. Bartek had no time to write the new Pravidla on his own, but when the work was entrusted to Baník, this immediately made him into a staunch opponent of the Pravidla, and by extension, of the Ministry of Education, which approved these new principles. In turn, Bartek proposed an even more radical form of purist codification and founded the short-lived journal Slovenský jazyk. However, it was a tactical move, which was to re-establish him as the guru of the standardization of Slovak, which had enjoyed throughout the 1930s. His ego was hurt that he was not offered the chair of Slovak language at the Slovak University, and the task of de-Czechization of Slovak was passed to lesser mortals. Eventually, the doyen of Slovak linguistics, Skultity, had to step in to finish this compromising altercation. For ideological reasons, the state badly needed this new pure codification of Slovak, but any further reforms would have destabilized it and made it useless at the very moment when Slovak replaced Czech in all spheres of official and public life. In addition to Slovenska Risi and Slovenský jazyk, research on the Slovak language was published in the linguistics section in Spornik Matisa Slovenskej, and in the monographs of the Linguistika Slovakia series founded in 1939 by the Slovenska Usina Spolonost. The Matica Slovenska, which had been gathering materials for compiling a multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Slovak language, cooperated closely with scholars based in Bratislava at the Slovak University and the Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts. As a result, Slovak specialist, professional, and technical vocabulary developed fast. But the process was not free from friction caused by personal ambitions. In 1943, immediately after its foundation, the Institute of Linguistics of the Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts embarked on a similar project of compiling a multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Slovak language. If the Maticus project had been finalized, this would have conferred the distinction of the first lexicographer of Slovak on Jano Sek, who headed the organization's Department of Linguistics. Otherwise, this distinction would have gone to Novak, who chaired the Institute of Linguistics. In the end, the relentless competition between the Matica and the Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts have the governmental subsidies available for the dictionary projects and prevented completion of any of them before 1945. 861. In these difficult wartime years, Slovakia extended considerable resources on the codification and elaboration of Slovak, regardless of the war effort, which sapped manpower and monies, for instance, from Magyar linguistics. But Magyar had been fully codified and elaborated by the 1870s, hence there was no need to invest heavily in this field. However, in Slovakia, language standardization was a bare necessity if administration and public life were really to be mediated via Slovak, not Czech, a Czechized version of Slovak, or even German. Since the moment when Standard Slovak had been conceived in 1843, independent Slovakia afforded a unique opportunity to codify and develop this language as the Slovak elite saw fit without external interferences from Budapest or Prague. Berlin was not interested in impinging on Slovak culture and the project of codifying the Slovak language. As long as Bratislava followed the military and political goals of the Third Reich, that was enough. The return of Slovak-Czech bilingualism. The re-establishment of Czechoslovakia cut short the existence of independent Slovakia. But the Slovak nation-state did not appear as legitimate to all Slovaks, as evidenced by the Slovak national uprising. On the other hand, an independent Slovakia had no chances of survival, because the Allies wanted a return of pre-war political polities and borders, with the exception of the German and Polish frontiers. Prague and Moscow further delegitimized interwar Slovakia, popularly branding it clerical fascist. This approach agreed well with Beneš's pet theory that the Slovaks betrayed interwar Czechoslovakia and gave Moscow a free hand in political and social rearranging of its sphere of influence in Central Europe. Early on, Slovak politicians had been excluded from the Czechoslovak government in exile. The Allies did not grant any recognition to the SNRVL that grouped Slovak émigrés opposed to Beneš. The elite of independent Slovakia became discredited. Both extradited from the west to Czechoslovakia, Slovak Prime Minister Tuka was executed on August 28, 1946 and President Tiso on April 18 the following year. High officials of the Slovak state were imprisoned, or emigrated as, for instance, Bartek. In 1948, these émigrés founded the Slovenska národná rada v Zranici in Rome. Despite ideological differences between the 1938 to 1939 and 1945 waves of Slovak émigrés, in the same year, SNRVL merged with the SNRVZ. Despite the integration of Slovak émigré politicians, they were in no position to influence the decisions of Prague and the domestic SNR in relation to Slovakia. The SNR, which saw itself as the sole representative of the Slovak nation and statehood, was unhappy with the March 1945 promise of weak autonomy to 862. Post-war Slovakia. The Kremlin, eager to strengthen the position of communists in the SNR, pressed Prague to be more receptive of Slovak wishes, which, in turn, undermined Beneš's position, and played into the hands of Czech communists. The first agreement between the SNR and Prague, signed on June 2, 1945, recognized the former as the sole representative of the Slovak nation and statehood. Beneš, as Czechoslovak president, could rule in Slovakia with the use of decrees only at the SNR's discretion. Most significantly, it was decided that post-war Czechoslovakia would be re-established as a Czechoslovak federation. The Second Prague Agreement limited the independence of the SNR and its commissioners, who were subordinated to the central ministries. The SNR's counterpart in the Czech lands, the Česká národní rada, turned out to be an empty eggshell. Beneš had no intention to resign from the Czechoslovakist ideal of a centralized state, hence the CNR was not made into a republican government of the Czech lands, or the central government transformed into federal. The central government ruled alone in the Czech lands and waited for an opportune moment to eliminate the SNR as a political force in Slovakia. In 1946, Communists won the elections in the Czech lands. Unlike in the deeply agricultural and traditionalist Hungary and Poland, Communists were popular in the heavily industrialized Czech lands. There was no need to rig elections there. But the Communist support for Slovak political autonomy did not ensure victory for Communists in Slovakia. Slovak Communists understood that in order to win power they have to throw their lot with the project of centralizing Czechoslovakia. The Third Prague Agreement emasculated the SNR, but retained the formula of Czechoslovak Federation, and Slovak nationalists still hoped it would be written into the post-war constitution. In 1947, propaganda directed against the legacy of independent Slovakia was stepped up, including the constant denigration of executed Tuka and Tiso. There was no hope that the ban on the HSLs would be lifted. The communist coup in February the following year terminated any possibility of the federal solution. The 1948 constitution declared Czechoslovakia a unitary state of the Czechoslovak people, in which full equality was guaranteed for the two brotherly nations of Czechs and Slovaks. This ideologically moderated Czechoslovakist centralism dashed any hopes of Slovak autonomy. In addition, on September 29, 1948, the Communist Party of Slovakia was made into a mere regional branch of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. The last vestiges of Slovak autonomy in local self-government and civil law were done away with by 1950. The impotent SNR, which survived all the changes, played the role of the sole symbol of Slovak national statehood. The growing suppression of Slovak nationalism was offset by Prague's policy of expelling Germans and Magyars from Czechoslovakia. By default, this made Slovakia more ethno-linguistically homogeneous and transferred property and 863 assets especially from Magyars to Slovaks. Like Germans, Magyars were stripped of Czechoslovak citizenship and their property, but unlike Germans, they were not expelled en masse. Thepland expulsion was limited to reciprocal population exchange, in the course of which 95,000 Magyars were moved to Hungary and 72,000 Slovaks from Hungary to Czechoslovakia. The policy of re-Slovakization assumed that most of Slovakia's Magyars were Magyarized Slovaks or their descendants. Drawing on this tenet, Magyars were encouraged to apply for an official change in their national status from Magyar to Slovak. The incentive was exemption from the forced population exchange with the possibility of regaining their lost property rights after having been reassigned Czechoslovak citizenship. In the course of re-Slovakization, 282,000 Magyars were recognized as Slovaks, which lowered the number of Slovakia's Magyars to 451,000. And 45,000 of them were sent to labor camps and dispersed around Czechoslovakia. In 1948, most of Slovakia's remaining Magyars regained their Slovak citizenship, but in the wake of nationalization and Slovak reluctance to see past wrongdoings indemnified, many never regained their property. The situation was similar to that of Poland's autochthons who were positively verified and rehabilitated as ethnic Poles. In addition, 50,000 Slovaks were attracted to leave their homes in Romania and Yugoslavia's Vojvodina and resettle in post-war Czechoslovakia. However, Prague's policies of centralization and the introduction of the Soviet communist system did not dispose the Slovaks well to communist Czechoslovakia. The same was less true of the Czechs. The collectivization of the countryside was felt more painfully in Slovakia, which was still much more agricultural than the Czech lands. Likewise, the persecution of the Catholic Church was a bigger blow to the Slovaks, because on average they remained more religious than the Czechs. Moreover, the 1950 abolition of the Greek Catholic Church and the transfer of its assets to the Orthodox Church encroached exclusively on the religious sensibilities of the Slovaks and Slovakia's Ruthenians. The Marxist theory maintained that industrialization and a hike in the living standard would produce a classless society free of social tensions and would also level any national and ethnic differences. Whatever the dislike of communism among Czechoslovakists, the latter thesis merged well with their hopes of consolidating de facto binational Czechoslovakia into an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state of the communist Czechoslovak people, similar to the Kremlin's ideal of the communist Soviet people. Industrialization and improvement in the standard of living did not satisfy the Slovak wish for autonomy, but made the Slovaks more quiescent. With time, they had increasingly more to lose in the line of material goods and social advancement, should they openly rebel against Czech domination that equated with 864. Communist orthodoxy. Between 1948 and 1989, the share of the workforce employed in agriculture fell from 33.1 to 9.4% in the Czech lands and from 60.6 to 12.2% in Slovakia. The corresponding numbers for the employed in manufacturing industries rose from 38.8 to 47.4% in the Czech lands and from 20.8 to 43.8% in Slovakia. Although the rapid equalization in the level of industrial development between Slovakia and the Czech lands was ensured by the breakneck development of heavy industry in the former region, the unified command economy provided for a more balanced sharing in consumer goods throughout Czechoslovakia. Personal consumption in Slovakia as compared with that in the Czech lands rose from 81% in 1948 to 95.1% in 1989. In the same period, GNP generated by an inhabitant of Slovakia increased from 61.2 to 85.7%. Prague underwrote this steep growth in Slovakia by vast transfers of capital and assets from the Czech lands, which is why the consumption of GNP per capita in Slovakia was always high and grew less steeply from 70.9 to 92.4%. At the turn of the 1950s, the last flowering of Stalinism brought about the struggle against bourgeois national deviation, which was to complete the imposition of the homogeneous Soviet system on the entire Soviet bloc. Purges were unleashed against communists and politicians who objected to Stalinism and favored a national path to communism. In 1952, Vlado Klementis, a Slovak and Minister of Foreign Affairs, was sentenced and executed. 2 years later, another significant communist of Slovak background, Gustav Husak, received a life sentence, and was imprisoned from 1951 to 1960. 12. The logic of these persecutions was not in itself anti-Slovak, but many Slovaks saw it as a Czech attack against the Slovak elite, already seriously weakened by emigration and the post-war persecutions aimed at officials of wartime Slovakia. Al uprising was reinterpreted as a struggle against bourgeois nationalism, and all Slovak demands, for however slight a measure of autonomy, were definitively silenced in 1954. In 1956, Nikita Khrushchev commenced the process of de-Stalinization in the Soviet Union and it quickly spread to the Soviet bloc as well. But the Czechoslovak leadership paid mere lip service to this process and only the most appalling ways of Stalinist governance were abandoned. No dramatic change occurred in the Czechoslovak government and Communist Party leadership, unlike in Hungary and Poland. The negative attitude of the Czechoslovak president, Antonin Novotný, toward the Slovaks was well known. The new 1960 constitution, which added the adjective socialist to the name of the Republic of Czechoslovakia, also abolished the Board of Commissioners appointed by Prague, and limited the largely symbolic jurisdiction of the SNR to the field of culture. In the Czechoslovak coat of arms, the Slovak coat of arms was replaced at the breast of the Bohemian lion with a steep mountain and a fire. The lion also lost its crown, replaced with the communist star. The constitution provided for the leading role of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, which the Slovaks saw as the legal guarantee of Czech domination over the state. Klementis, Husak, and others sentenced for bourgeois nationalism, were all pardoned in 1960, but their rehabilitation was delayed until 1963. In the same year, Alexander Dubček became the first secretary of the Communist Party of Slovakia and allowed for measured criticism of the central government. This did not temper Novotny's antipathy for Slovakia and its national symbols. For instance, when visiting the Matica Slovenska in 1967, he branded it as nationalist, which in communist Central Europe meant chauvinist. In the same year, criticism of the government and communist system voiced at June the meeting of Czechoslovak writers was not silenced. The Prague Spring of 1968 actually began in December 1967, when students demonstrated against the government and system in Bratislava. The police did not intervene. The end of Czechoslovak Stalinism was nigh. On January 5, 1968, Dubček replaced Novotny as the first secretary of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, which opened the Prague Spring with the slogan of Socialism with a Human Face. On March 22, Novotny resigned from the Czechoslovak presidency. The difference between the Czechs and the Slovaks was that the former saw Czechoslovakia as their Czech nation-state, had no objections to the centralized system, and merely demanded democratization. On the contrary, the Slovaks perceived Czechoslovakia as a common state of two equal nations, and their main demand was federalization of the state into Czechoslovakia. On March 15, the SNR officially demanded federalization, the Czech side accepted it, and a special commission was formed to look into how such a change could be introduced and the practical issues in implementation. Husak, first secretary of the Communist Party of Slovakia, who chaired this commission, became deputy prime minister on April 8. On June 24, 1968, the Czechoslovak National Assembly accepted the constitutional law on the preparation of the federation. There was no Czech counterpart of the SNR, which could function as a parliament for the Czech section of the federation. This law established CNR, but its members were not elected, but merely appointed by the National Assembly. It was a travesty of democracy, but the Czechs did not object since they did not want any federation, and they saw the CNR as an unnecessary creation. Meanwhile, on August 20, the armies of the Soviet bloc intervened in Czechoslovakia and terminated the brief political liberalization heralded by the Prague Spring. The newly formulated Brezhnev Doctrine allowed the Kremlin to 866. Intervene in any Soviet bloc state that sought to abandon its communist system or to leave the bloc. Moscow imposed the normalization on Czechoslovakia, which entailed the widespread persecution of the Prague Spring reformists, be they officials, intellectuals, or average citizens. Leonid Brezhnev entrusted the introduction of the normalization to Husak and Vasil Bilak. The latter was one of the hardline signatories to a letter inviting the Soviets to intervene in Czechoslovakia. In 1969, Husak was nominated as the first secretary of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, and his hold on power became complete when he was named Czechoslovak president in 1975. Accordingly, Bilak rose to the status of the main ideologue of the normalization. In retrospection, Czechs point out that Slovaks, that is, Husak and Bilak, were personally responsible for the excesses of normalization. The Slovak perception of both politicians is different. Slovaks draw attention to the fact that Bilak is of Ruthenian/Ukrainian extraction. They do not deny that Husak was responsible for the normalization, but they are quick to add that he did not exclude the federalization of Czechoslovakia from this process. Some even hail him as bojovnik ze Slovenskavek, whom Czechs ridiculed for the broken Czech in which he spoke. On October 27, 1968, the National Assembly approved the Constitutional Act No. 143, which changed the state into the Federation of the Czech Socialist Republic and the Slovak Socialist Republic, complete with the institutions of statewide Czechoslovak and Republican, Czech and Slovak, citizenships. The law came into power on January 1, 1969. Czechs perceived this weakening of their nation-state as an unjust concession granted to treacherous Slovaks for the Czechs' valiant attempt to democratize Czechoslovakia, which would have benefited both the Czechs and Slovaks, if successful. The federation soon proved an illusion. The real wielder of political power was the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, and it was not split into separate Czech and Slovak branches. Husak, as the party's first secretary and Czechoslovak president, first, strove to placate Czech anger caused by the intervention and federalization, and then represented the entire state whose demographic and economic center was located in the Czech lands. As before, Slovakia was marginalized. The center of state power was located in Prague, that is, in the west of the Czech lands, remained spatially removed from Slovakia. The CNR and the government of the Czech Socialist Republic were empty eggshell institutions, completely subjected to the federal government. The SNR and the government of the Slovak Socialist Republic were similarly emasculated, but they played the role of the symbols of Slovak national statehood. The Czechs did not need the CNR and their republic to emulate this role, because they continued to perceive the entire federation as their nation-state. The difference in Czech and Slovak approaches to post-normalization Czechoslovakia were nowhere more evident than in their different attitudes to the Charter 77. In 1975, the Helsinki Final Act 867 made respect for human rights an integral part of East-West cooperation in the détente decade of the 1970s. In early 1977, Czech dissidents formulated their support for human rights in Charter 77. This document and the informal movement for the politically persecuted, which developed around it, became the rallying point of democratic opposition in Czechoslovakia. In the Czech lands, almost 2,000 persons signed the document by 1989, while in Slovakia, just about 20 signed it. The three initial Slovak signatories included the writer Dominik Tatarka, the philosopher Milan Sima, and the scholar Miroslav Kusi. All three received university education in Prague, were self-declared friends of the Czechs, and lived in Bratislava. They certainly were not Czechoslovakists, as Pravid B. Sima, a Czech from Czech Silesia, who wrote in excellent Slovak. In 1978, Miklos Dure joined them. Unlike the three aforementioned dissidents, he graduated from the Comenius University in Bratislava. As an ethnic Magyar, he organized and led the movement for the protection of the rights of Czechoslovakia's Magyar minority. Today, he is one of the most respected Magyar politicians in Slovakia. But most Slovaks, especially those living outside Bratislava, were content with their newly found communist prosperity, and had few illusions that the Czechs would understand, or let alone support their aspirations for genuine federation. Article 6 of the Constitutional Act No. 143 introduced the official Czech-Slovak bilingualism not only in Slovakia, but also in the Czech lands. Obviously, the Czech language retained its de facto status of primus inter pares because the political power, and most economy and population were concentrated in the Czech lands. But Slovak penetrated the Czech lands in an unprecedented manner. Its presence was felt in legislation and state administration, but even the average Czech was exposed to this language in the press, radio, and television. They became almost fully bilingual Czech and Slovak language articles and programs placed side by side. Mutual comprehensibility of both languages on the plane of most communication situations produced superstandard or passive bilingualism. In conversation or printed interviews, Czech interlocutors spoke in Czech and their Slovak counterparts in Slovak, with no translation provided. Constant switches between Czech and Slovak were rarely noticed by readers, listeners, and viewers due to the inherent closeness of Czech and Slovak, reinforced by the legal provisions that enforce this bilingualism and effective equality of Slovak and Czech. Thanks to this bilingualism, no minority schools for Czechs were established in Slovakia and none for Slovaks in the Czech lands. Prior to 1968, the situation was the same, but its justification was Czechoslovakism, not formal and practical equality between both nations in their common. 868. State. One could argue that Czechs living in Slovakia were discriminated in this field given that two primary Slovak language schools were eventually established in Prague and Karviná near Ostrava, but they never appealed for minority schools, unlike Slovaks. There were less Czech migrants in Slovakia than Slovak ones in the Czech lands. Slovak migrants felt that they were outside their nation-state, while their Czech counterparts considered entire Czechoslovakia as their nation-state. The affirmative action for Slovak language and culture, described above, was more than Slovaks had asked for in the sphere of cultural autonomy, but much less than desired in the field of political autonomy. The normalization dashed Czech hopes of democratization, but fulfilled some Slovak dreams about autonomy and equality vis-a-vis the Czech and their language. Not surprisingly, Slovaks tended to be more loyal to post-1968 communist Slovakia than Czechs. Unlike increasingly atheistic and agnostic Czechs, the Slovaks shared their traditionalist religiosity with the Magyars and Poles, who had been overwhelmingly rural nations until the communist takeovers in the late 1940s. Hence, Slovaks found solace in Catholicism, when the pressure of everyday life and the communist system became unbearable. In Poland, Catholic churches became the space of relative freedom where anti-communist dissent developed. It was impossible in Czechoslovakia, where the Catholic Church was totally suppressed. In its stead, the Church's unofficial underground fostered dissent on the basis of Christian morality, construed as inherently opposed to communist disregard for people as persons. In the 1980s, opposition to the communist system and Slovak national feeling were openly expressed in annual pilgrimages to Catholic shrines in Levoča and Sastin. In reply to the excess of the normalization, anti-communist émigré Slovak organizations united in 1970 in the newly founded Svetový kongres Slovakov in New York. But this congress was powerless to influence the situation in Slovakia. In 1987, Pope John Paul II gave a powerful impulse to the intensification of the organization of opposition-cum-religious pilgrimages, when he devoted that year to Holy Virgin Mary. The Slovaks, Magyars, and Poles recognize her as the patron saint of their countries. Similarly, religion and pilgrimages by the Pope to his home country contributed to the development of a popular anti-communist movement in Poland. In Slovakia, the ecological movement offered a seemingly non-political platform for development of opposition, as in the Soviet Union. In the wake of Mikhail Gorbachev's liberalization of the Soviet bloc, Husak lost the position of the first secretary of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia in 1987, and the following year, Bilak was removed from the party's Central Committee. On March 25, 1988, the Underground Church organized a peaceful demonstration, whose participants held burning candles. The police dispersed it by force. In October, numerous demonstrations in Slovak and 869 Czech cities were organized to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Soviet intervention. On November 16, 1989, students demonstrated in Bratislava, and the following day, a similar demonstration in Prague heralded the end of the communist system in Czechoslovakia. Today, hardly any international reader is aware of the Slovak contribution to the fall of communism. The images of jubilant Prague and the coinage of the Velvet Revolution dominate the narrative. During the latter half of the 1940s, Slovakia became unusually homogeneous as a result of the expulsion of Germans and Magyars and the re-Slovakization action. In official figures, Slovaks amounted to 67.7% of Slovakia's population in 1930, 96.6% in the first half of the 1940s, and 86.7% in 1950. However, Slovaks constituted more than half of Bratislava's inhabitants only in the late 1940s. The 1950 census gave an unusually low figure of 354,500 for Magyars living in Slovakia. In the 1961 census, when no administrative pressure was exerted on Magyars to declare themselves as Slovaks, the number jumped to 519,000. Since then on, the number of Magyars in Slovakia grew slowly, but their share in the population declined, 552,000 in 1970, 559,000 in 1980, and 567,000 in 1991. The assimilating pressure showed in the fact that in 1991, 608,000 persons declared Magyar as their mother tongue, meaning that 41,000 native Magyar speakers chose Slovak nationality. Between 1961 and 1980, Slovaks amounted to 3.56 million and 4.32 million. In 1991, they numbered 4.52 million, but their share in the population declined to 85.7%. The number of native Slovak speakers was even smaller, 4.45 million, because Magyar and Roma-speaking Slovaks had to be excluded from this number. Mainly the inclusion of the Roma, for the first time in history of Czechoslovak statistics, was responsible for this drop in the percentage of Slovaks residing in Slovakia. In 1991, 75,800 inhabitants of Slovakia declared themselves as Roma, but 77,300 as native Romani speakers, which meant that 1,500 of these speakers declared themselves as Slovaks. Due to the social exclusion and stigma, most Roma continued to declare themselves as Slovaks and Magyars. It is estimated that in the 1980 Czechoslovak census, 74% of Roma living in Czechoslovakia declared themselves as Slovaks, 15% as Magyars, and 10% as Czechs. Although the vast majority of Roma in post-war Czechoslovakia lived in Slovakia, they moved along with numerous Slovaks to Czech Silesia and northern Moravia, where they found 870 employment in the booming heavy industry. But unlike Slovaks, most Roma were forcefully resettled there. As a result, in 1980, 1/3 of Czechoslovakia's Roma lived in the Czechlands and 2/3 in Slovakia. But between 1964 and 1991, unofficial estimates of Slovakia's Roma ranged from 0.1 to 0.5 million. Prior to the fall of communism, Roma were never treated as an ethno-linguistic group or minority in Central Europe. In the Soviet bloc, they were forcefully sedentarized and productivized as lumpenproletariat and vagrants during the 1960s and 1970s. No notice was taken of their Indic language because it did not have an established written form. Roma children were sent to non-Roma speaking schools, where they were found to be mentally retarded on account of not being able to express themselves in Czech, Magyar, Polish, or Slovak. Most either dropped out from elementary school or were moved to schools for the mentally handicapped. After the wave of post-war expulsions was completed in the early 1950s, Roma as a group were meted out the harshest treatment in communist Central Europe, reminiscent of the racist policies of the Third Reich, falling just short of genocide. In communist Czechoslovakia, Roma women were forcefully or on the sly sterilized in order to stem the high reproduction rate of undesirable lumpenproletariat, or social margin. The number of Czechs living in Slovakia after the war dropped from 140,000 in 1930 to 40,000 in 1950. Assimilation, wartime expulsions, and voluntary flights to the Czech lands provide the explanation. In communist Czechoslovakia, Czechs and Slovaks appeared as official categories in censuses, because the state was defined as a house to two equal nations of the Czech and Slovaks. The interwar category of Czechoslovaks never reappeared, and 3,500 people, who wanted to declare themselves as Czechoslovaks in Czechoslovakia during the 1991 census, were not allowed to. While the number of Czechs living in Slovakia increased slowly from 46,000 in 1961 to 53,000 in 1991, the number of Slovaks living in the Czech lands grew dramatically from 44,500 in 1930 to 0.26 million in 1950, 0.28 million in 1961, 0.32 million in 1970, and 0.36 million in 1980. At least 1/10 of the number was officially constituted by Slovak Roma, 33,000 of whom declared themselves Slovak in 1991. This explains the fall of the number of Slovaks to 0.31 million in that year, when for the first time the category of Roma was introduced to a Czechoslovak census. Together with Roma and Magyars, the number of migrants from Slovakia and their descendants was 0.37 million. In reality, though, Roma constituted perhaps one-third of the overall number. 871. Slovakia's Germans numbered 6,300 in 1961. Later, many left for West Germany as Aussiedlers, so their number sank to 2,900 in 1980. This changed in the 1991 census, which registered 5,400 Germans. Many of them previously preferred to conceal their German origin, and told their children about their roots after the fall of communism. The fear and memory of post-war persecutions did not die out completely either, and as in the case of Magyars, 1,900 native German speakers declared themselves as Slovaks. Between 1961 and 1991, the number of Poles, living mainly in Orava and Spiš, grew from 1,000 to 2,700. It did not amount to much, as immediately after the war, Warsaw, basing its claims on its pre-war estimates, claimed at least 50,000 Poles in this region. But unlike in the Tzin area in Czech Silesia, this Polish minority never materialized as pictured by Warsaw. The Goralian ethnic character of the mountainous population made them closer to the Slovak than Polish nation. Not surprisingly, despite the Polonization pressure, 20,000 Goralians from Poland's sections of Orava and Spiš began to declare themselves as Slovaks in post-war Poland. In Slovakia, the Slovakization process was a tangible reality as well. In 1991, 700 persons dared to declare their native language as Polish, but this pressure stopped them from announcing that they were Poles. After the post-war suppression of the Magyar language minority education system in Slovakia, it was gradually re-established from 1948, when Magyars were re-granted Czechoslovak citizenship. But the constant, though less intensive, Slovakization process almost halved the number of Magyar minority elementary schools from 565 in 1955 to 257 in 1990. Moreover, bilingual Slovak Magyar schools and those, where the mother tongue was taught as subject, were included in these numbers. The 1956 uprising in Hungary and the 1968 liberalization in Czechoslovakia awoke hopes among Slovakia's Magyars for some measure of cultural or even political autonomy in southern Slovakia. The Slovak authorities saw these attitudes as a direct danger to Slovakdom, which further intensified Slovakization. Prague stayed aloof and seemed to approve. The Constitutional Act No. 144 gave full recognition to Magyars, Germans, Poles, and Ukrainians as Czechoslovakia's minorities. This law gave them the right to use their language in public contexts and on bilingual signposts with locality and street names. In practice, only Magyars in Slovakia and Poles in Czech Silesia enjoyed these provisions. No educational system for Germans was created in the Czech lands or Slovakia. No German versions of place names were allowed. The 1984 Act No. 29 guaranteeing minority language elementary and secondary education merely confirmed the situation. Obviously, no Romani language educational system was created for Czechoslovakia's Roma. But their considerable share in the population made itself felt, as in the case of Jews in interwar. 872. Czechoslovakia, who had not been included as a category in statistics. Despite the sedentarization and productivization policies, which aimed to assimilate Roma, in 1989, 20.4% spoke exclusively in Romani with family members, 32.6% in Romani and Slovak and 40% exclusively in Slovak. During the 1960s and 1970s, scholars produced grammars of Romani, that is, of the Carpathian, East Slovak, and Vlach dialects. As 80% of Roma in Slovakia and the Czech lands spoke in the East Slovak dialect of Romani, these scholars codified in the 1980s the written version of Romani on the basis of this dialect, employed in the bilingual Czech Romani and Romani Czech dictionary published in Prague in 1991. In post-communist Slovakia and the Czech Republic, this allows for the spread of Romani language literacy and education, but, on the other hand, the local codification distances the Slovak and Czech Roma from the world Roma national movement, which strives to codify the Vlach dialect into the standard Romani language. The Ruthenians of interwar Czechoslovakia were treated harshly after World War II. Their 1939 independent nation-state, proclaimed in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, survived 2 days. Ukrainian was announced the state's official language, but there was no time to replace Czech and Ruthenian with it prior to the Magyar occupation. In Hungary's Carpathia, Magyar and Hungarian Ruthenian functioned as official languages. In 1945, Beneš treated the Ruthenians, one of the state nations in interwar Czechoslovakia, as an unwanted population. Without much protest, he gave in to Stalin's pressure. No Ruthenian politicians were consulted, when Beneš stripped Ruthenians of Czechoslovak citizenship, and transferred Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Soviet Ukraine. 13 In 1946, the autonomy of Subcarpathian Ruthenia was liquidated and the region became known as Transcarpathia, or Transcarpathian Ukraine. To this day, Ruthenians denounce this Czech betrayal as their Ruthenian Munich. Despite the experience of the unilateral and unjust treatment meted out to Czechoslovakia in the 1938 Munich Agreement by the Western powers, Prague did not hesitate to apply a similar approach to Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Merely 25,000 Ruthenians dared to use the official option of reapplying for Czechoslovak citizenship, though the vast majority wanted to. The pressure of the Soviet administration convinced most to stay, and eventually, 3,700 Ruthenians left for Czechoslovakia. In Transcarpathia, Ukrainian was made into the official language of administration and education. The Kremlin and Kiev treated the Ruthenians as an 873 unproblematic regional group of the Ukrainian nation. To this end, Ruthenian cultural institutions were dissolved and Ruthenian language books burned as the sign of bourgeois national deviation. For the same crime, former Ruthenian deputies to the Czechoslovak and Hungarian parliaments were tried and condemned to death in April 1946. In the same year, the Greek Catholic Church was liquidated in the formerly Polish territories incorporated into the Soviet Union. Although the existence of the same church in the former Subcarpathian Ruthenia was officially prohibited 3 years later, repression against Greek Catholic hierarchs and clergy began immediately after the war. This harsh treatment was also extended to their Orthodox counterparts. In order to ensure compliance, Transcarpathia was turned into a closed military zone, which no one could enter or leave without a special permit. In 1945, the university was founded in Uzhgorod and the educational system developed dynamically, but solely Ukrainian and Russian were used as languages of instruction. In the late 1950s, Transcarpathia was turned into the import-export corridor between the Soviet Union and the West, but this did not improve the prevailing low standard of living in the region. Educated Ruthenians were allowed only second-rank positions in Transcarpathia, forcing them to leave their region in search of social advancement. Magyars numbering 150,000 in the late 1980s, and Romanians numbering 27,000 were provided with minority education, and certain provisions in this field were also extended to 40,000 Roma as elsewhere in the Soviet Union. Russians numbering 50,000 did not need any minority provisions, as entire Ukraine was thoroughly Russified during the Soviet period. Whatever the wishes of the Ruthenian majority, they were Ukrainized and the category of Ruthenian nationality was prohibited in Soviet statistics. The Greek Catholic Church was revived secretly in the late 1980s and it was officially re-established in 1989. National organizations of the Ruthenians resurfaced in early 1990 and drew on the Church's support. In September, they demanded official recognition for the Ruthenian nation and the re-establishment of autonomy for their region. The negotiations conducted between Ruthenian leaders and the Kremlin may have produced the desired result if the Soviet Union had not collapsed in 1991. Like Poland, Ukraine was established as a unitary nation-state, and the provision of autonomy was extended to the Crimea only under Moscow's pressure. No power sided with the Ruthenians, so to this day Kiev treats them as Ukrainians, and does its utmost to stem the development of the Ruthenian national movement. The situation of Ukraine's Ruthenians resembles that of Poland's Ślązaks. 874. Slovaks Ruthenians, concentrated in Prešov Ruthenia, suffered a similar fate. In independent Slovakia, Bratislava unilaterally replaced Ruthenian with Russian as the language of instruction in Ruthenian education. The step was taken apparently to distance the Ruthenian national movement from its Slovak counterpart dynamically developing in Hungary-occupied southeastern Slovakia. Ruthenian language education continued in the eastern section of Prešov Ruthenia incorporated into wartime Hungary's Carpathia. Carpathia consisted mainly from Subcarpathian Ruthenia, which meant that Russian employed there in the Ruthenian schools since 1936 was supplanted with Ruthenian and Magyar. After 1945, Russian was imposed on Ruthenian education and cultural life in Prešov Ruthenia. In 1948, the Ukrainian National Council of the Prešov Ruthenia estimated that 150,000 Ukrainians lived in Slovakia. Bratislava disagreed, as 1940 Slovak census had recorded only 67,000 Ukrainians and Russians, but many Ruthenians had been pressed by administrations to declare themselves as Slovaks. According to the 1930 Czechoslovak census, 96,000 Ukrainians and Russians 14 had lived in Slovakia, and 23,000 in the Czech lands. In post-war Slovakia, the Ruthenians were the only minority whose education system was not liquidated. But, ironically, Russian, not Ruthenian, was employed as the language of instruction in Ruthenian schools after 1945. In 1938, there were 168 Ruthenian schools. Their number grew dynamically from 165 to 267 between 1945 and 1948. Most Ruthenians perceived the situation as one of unilateral Russification imposed by Prague. In 1950, the Greek Catholic Church was abolished in Czechoslovakia, which deprived the Ruthenians of their last independent national institution. In order to escape the brunt of the changing nationality policies aimed at them, an increasing number of Ruthenians sent children to Slovak language schools, and declared themselves as Slovaks. By 1966, the number of Ruthenia schools had sunk to 68. The 1950 census registered 48,000 Ukrainians and Russians in Slovakia, and 19,000 in the Czech lands. In emulation of the deruthenizing policies employed in Soviet Ukraine's Transcarpathia, Ukrainian replaced Russian in Ruthenian schools in 1951. This language is closer to Ruthenian than Russian, but the change added to the confusion. Ukrainian in the Soviet codification differed from the Galician codification, employed in the Ruthenian schools of Subcarpathian Ruthenia prior to the introduction of Russian in 1936. In addition, Ruthenian schools in interwar Prešov Ruthenia had employed vernacular Ruthenian, and the Ukrainophile tendency had been unknown in this region, unlike in Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The transfer of the buildings and assets of the liquidated Greek Catholic Church to its Orthodox counterpart alienated Slovakia's Ruthenians even more. Due to frequent changes in the language of instruction, 47% of teachers in Ruthenian elementary schools did not have appropriate 875 qualifications. In the following decades, the situation was improved somewhat by the founding of the departments of Ukrainian language at teachers' training colleges in Prešov, Košice, and Bratislava. But it was too little, too late. After the number of Ruthenian schools peaked in 1952 at the level of 275 elementary schools, it steadily decreased thereafter, falling to 68 in 1966. In 1969, 60 Ruthenian linguistic elements were introduced to Ruthenian elementary schools in order to smooth the students' transition from the vernacular to Ukrainian. This de facto produced language dualism, which added Ruthenian as an unofficial language of instruction to Ukrainian in Ruthenian schools. This was the last straw. Ruthenian parents en masse began to send their children to mainstream Slovak language schools. By 1989, not a single Ukrainian language school survived. Some classes were offered in this language, but they were attended by 1,500 students. Accordingly, the number of Ukrainians and Russians registered in Czechoslovak censuses fell to 49,000 in 1970 and 47,000 a decade later. 2/3 of the number lived in Slovakia. In the 1991 census, Ruthenians were allowed to declare themselves as Ruthenians, if they wished to do so. In Slovakia, 17,200 people were registered as Ruthenians and 13,300 as Ukrainians. The corresponding numbers for the Czech lands were 1,900 and 8,200. At the same time, there were 119,000 Greek Catholics in Slovakia, and 20,000 in the Czech lands. This allows for the conservative assessment of 90,000 Slovaks living today in Slovakia, and 10,000 in the Czech Republic. Some sources assess the number of Slovakia's speakers of East Slavic dialects at 200,000, which makes it possible to speak of 140,000 Slovaks. Nowadays, however, this identity is not employed by any national movement, and its boundary is as permeable vis-a-vis Slovaks as that of vis-a-vis Ruthenians. The process of voluntary Slovakization of Slovakia's Ruthenians did not halt in 1968, when Ruthenian national life revived and the Greek Catholic Church in Czechoslovakia was restored. In the course of normalization, Ruthenian organizations and Ruthenian language publications were abolished, and the authorities turned this church into another instrument of Slovakization. A definitive change came after the fall of communism, when the Ruthenian National Organization, Rusinska Obrota, was founded. But so far, no full-fledged Ruthenian language minority education system has been established, while the number of Ukrainian language elementary schools dwindled to 29 in 2001. The overview of the ethno-linguistic makeup of post-war Slovakia would not be complete without a short glance at the Slovak diaspora. From the perspective of language, the most important was that in Yugoslavia's Vojvodina. They are 876 descendants of Slavophone settlers from Upper Hungary, who had moved to the military borderland between the Habsburg lands and the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 19th century. In 1981, they numbered 70,000 persons. A further 3,500 Slovaks lived in Yugoslavia's Banat, and 6,500 in Slavonia. As for the federalization of Yugoslavia after World War II, Slovak was made into a co-official language in Vojvodina along with Serbo-Croatian Magyar, Romanian, and Rusin. Besides Slovakia, it was the only place where Slovak received official recognition. When the post-Yugoslav wars were unleashed, many members of Vojvodina's minorities, including Slovaks, emigrated to their home nation-states. By 1991, the number of Slovaks dropped to 64,000. Other significant Slovak minorities numbered 21,000 in Romania's Banat, 10,500 in Hungary, 2,000 in Poland, and 2,000 in Austria. The official census numbers of Slovaks in Hungary and Poland are contested by Slovak minority organizations. In the former case, they set the estimate at the level of 110,000 persons, and at 20,000 in the latter. In communist Czechoslovakia, the standard of living, consumption, and education in Slovakia became almost equal to that in the Czech lands. By extension, the inhabitants of this region enjoyed practically the same access to the mass media and culture as their counterparts in the Czech lands. The boom in the development of Slovak language culture was clearly observed in independent Slovakia. In interwar Czechoslovakia, on average, 650 Slovak language book titles were produced. After 1939, the annual output immediately rose to 700. By 1985, this indicator grew to 3,000, when at the same time only 4,000 Czech language book titles were produced. It was a clear sign that at least in the sphere of culture, the post-1968 affirmative action for things Slovak worked splendidly. Slovak language titles accounted for 43% of Czechoslovak book production and Czech language ones to 57%, when Slovaks amounted to 31% of the country's population, and Czechs to 63.1%. Similarly, between 1945 and 1989, 9 new institutions of higher learning opened in Slovakia, and merely 5 in the Czech lands. Obviously, this imbalance made up for the gap that had grown between the highly developed sector of university-level education in the Czech lands, and its fledgling counterpart in Slovakia. Post-war language policy based on the codification of the Slovak language was fraught with much controversy. Prior to the communist takeover in 1948, which entailed the re-centralization of Czechoslovakia in the spirit of Czechoslovakism, the feverish activity of the codifiers and researchers of the Slovak language continued unabated as in interwar Slovakia despite Prague's harsh retributions directed at the defunct state's elite. Eugen Jona, a close collaborator of Ajano Sik, took over the editorship of renewed Slovenské rysy. In 1945, the new 877 linguistic journal, Jazykovedný Spornik was founded with Jan Stanislav as its editor, and 2 years later, Slovak proponents of structuralism established their periodical, Slovo a Tvar. At the same time, attempts were undertaken to continue publishing the series Linguistica Slovaca, but there were not enough Slovak linguists to maintain all these ambitious projects. Moreover, the question of the wartime codification of Slovak became a political hot potato due to its association with wartime Slovakia's clerical fascist regime, criticized by Czechs and Czechoslovak communists. In the period when communists, supported by Moscow, struggled for gaining control over Czechoslovakia, there were neither time or resources to be spent on a new ideologically correct codification of Slovak. The pro-Czechoslovakist government in Prague was busy with the expropriation and expulsion of Germans and Magyars and allowed the SNR and Slovak nationalists the free rein in politics and culture. In this unusual space of post-war freedom, Ajano Sik and Ijona published the 62 fascicles of the first volume of Slovnik Spisovného jazyka Slovenského, produced by the Matica Slovenska S Department of Linguistics. In 1949, the Matica Slovenska published a revised edition of Baník's 1940 Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu without the examples of usage associated with the time and institutions of independent Slovakia. The Matica opposed communists' proposals that the Slovak language should be radically reformed. The communist takeover changed the balance of power in favor of Czechoslovakists and proponents of centralization of post-war Czechoslovakia. In Slovakia, this meant the shift of resources and institutions from the historical and symbolical center of the Slovak nation, Teršinský Svätý Martin, to Bratislava, the seat of political power. This change was possible because the latter city was thoroughly Slovakized after World War II. Communists wished to weaken Teršinský Svätý Martin as an alternative and anti-communist power center in order to appropriate its national associations for legitimizing their rule closely associated with bureaucratic Bratislava. Tisso's government had already taken the first steps into this direction by shifting the second interwar Slovak institution of higher learning, Slovak Higher School of Technology, from Teršinský Svätý Martin to Bratislava, 15 and founding the Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts in the capital, not in Martin. In preparation for the revival of this academy in a form acceptable to the communist authorities, between 1949 and 1953, most intellectual and scholarly elites left Martin for Bratislava. The new Slovak Academy of Sciences, a close emulation of the Soviet model, was founded in 1953. It was an afterthought. 878. Following the founding of the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences a year earlier. Although the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences was intended for the whole of post-war Czechoslovakia, it remained a de facto Czech institution. But the pattern of domination, which developed between it and its Slovak counterpart and closely followed that of the Communist Party of Slovakia, turned into a mere regional branch of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. Political and cultural Czechoslovakism was on the rise under the guise of Marxist rhetoric. In 1949, the publication of a Janosik and Jonas Slovnik Spisovního jazyka Slovenského was terminated on the basis that it was too puristic and intolerant of Bohemianisms. What is more, it was tainted by following the 1940 clerical fascist codification of Slovak. In line with Marxist linguistics, the Czechizing basis of the post-war codification of Slovak were prepared in 1952, as outlined in Jonas o Navru na no pravidla Slovenského pravopisu, published by the Matica Slovenska. The following year, the newly established Slovak Academy of Sciences inaugurated its activities with the publication of new pravidla Slovenského pravopisu. The publication's board of editors, headed by the new star of Slovak Marxist linguistics, Stefan Pisier, included Jona but not a Janosik. The new Pisier codification of Slovak reintroduced the Czechizing tendency espoused in Vazny's 1931 pravidla, without any usage examples smacking of the capitalist bourgeois realities of interwar Czechoslovakia, and of Slovak bourgeois national deviation. In 1954, the Slovak University returned to its original name, Komenský University, which reconfirmed the ideologically correct character of the institution. As a certain concession to Slovak national feeling, the second ever Slovak language university founded in Košice was named after Safarik. But as a scholar and a prophet of Czechoslovakism and Panslavism, who had been based in Prague, he was neither antithetical to the Czechs, nor Czechoslovakists, nor Soviet-oriented communists. Between 1947 and 1956, Pisier headed the Jazykovedny Ustav of the practically defunct wartime Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts, which was renamed as the Ustav Slovenského jazyka in 1952, before it was incorporated into the Communist Slovak Academy of Sciences the following year. In 1956, Pisier resigned from heading the institute, because he was entrusted with the compilation of the new authoritative multi-volume dictionary of Slovak. The Czechizing line, which he was required to stick to, was clearly sketched by Václav Máček's Etymologický slovník jazyka Českého a Slovenského, which was published by the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences to underline the historic Czechoslovak commonality of Czech and Slovak. 879. Pisier was the main editor of the first ever completed dictionary of this kind, Slovník Slovenského jazyka, whose 6 volumes were published between 1959 and 1968. The publication of the first volume was preceded by the final liquidation of the influential center of Slovak national culture in Martin. Between 1953 and 1958, Alexander Herner, an employee of the Matica Slovenska, managed the publishing house Osveta in Martin, where he headed the project of the first ever full-fledged Slovak language universal encyclopedia, Prirocy ny Encyklopedický slovník. The thinking behind this project was the typically Central European belief that a nation cannot be recognized as mature, unless it enjoys a multi-volume universal encyclopedia in its language. But in communist Czechoslovakia, the scientific monopoly of the Czech language could never be breached so blatantly. Between 1958 and 1966, Herner was imprisoned for bourgeois national deviation. The completed first volume of the encyclopedia was prevented from being printed, and the publishing house was transferred to Bratislava. Theoretical and practical support was given to Pisier by Jona, Stanislav Lear, Eugen Paulini, and the team of lexicographers from the tellingly named Czechoslovak Soviet Institute of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Obviously, in the compilation of Slovník Slovenského jazyka, Pisier adhered to his 1953 Czechizing pravidla. The pravidla and the concept of his dictionary were governed by the tenets of Czechoslovakism and Marxist linguistics as worked out at the statewide conference held in Bratislava in 1952. As a kind of ideological exorcism, Pisier enumerated in the introduction 2 Czechoslovakist dictionaries of Slovak, which he chose for guidance in his work, namely Kalal Slovenský slovník z literatury a Jner I and Tvrdys Slovenský phraseologický slovník. Pisier took care to emphasize that he would not veer far away from the Czech language, by taking Pavel Vasa and František Travník's popular Slovník jazyka Iského. He did not fail to pay obeisance to Marxist orthodoxy, either, and mentioned Filozofiki Slovnik, the Slovak translation of the Soviet original. These exorcisms were enough to let PCR use a Janosik and Jonas Slovnik Spisovniho Jazyka Slovensko in his project. The Matica Slovenska had no choice and in the mid-1950s, handed over the materials gathered for the compilation of the dictionary's further volumes to PCR's Institute of the Slovak Language. Between 1943 and 1950, under the management of L. Novak, Paulini, and Josef Orlovsky, the Institute's predecessor, that is the Institute of Linguistics, had collected even more extensive lexicographic material for the compilation of an authoritative dictionary of the Slovak language in emulation of Pryrosini Slovnik Jazyka Iskiho. The work stopped when political purges. 880. Connected to the struggle with Slovak bourgeois nationalism practically liquidated the Institute. In 1955, the agreed-upon principles of the compilation of PCR's Slovnik Slovensko Jazyka appeared in an article published in Slovenskary. Most significantly, the dictionary was to collect practically the entire standard Slovak vocabulary which appeared in Slovak language publications between 1850 and 1950. Instrumental to this end were over 20 dictionaries of specialist, technical, and professional vocabulary compiled by the Institute of Linguistics and published by the Slovak Academy of Sciences between 1943 and the mid-1950s. In 1957, the first volume of PCR's dictionary was submitted with the publishing house of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. In 1958, censors accepted the revised version of this volume, and it finally came off the press in the following year. Further work on the dictionary was almost discontinued in 1958, when the renewed wave of retribution against Slovak bourgeois nationalists led to a purge in the Institute of the Slovak Language. Volume 2 appeared in 1960, because it had been compiled before this purge, but only after numerous amendments were introduced. The ideologically correct line of Slovak Marxist linguistics was worked out in the early 1960s. The Conference on Marxist Linguistics in the Resort of Libis criticized PCR for not doing more to show the natural closeness of Czech and Slovak. 2 years later, another conference, this time held in Bratislava, strongly criticized Bartek-led Slovak opposition to Vazny's 1931 pravidla, and accused Baník's 1940 pravidla of unreasonable purism, which played into the hands of Slovak bourgeois nationalists. As a result, the official pressure pressed PCR and his team to espouse the Czechoslovakist tendency, which aimed at making Slovak closer to Czech. Volumes 3 and 4 clearly followed this directive. The weakening of the Stalinist regime in Czechoslovakia allowed for the organization of a largely non-ideological conference on PCR's dictionary, held in the resort of Smolenice near Bratislava in 1965. Paulini Gajahorak and Dezider Koller criticized this dictionary for its Czechoslovakist tendency. The main accusation was that numerous words clearly belonging to Standard Slovak were labeled as dialectal, while many bohemianisms were spuriously made into genuinely Slovak words. These critiques were well taken, and subsequent corrections lessened the Czechoslovakist tendency in Volume 5. In 1967, liberalization of political life in pre-1968 Czechoslovakia allowed for changing the name of the Institute of the Slovak Language to the Jazykovedný Ústav Ľudovita. To this day, the institute survives so patriotically named. The supplementary Volume 6 was printed during the Prague Spring, which allowed PCR to present ideological pressures exerted on the dictionary in an unusually honest afterword to this volume. 881. For better or worse, PCR's Slovnik Slovensko Jazyka codified Slovak vocabulary in an imprecise manner, veering between the opposed poles of the Czechizing and purifying tendencies symbolized by Vazny's 1931 pravidla and Baník's 1940 pravidla, respectively. To this day, it remains the first, and so far only, authoritative multi-volume dictionary of the Slovak language. Criticism leveled at the dictionary's Czechizing tendency found its practical expression in the famous Tezi o Slovenii formulated in 1966 by Josef Ruzia at the Conference on Language Politics held in Bratislava. The main theses proclaimed: the basic feature of the contemporary Slovak language is its development in accordance with the language's own principles. Artificial and forced making of Slovak similar to Czech, as well as artificial and forced making of both languages less similar to each other, is an extra-linguistic tendency, which does not find any support in socialist society. Finally, a kind of balance acceptable for Czech Czechoslovakists and nationally minded Slovak communists was struck with regard to the question of how to codify Slovak. Ruzia became a new officially accepted guru of Slovak linguistics, and headed the Ludovit Stur Institute of Linguistics between 1965 and 1981. The phrase Slovak language was dropped from the second edition of Ma Czech's Etymologický slovník jazyka iského. The proclaimed equality of Czech and Slovak with full recognition of their inherent differences and similarities complemented the 1968 to 1969 federalization of Czechoslovakia, which entailed the introduction of Czech-Slovak bilingualism throughout the state. Obviously, this officially introduced equality did not mean that numerous Czechs continued to consider Slovak a less useful language than Czech, or even disparaged it as an uncultured peasant tongue. On the other hand, no attempts were undertaken to codify Slovak anew in the spirit of the newly found balance between it and Czech. Merely, Písier's Slovník slovenského jazyka, predominantly Czechizing in its spirit, was reprinted in 1971, and usage examples that smacked of Stalinism were removed from the subsequent reprints of his 1953 Pravidla. The crowning achievement of the federal period was Josef Stalk's four-volume Atlas Slovenského jazyka published between 1968 and 1984. A similar Český jazykový atlas, edited by Jan Balhar and Pavel Jankake, appeared only after the breakup of Czechoslovakia. Political controversies evoked by the codification of Slovak between the 1930s and 1960s effectively froze the issue after the normalization. Those who lost most were average users, because they received a one-volume dictionary of their native language only at the end of the communist period, when Jan Kokala and Maria Pisarkikova's 500-page-long Kratky Slovník slovenského 882 jazyka was published thanks to the overall atmosphere of liberalization in the Soviet bloc. Meanwhile, Slovak students learned Standard Slovak from school textbooks and orthographic dictionaries attached to the subsequent reprints of Písier's 1953 Pravidla. In the first half of the 1970s, there were some radio and TV programs which commented on correct Slovak usage. But in 1975, an example of Czechizing usage was decried as incorrect. This immediately triggered an official backlash, which branded this correction as anti-Czech. The possibility of further comparative advice on the border usages between Czech and Slovak was banned from the mass media until the end of communist Czechoslovakia. As a result, numerous Czech linguistic loans and Czechizing influences entered formal and informal Slovak. Because many more Slovaks sought education and employment in the Czech lands than Czechs in Slovakia, the influence of Czech on Slovak was more pervasive than that of Slovak on Czech. As an exercise in the officially introduced equality between the Czech lands and Slovakia and between Czech and Slovak as well, the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences supported the compilation of the first ever, full-fledged, extensive, one-volume Slovak-Czech dictionary. Zelmira Gasparikova and Adolf Kamus's Slovensko-Český slovník came off the press in 1967, just in time for the 1968 to 1969 federalization of Czechoslovakia. Two reprints of this dictionary followed in 1984 and 1987. In 1979, the Slovak Academy of Sciences reciprocated with the similar in scope Josef Michalici and Andrej Sumek's Československý slovník, which was reprinted in 1981. None of these two dictionaries became a commonplace household reference, and has remained in print. They fulfilled a largely symbolic function of emphasizing the officially promulgated equality between Czech and Slovak. Due to the superstandard bilingualism that existed between Czech and Slovak speakers perusing Czech language publications and mass media, or living in the Czech lands naturally turned to monolingual Czech dictionaries, and vice versa. There was no social or linguistic barrier between both languages, which would require the user to bridge it with the prop of a bilingual dictionary and formal foreign language study. For all practical reasons, neither was Czech foreign to the Slovaks, nor Slovak to the Czechs. Natural comprehensibility occurring between both languages and enhanced by official and everyday practical bilingualism, really made Czech and Slovak into fraternal languages of the constitutional Czechoslovak people consisting of the two brotherly nations of Czechs and Slovaks. The elements, which were different in Czech and Slovak, a Czechoslovak citizen mastered in practical use and at school, where the differences were pointed out and explained in the classroom. A learner, more interested in the issue, referred to Yaroslav Nika Slovensko-Český Československý Slovník Rozdílných výrazů published in 4 different editions in 1963, 1964, and 1989. The informal ban on compiling and publishing a universal encyclopedia in Slovak was not lifted prior to the end of communism, but apparently was amended. Between 1977 and 1982, the Slovak Academy of Sciences published the 6-volume Encyclopedia Slovenska. It was an inward-looking reference, which in an extreme detail mapped all the aspects of Slovakia, including its nature, history, places of interest, and folklore. A concise 1-volume version of this work, Mala Encyclopedia Slovenska, appeared in 1987. A Slovak user wishing to consult a regular encyclopedia had no choice but to refer to a Czech-language work of this kind. The interwar 3-volume Slovak language encyclopedia, Slovenský náučný slovník, was too brief, and became hopelessly outdated after the mid-20th century. Confusing names, Slovakia independent again. The end of communism terminated censorship and the Communist Party's tight control over the mass media. Much to their surprise, the average Czech and Czech politicians found out that the Slovaks were displeased with their status and that Czechoslovakia was not a Czech nation-state. It took time before Prague grasped the difference and decided to renegotiate the political shape of the common post-communist state of the Czechs and Slovaks. Unfortunately, the discussion soon became the prisoner of the hyphen controversy. Slovak leaders wanted a change in the state's name from Czechoslovakia to Czechoslovakia, as proposed by American Slovaks in the Pittsburgh Agreement 1918. Czech politicians opposed this change, because they associated it with the Second Republic, that is, post-Munich regionalized Czechoslovakia, which was a brief prelude to the destruction of the Rump state in March 1939, when it was split into independent Slovakia and the Third Reich's protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Slovak dissidents turned politicians considered the Czech stance unreasonable, because it pushed Slovak public opinion toward political forces centered around Vladimir Mečiar, who wanted independence for Slovakia. Czech and Slovak dissidents active in communist Czechoslovakia and led by Václav Havel, and Alexander Dubček and Jan Karnágorsky, respectively, were attached to the idea of a common Czechoslovak state. There was no popular resentment against the Czechs in Slovakia, or against the Slovaks in the Czech lands. Such national tensions fueled by politicians led to the breakup. 884. Of Yugoslavia that served as a warning that Czechoslovakia may be next. Most Czechs considered wartime independent Slovakia as illegitimate, and most Slovaks either shared the opinion, or were dubious that it was right to make this polity a source of legitimization for a new independent Slovakia. But as in other post-communist states of the former Soviet bloc, technocrats and former second-rank communist officials turned first-rank social democratic leaders soon wrenched power away from former Czechoslovak dissidents who saw the federal government as their natural power base. With time, the federal government and parliament enjoyed less legitimacy and popularity than their republican, Czech and Slovak counterparts. Former dissidents failed to address this worrying trend and did not secure a steady following at the level of the Czech and Slovak republics. In no time, the technocrat-cum-nationalist, Václav Klaus, emerged as an undisputed leader in the former polity, and the unabashedly nationalistic populist, Vladimir Mečiar, in the latter. Karnágorsky unsuccessfully attempted to unsettle Mečiar from power. Havel was more successful, but at the largely symbolical plane, because he became Czech president only after the 1993 breakup of Czechoslovakia. The largely bloodless split-up of the Soviet Union offered Mečiar and Klaus with a technocratic model of how middle-rank politicians can usurp power and divide a federal state, even if most citizens did not subscribe to such a project. Although the overwhelming majority of Soviet citizens did not want the splitting up of the Soviet Union along the borders of the national republics, Mikhail Gorbachev lost effective grasp on power after a putsch in August 1991. It was Boris Yeltsin, the leader of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, who saved Gorbachev and his federal cabinet. In December, the latter together with his Belarusian and Ukrainian counterparts, Stanislaw Shushkevich and Leonid Kravchuk, announced the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Former Czechoslovak dissidents did not want and apparently had no power to transform Czechoslovakia into a viable federation. The obvious model was Belgium, which, like communist Czechoslovakia, was a dual federation of French-speaking Wallonia and Flemish-speaking Flanders, which developed between 1932 and 1980. Bilingual Brussels was given a separate status. Prague did not enjoy such status, but, for all practical reasons, was a world to itself in Czechoslovakia. The breakups of Aral Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, and Czechoslovakia convinced Belgian politicians that dual federations were inherently unsteady. To ameliorate the situation, the federation was reshaped on July 14, 1993. The federal level of government was complemented by the level of regions, and the level of language communities. Most significantly, the regions do not overlap with the language communities. 885. It was not inconceivable to add Prague as a separate, third region to the Czechoslovak Federation consisting of the Czech and Slovak republics. Besides the Czechs and Slovaks, southern Slovakia's Magyars could be fashioned into a separate language community. A similar status could have been fruitfully extended to Ruthenians, who are not more numerous than Belgium's Germans. Alternatively, the three Czech historical regions of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia could become separate republics. In the latter half of the 1940s and in 1968, Slovak leaders dreaded this possibility, because they were afraid that it would allow Prague to dominate Slovakia through political institutions. But Slovakia could be divided into three republics of Western and Central Slovakia, Southern Slovakia, and Eastern Slovakia. In all three regions, ethno-linguistic majorities of Slovaks could be secured, whereas the latter two regions would be a gracious bow to national-cum-regional aspirations of the Magyar and Rusin minorities, respectively. On January 1, 1993, Czechoslovakia was succeeded by the two new independent states, the Czech Republic and Slovakia. This event caused various terminological problems. To this day, neither the Czechs nor English speakers have at their disposal a short but official one-word name for the Czech Republic. In Czechoslovakia, the past of the Czech lands was dealt together with that of Slovakia in books, which were customarily titled History of Czechoslovakia. But at the same time, monographs bearing the title History of Slovakia were published as well. No similar works devoted exclusively to the history of the Czech lands appeared before the breakup of Czechoslovakia. On the contrary, after 1993, it became impossible to buy a new Czech-language monograph titled History of Czechoslovakia, and the reader must content oneself with numerous books bearing such titles as History of the Czech Lands or History of the Lands of the Czech Crown. In these respect, no change was observed in Slovakia. Histories of Slovakia are still published as they were before 1993, but today, no histories of Czechoslovakia are available in Slovak either. A Czech or Slovak reader wishing to acquaint oneself with the past of Czechoslovakia must piece it out from separate histories of the Czech lands and histories of Slovakia. Alternatively, one can refer to pre-1993 histories of Czechoslovakia published in Czech or Slovak ordo foreign language monographs. What the Slovaks had to face up to when Slovakia declared its independence, was the international confusion at the springing up of another tiny nation-state in Eastern Europe. The confusion was deepened by the emergence of similarly named Slovenia as an independent state in 1991. Even savvy foreigners tended to mix up both states, which encouraged Slovaks to establish a plethora of websites, which aspire to explain obvious differences in name and history of Slovakia and Slovenia. But there is no denial that the names of both states, derived from the ethnonym Slav, are extremely similar to each other. Slovakia. 886. Is Slovensko in Slovak and Slovenia Slovensko in Slovak and Czech, Slovakia and Slovenia in Polish, Slovakia and Slovenia in Magyar, or Slovke and Slovenien in German. In Slovenian, Slovakia is Slovaska and Slovenia Slovenija. Addling overlap in word forms occurs between Slovak and Slovenian when it comes to male and female versions of inhabitants of both new nation-states. Slovak man and Slovenian man are Slovak and Slovenik in Slovak and Slovak and Slovenik in Slovenian. Slovak woman and Slovenian woman are Slovenka and Slovenka in Slovak and Slovakinja and Slovenka in Slovenia. Slavic man and Slavic woman are Sloven and Slovenka in Slovak and Sloven and Slovanka in Slovenian. The Slovenian pair is exact like same as in Czech, Sloven and Slovanka. The adjective Slovak in Slovak is Slovenský, and the adjective Slovenian in Slovenian is Slovenský. These two adjectives' alternative forms used with female nouns are almost the same, Slovenska and Slovenska, respectively. Article 6.1 of the Slovak Constitution provides that Slovak is the state language on the territory of the Slovak Republic. The Czech Constitution, also enacted in 1992, did not make any specific provisions for Czech as the official language of the Czech Republic. The status of Czech in the Czech lands is regulated by various lower-rank acts issued between 1991 and 1993 that govern language use in state offices, administration, and schools. The breakup of the federation, by default, entailed the termination of the post-1968 official Czech-Slovak bilingualism. After the period of wartime Slovakia, Slovak became a sole official language in Slovakia for the second time in history. On the contrary, it was the first time in history that Czech attained the status of the sole official language in the Czech lands. However, in practice, only Czech had been employed there for official and public purposes between 1945 and 1968. In this manner, after 1993, the previously fraternal languages of the brotherly nations of Slovaks and Czechs began to drift away, becoming increasingly foreign to each other, especially in the minds of Slovak and Czech students, who finished their education and entered adulthood after the breakup of Czechoslovakia. The year 2011 will mark the real watershed in the process. The entire new generation born in 1993 will become legally adult then. New Slovakia took over the Slovak coat of arms and flag used in wartime Slovakia. The only alteration amounted to the mounting of a small version of the state coat of arms on the flag. Eerily, the Slovenians also brandish their state coat of arms on the Slovenian flag. What is more, the Slovenian white, blue, and red tricolor is shared with Slovaks as well. One can also easily spot the parallel of three symbolical summits that pop up both in Slovak and Slovenian coat of arms. In the former case, the usually more rounded peaks refer to the Tatras, and the latter to the Alps. Article 10.1 decisively settled the long-lasting competition between Bratislava and Martin by making the former the Slovak capital. But on August 24, 1994, the Slovak parliament passed the Act No. 241, which recognized Martin to be 887. The center of Slovak national culture. This act symbolically made up for the bureaucratic belittling of the town's role in interwar Czechoslovakia, and for the harsh suppression of Martin as a center of Slovak national life at the beginning of the 1950s. It is people and investment that make things happen, neither flowed in any great numbers to Martin. Hence, the town remains what it used to be in communist Czechoslovakia, a backwater, which is also the seat of the Slovak National Library and of the Matica Slovenska. In interwar Czechoslovakia, especially beginning in the early 1930s, Hlinka rallied for the Slovak national cause under the banner of Greater Moravia and Cyrillo-Methodian tradition. Tiso did the same, but as a proponent of constitutionally enshrined Slovak Christian national community, he did not dare to mention in official acts these symbols that still somewhat smacked of paganism. Nowadays, direct references to religions are passé in Europe. But the preamble to the 1992 Slovak Constitution unabashedly proclaims that the Slovak nation is the inheritor of the spiritual heritage of Cyril and Methodius and the historical legacy of the Great Moravian Empire, as if the former could not be claimed by Slavophone Christians in the Balkans, and the latter by the Moravians, Ruthenians, Czechs, and even Magyars. Naming various institutions after the saintly brothers and Greater Moravian rulers and devoting commemorative plaques and monuments to them became widespread in post-1993 Slovakia. In 1992, the newly founded university in Nitra was named after philosopher Constantine, and 5 years later, a new university in Trnava added both Saint Cyril and Saint Methodius to its name. Under the premiership of Mečiar prone to populism, exclusivist Slovak nationalism, and the use of extra-legal measures, independent Slovakia slipped toward authoritarianism. After the breakup of Czechoslovakia and in the course of the systemic transition, the economic situation deteriorated much more in Slovakia than in the Czech Republic, and the improvement brought about by the changes was slower to materialize. Mečiar made the Magyar minority into a scapegoat. Numerous articles and books containing anti-Magyar propaganda followed. In this vein, Magyars tend to be accused for the destruction of the first Slovak state, the 1 millennium-long oppression of Slovak nation, and for the theft of such a famous ethnic Slovak as the composer Franz Liszt for the Magyar nation. Unfortunately, publications of this kind tend to appear to this day, and some are regretfully published by the Matica Slovenska. But, to a certain degree, it was Hungary's mainstream politicians who fueled this trend. For instance, the first post-communist Prime Minister of Hungary, Joseph Antal, upon resuming office, declared that in spirit he felt himself to be the Prime Minister of all the 15 million Magyars, including the 5 million Magyars in Hungary's neighboring states. 888. These negative developments and Mečiar's economic and security overtures to Ukraine and Russia cost Bratislava the loss of the invitation to NATO, which was extended in 1997 to the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland. The three states became NATO members 2 years later, much to the outrage of Slovak emigres in the United States and of the average Slovak who, like his or her Polish counterpart, often saw the state and NATO as a bulwark against Asiatic despotism traditionally associated with Russia. These developments also endangered the prospect of Slovakia's accession to the European Union. On November 15, 1995, the Slovak Parliament passed Act No. 270 on the state language of the Slovak Republic, which came into power on January 1, 1996. This act supplanted the more tolerant Act No. 428 on the official language in the Slovak Republic, passed by the SNR in 1990. The 1995 Act emphasized the ideological significance of the Slovak language for Slovak nationalism and statehood, by consolidating the exclusivist monolingualism. The new regulations seriously limited the established use of minority languages, that is, of Magyar, which had featured on bilingual signposts with place names in predominantly Magyar areas, and in bilingual school certificates issued to students in Magyar minority schools. The fears of forced assimilation were not alleviated by the Slovak-Hungarian Treaty on Friendship and Cooperation, in which both parties reaffirmed their common border and pledged to protect and foster rights of the Magyar minority in Slovakia and the Slovak one in Hungary. This treaty was negotiated and signed under international pressure in Paris. The growing opposition to Mečiar's rule unsettled him from power after the 1998 elections. With support of 5 opposition parties, Mikuláš Dzurinda formed the government. For the first time in history, the Magyar parties, which united prior to the elections and garnered 9.12% of votes, entered the government too. In order to put Slovakia back on the course to NATO and the European Union, Dzurinda carried on with economic reforms, which markedly improved the economic situation, and introduced changes, which would safeguard democracy in line with the standards of the EU and the Council of Europe. Significantly, in 1999, the Parliament passed Act No. 184 on the use of the languages of the minority communities. It reintroduced the institution of bilingual school certificates and provided that in communes populated by more than 20% of inhabitants belonging to a given minority, the minority language can be used in administration, and signposts with place names can be bilingual. Moreover, the notorious Article 10, prohibiting doing business and drafting contracts in any other language but Slovak, was scrapped from the Act on the State Language. In practice, only Magyar is used on signposts and in offices in southern Slovakia. The German and Russian/Ukrainian minorities could make use of these provisions too, but the former is little, aged, and largely assimilated, while the latter is mired in the Russian-Ukrainian language controversy. 889. Between the last Czechoslovak census in 1991 and the first Slovak census in 2001, the number of ethnic Slovaks grew from 4.5 million to 4.6 million, and their share in the population from 85.7 to 85.8%. This slow but steady growth in the official measure of ethno-linguistic homogeneity of the Slovak nation-state was ensured by the absolute decrease in the number of the Magyar minority from 0.57 million to 0.52 million, and of the Czech from 60,000 to 45,000. The Ukrainian minority decreased from 13,000 persons to 11,000, but this partially reflected the growth of the Russian minority from 17,000 to 24,000. The size of the German minority remained unchanged at the level of 5,000, but it is assessed that fear prevented at least 10,000 further Germans from declaring their nationality in the census. A slight lessening in the social and official stigmatization of the Romani identity caused an increase in the declaration of Romani nationality from 76,000 to 90,000. But official estimates provide that actually 0.3 to 0.4 million Roma live in Slovakia, and predict that their number will have grown to 0.52 million by 2020. Other significant minorities recorded by the 2001 census included 2,600 Poles, 2,300 Moravians, 2,300 Moravians, 1,200 Bulgarians, 900 Croats, and 200 Jews. The case of the ethnic revival of Croats is particularly interesting. From the 16th century to the turn of the 20th century, they constituted a distinctive segment of the population in the region of Bratislava. In interwar Czechoslovakia, they became voluntarily Slovakized or Czechized. The revival of Croatian organizations after 1989, supported by Bratislava, is similar to the case of Budapest's support for even the least numerous minorities in Hungary. Hungarian concessions for minorities are used as an argument for demanding similar ones for Magyar minorities in Hungary's neighboring states. On the other hand, the Slovak government, accused of mistreating the Magyar minority, could point to the Croatian one as a proof that multiculturalism is actively fostered in Slovakia. In Slovak law, there is no definition of national or ethnic minority. For practical purposes, Slovakia's Magyars, Germans, Russians, and Croats are recognized as autochthonous communities to whom full range of minority rights protection can be extended. The less privileged minorities are those whose members, according to Bratislava, moved to Slovakia after 1918, namely Czechs, Moravians, Bulgarians, Poles, and Russians. Ironically, most Russians emerged from the ranks of equally autochthonous Ruthenians. The most contentious minority, Roma, are defined by scholars as a socio-cultural community on the basis of the fact that most declare themselves as Slovaks and Magyars, and that Central Europe's Roma have not organized as a unified and self-conscious ethnic or national movement so far. Overwhelmingly Slovakized Jews too are defined as such a community. Like Roma, they were not distinguished in Czechoslovak statistics as a separate national category. 890. Not surprisingly, minority education in their national language is enjoyed practically only by Magyars. In 2003, there were 295 Magyar elementary schools and 75 secondary schools. In most, Magyar was used as the language of instruction, except 35 elementary schools and 18 secondary, which were bilingual. The biggest educational achievement for the Magyar minority came in 2004, when Janszilya University was founded in Komarno with Magyar and Slovak as languages of instruction. There have been no minority language schools organized for other autochthonous minority communities. The remnants of the Ukrainian language educational system in the form of 29 bilingual schools constitute a special case. After 1989, Slovakia's Ruthenians were divided over whether they should adhere to the Ukrainian nation or the forming Rusin national movement. A similar dilemma was faced by Poland's Lemkos, who variously decided to become members of the Rusin or Ukrainian nation, or to constitute their own Lemkin nation. In post-communist Czechoslovakia, the minority organization of Ukrainians transformed itself to the Union of Rusins Ukrainians. Leaders of the revived Rusin national movement grouped in the organization, Ruthenian Renaissance, criticized the proponents of the Ukrainian tendency that there is not such a thing as a Rusin Ukrainian national identity. Instead of various earlier forms of their ethnonym, usually translated into English as Ruthenian, they settled for the form Rusin popularized in the 1970s and 1980s by the Carpatho-Rusin national movement active in Northern America. American and Slovak Ruthenians organized the First World Congress of Rusins, and the First Congress of the Rusin language in Slovakia. The unified Rusin national movement was born. In line with the paradigm of Central European nationalism, the most momentous decision was to develop a codified standard Rusin language. At that time, Vojvodina was the only place where Rusin was employed as a co-official language in administration and as the medium of instruction in Rusin schools. This was possible thanks to federalization of Yugoslavia after World War II. Vojvodina Rusin was codified in 1923 and reformed in the first half of the 1970s. On January 27, 1995, Rusin leaders from all over the world and representatives of the Slovak authorities attended the ceremony to celebrate the codification of the Rusin language of Slovakia. The state television began to broadcast in this newly standardized language. The Union of Rusins Ukrainians protested this codification and proclaimed that Rusins were a mere regional group of the Ukrainian nation, and their language a dialect of Ukrainian. In Ukraine's first post-communist constitution, Ukrainian was made into the badge of the Ukrainian nationalism and the foremost symbol of the Ukrainian national statehood. Understandably, Kiev's behind-the-scenes pressure followed in order to revert or limit Bratislava's de facto recognition of Slovakia's Rusins and their language. That is why, the state 891 radio began broadcasting Rusin language programs in 2002. Rusin leaders in Slovakia demand their own national university and minority educational system. In 1998, Prešov University began to educate Rusin language teachers, and in 2004, Rusin students could choose Rusin language as an elective subject in 15 elementary schools. In 2005, the Academy of Rusin Culture was founded in Prešov. In 2007, in emulation of the famous Czechoslovak Charter 77, the Rusin elites presented their signatures for Charter 2007. They demand the introduction of the Rusin language to Greek Catholic churches, as most of Slovakia's Rusins are of this confession, namely 35,000 according to the authors of Charter 2007. In 1968, Prague legalized the Greek Catholic Eparchy of Prešov, but earlier, in 1963, the Vatican had decided unilaterally that Slovak would replace Church Slavonic as the language of liturgy in the eparchy. This commenced the thorough Slovakization of this eparchy, including the suppression of the local vernacular traditionally employed in pastoral services. Another bone of contention is the absence of ethnic Rusins in the Church's hierarchy and the fact that Rusin is not taught in Greek Catholic divinity seminaries. As a result, there are no priests who could attend to the spiritual needs of Greek Catholic Rusins in their native language. Interestingly, In the course of the codification of Slovakia's Rusin language, the controversy flared up about whether to use the Latin alphabet instead of the Cyrillic. The latter won, but most Rusin publications in Northern America shifted to the former in the course of the 20th century. In 1999, the language of Transcarpathia's Rusins was codified, and the following year that of Poland's Lemkos. The Rusins of Hungary are still working on their version of the language. The Second Congress of the Rusin language decided that the 5 regional codifications of Rusin would be in the future, supplemented by a Rusin Koine, the standardization of which would draw on all the 5 varieties. Of all the states where Rusins live, only Ukraine does not recognize them as a minority and sticks to the old Soviet doctrine that they are a regional group of the Ukrainian nation. On December 1, 1991, the inhabitants of Ukraine voted in the referendum on the independence of Ukraine. In Transcarpathia, voters answered 2 additional questions, on autonomy for Transcarpathia, and on establishing an autonomous region from the area inhabited by Magyars. 93% voters expressed their support for the independence, 78% for autonomy, and 81.4% for a Magyar autonomous region. In independent Ukraine, neither was autonomy introduced for Transcarpathia nor the autonomous region created, though the regional council prepared the necessary changes and even recognized the existence of the Rusins in March 1992. Under the pressure of Ukrainian nationalists, the Ukrainian parliament 892 scrapped the decisions. In 1996, Kiev issued a document, which outlined the course of action, which was to ensure the final assimilation of the Rusin Ukrainians to the Ukrainian nation. In 1999, the authorities allowed for the organization of the 5th World Congress of Rusins and the 2nd Congress of the Rusin language in Transcarpathia, but this did not lead to official recognition of the Rusins. In April 2002, a regional court decided that the Rusins were a legal nationality, and despite nationalist propaganda and harassment, it was not forbidden to declare oneself as a Rusin in the 2002 census. A wide-ranging anti-Rusin campaign discouraged many Rusins from declaring their nationality, but at least 70,000 did. However, the number was arbitrarily lowered to 10,000 in the census's results. Paradoxically, the Rusin homeland, which enjoyed the recognized status of the Rusin nation-state in interwar Czechoslovakia on par with Slovakia, officially remains without any sizable Rusin minority. Rusin organizations estimate Transcarpathia's number of Rusins at the level of 0.7 million. Out of the 4 Central European nation-states analyzed in this study, Slovakia remains the least nationally homogeneous, with Slovaks accounting for 85.8% of its population as per the 2001 census. With Poles amounting to 98.8% of its population, Poland is the most nationally homogeneous polity in the region. In this ranking, it is followed by Hungary with the 92.3% share of Magyars in the population, and by the Czech Republic, where Czechs constitute 90.4% of the population. Prague tends to treat the Moravians and Silesians as regional groups of the Czech nation, not as separate nations or minorities, which boosts the state's homogeneity up to 94.1%. Warsaw does the same in regard of the Zlonziks, which pushes the homogeneity of Poland to 99.2%. The national linguistic homogeneity tends to be even higher as the long-lasting assimilating pressure deprived numerous minorities of the knowledge of their national languages. The most telling examples are Poland's Germans, who practically speak exclusively in Polish and Silesian. On the other hand, the percentages given for the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia have to be taken with a pinch of salt because they appear to grossly underestimate the demographic size of their Roma populations. But it seems almost sure that in the process of social inclusion encouraged by democratization and the Council of Europe, Roma are bound to lose their native language and become swiftly assimilated. Ironically, the social stigma attached to being a Rom may speed up the process, or slow it down should the society at large continue to reject Roma even if they have been fully assimilated. 893. Prior to the founding of nation-states in Central Europe after World War I, the region was as multilingual and multi-ethnic as any part of the world before modernization and state-supported linguistic homogenization intervened. The inklings of the coming ethno-linguistic homogenization could be discerned in Germanizing policies pursued in the German Empire beginning in the early 1870s. Magyarization unfolded in the same period in the Hungarian half of Austria-Hungary, and Russification set in during the 1880s across the Russian Empire. It was largely an innocent prelude to the notorious 20th century. The new nation-states, which replaced the empires in Central Europe, did not do away with the political and social dilemmas of multilingualism and multi-ethnicity, but in the quest for the holy grail of ethno-linguistic purity, merely replicated them within their own borders. In addition, in the two interwar decades, limited-scale population exchanges and expulsions followed, and stern policies of increasingly forced assimilation were applied even in democratic Czechoslovakia. Truncated Hungary became unusually homogeneous, but this achievement was not appreciated by Budapest, upset that one-third of the Magyars had to live outside interwar Hungary. The 1938 to 1939 and wartime enlargements of Germany and Hungary increased ethno-linguistic heterogeneity in these states. These events also reintroduced the policies of Germanization and Magyarization to Central Europe in a new totalitarian form. Forced assimilation and population expulsions followed, and soon deteriorated to the Holocaust of Jews and Roma perpetrated by the Germans. In Central Europe they were aided in this task by the administrations of wartime Hungary and Slovakia. In the region envisaged as the German Lebensraum, Berlin also applied genocidal-like policies to the Poles, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Russians. Within this larger framework, unilateral mutual cleansings dictated by politicized ethno-linguistic difference developed in multi-ethnic areas, notably, between Poles and Ukrainians, Poles and Jews, Poles and Lithuanians, Slovaks and Jews, Slovaks and Magyars, Slovaks and Czechs, Slovaks and Ruthenians, Magyars and Romanians, Magyars and Serbs, and between Magyars and Jews. The unprecedented degree of spatial mobility and ethno-linguistic identity malleability achieved by this social engineering in the course of World War II became the basis for the Allies' decision to create truly homogeneous nation-states in Central Europe. Germans were expelled from post-war Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland. Ethno-linguistically motivated population exchanges and expulsions followed among the three states, and between them and their neighbors. The expulsion of Magyars from Czechoslovakia and Romania, and of Slovaks from Hungary stopped after the 1947 Paris peace treaties, which made Hungary and Romania, former allies of the Third Reich, into accepted members of the fraternal family of nations in the coalescing Soviet bloc. In addition, post-war Czechoslovakia, though a unitary state, it was reconstituted as a home to two brotherly nations of Czechs and Slovaks. 894. These vagaries of history and politics, and inconsistencies in the application of the principle of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, leave today's Slovakia as the most ethno-linguistically heterogeneous nation-state in Central Europe. Mečiar and his proponents saw it as a danger to the Slovak nation and nationhood. Hence, they undertook policies that were to increase the homogeneity of Slovakia, and invariably pushed the state toward authoritarianism. Zurinda and his followers decided to see Slovakia's continuing heterogeneity as a positive value, for which they were rewarded. Slovakia became a member of NATO and the European Union in 2004. This saved the state's faltering geopolitical status in Central Europe and prevented the termination of the superstandard relations between Slovakia and the Czech Republic, had the former state failed to enter the EU. An end to the Czech-Slovak customs union, and free flow of goods, services, students, and job seekers across this unusually permeable border would have isolated Slovakia and crippled its economy, which perhaps would have put power into the hands of Mečiar and the proponents of authoritarian-cum-nationalist regime in Slovakia. Zurinda's choice of democracy and multiculturalism was not without its discontents. In 2001, the Hungarian parliament adopted the institution of Magyar identity card for the Magyar minorities in Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania, and Ukraine. Short of granting them Hungarian citizenship, This card enables ethnic Magyars with no Hungarian citizenship to work in Hungary, and their minority organizations to obtain financial support from the Hungarian state budget. Magyar deputies appealed to Dzurindó to allow this card in Slovakia and threatened to leave the government if he did not. They argued that the institution of the Magyar identity card largely emulated the decisions of the 1997 Slovak Act on expatriate Slovaks. Dzurindó's administration did not nullify this act, though it was adopted during the last year of Mečiar's increasingly authoritarian regime. Unlike the Magyar identity card, the scope of this act is limited to the territory of Slovakia, but it allows for a broad definition of a Slovak, by granting this status to any person whose one grandparent at least was a Slovak. However, before 1918, there were no registers of ethnic Slovaks in Hungary, thus this act deems two affidavits given by two Slovak citizens or two already recognized expatriate Slovaks as sufficient to confirm that one of the applicant's grandparents was an ethnic Slovak indeed. Furthermore, the status of expatriate Slovak can be granted to applicants living all over the world, except Slovakia, unlike in the case of the Magyar identity card. This card's benefits are limited to the countries with sizable Magyar minorities, and whose territories in entirety or in part, were included within the borders of the Hungarian half of Austria-Hungary prior to 1918. 895. Under the pressure of these arguments, the Slovak governing coalition eventually passed an appropriate act in 2003 to permit the issuing and use of Magyar identity cards in Slovakia. This triggered accusations of treason leveled by the opposition headed by Mečiar. They also alleged that Dzurindó was a Rom, and the deputy prime minister, Ivan Miklos, a Rusin, and concluded that not being Slovaks, Dzurindó and Miklos do not govern Slovakia in the interest of the Slovak nation. This reminded the attempts of Poland's ethno-national ultra-Catholic opposition to discredit various conservative and social democratic cabinets by dubbing their numerous members as Jews. In 2002, the Hungarian referendum on granting Magyar minorities living abroad Hungarian citizenship was made invalid by too low a turnout of voters, most of whom voted against the proposal. This prevented another nationalistically motivated crisis in Slovakia. 2 years later, the eastward enlargement of the EU largely solved the Magyar issue in Slovakia. Slovak citizens, irrespective of their ethnic background, can move and work in Hungary, and their Hungarian counterparts in Hungary, and also elsewhere in the Union. 16 commentators noticed that after the breakup of the dual monarchy in regard of ethno-linguistic and national diversity, Czechoslovakia emerged as an Austria-Hungary in miniature. The same happened to Slovakia following the Velvet Divorce. This feature also reflects the multilingual, multi-ethnic, and multinational character of the European Union. Slovak citizens exposed to similar diversity in their everyday life in their own country seem to be better prepared to brave the challenge of the enlarged EU. But in Central Europe, acceptance for and espousal of ethno-linguistic diversity as a positive value is not a foregone conclusion. The Roma remain the largest excluded and stigmatized group of population in their region as elsewhere in Europe. Warsaw clings to the orthodoxy of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, withholding recognition of the Silesians and the Kashubians as national or ethnic minorities. The same course of action Prague follows toward the Moravians and the Silesians. On the positive side, it seems that Budapest eventually ceased to politicize the Magyar minorities in neighboring states and introduced a very congenial minority rights protection system in Hungary when it endeavored to improve the lot of these Magyar minorities abroad. However, even this achievement is sometimes marred by official lapses into the rhetoric of pre-1918 Great Hungary. In the post-communist period, Slovak society modernized and changed as its counterparts elsewhere in Central Europe. In 2004, 5% of the workforce was employed in agriculture, 30.5% in manufacturing and construction, and 55.7% in services. The emphasis on services and knowledge-based economy entailed a rapid increase in the number of 896 university-level students, whose number more than doubled from 67,000 to 142,000 between 1993 and 2003. To provide for this staggering educational aspiration, numerous new schools of higher learning were founded. In 2003, there were 26 schools of higher learning in Slovakia. In the same year, Poland enjoyed 364 schools of higher learning, Hungary 104 and the Czech Republic 64. The number of Slovak students was actually higher than the number given above, because numerous Slovak citizens pursued their university studies at Czech universities, where they enjoy the same rights and privileges as Czechs thanks to the superstandard relations between Slovakia and the Czech Republic. In Central Europe, Poland naturally produced the highest number of students, who numbered 1.78 million in 2003, and was followed by Hungary with 0.33 million students and the Czech Republic with 260,000 students. The best use is made of the highly improved qualifications of the workforce in Hungary and the Czech Republic with 5.8 and 8.9% unemployment rate, respectively in 2001. In the same year, this rate topped 19.2% in Slovakia, and 18.2% in Poland. Understandably, after the 2004 EU enlargement, high unemployment and improved education drove relatively more immigrants from Poland and Slovakia to the United Kingdom 17 than from the Czech Republic or Hungary. In November 2005, 138,000 Poles and 31,000 Slovaks found legal employment in the UK. They amounted, respectively, to 58 and 11% of all the immigrants from the new member states who registered in Great Britain. After Poles and Lithuanians, Slovaks constitute the third largest group of immigrants from the new EU member states. Slovakia's book production sector stagnated and even temporarily shrank after the breakup of Czechoslovakia. Between the late 1980s and 2004, the annual output of book titles in the Czech Republic skyrocketed from 4,000 to 15,700. In the same period, book production in Slovakia slowly increased from 3,000 titles to 4,000 in 1996, but plunged to 2,500 the following year. The peak of 4,500 titles was reached in 1998 and leveled out afterward, oscillating between 3,500 and 4,000 titles per annum. In 2002, 60 book titles were published per 100,000 inhabitants in Slovakia, which does not compare well with the indicator of 140 titles for the Czech Republic. In the late 1980s, the figures were 40 for the Czech lands and 60 for Slovakia, respectively. Apparently, the privileged status of Slovak language book production in comparison with its Czech language counterpart was a result of the affirmative action for Slovak language and culture, which set in after 1968 in federalized Czechoslovakia. 897. In 1991, the Czech Republic produced 70% of the Czechoslovak GDP and Slovakia 30%. Despite the subsequent poorer performance of the Slovak economy after the 1993 Velvet Divorce, the ratio still holds, and the living standard in Slovakia is only slightly lower than in the Czech Republic. Hence, the initial growth in the Czech language book production stemmed from the termination of this affirmative action, at least up to the level of 6,000, which ensured the output of 60 titles per 10,000 inhabitants in the Czech Republic. The subsequent growth was possible thanks to the burgeoning Czech economy. On the other hand, consumption of culture per head remained almost equal in both states. Hence, Czech publishers continued to supply for the growing demand in this respect not only in the Czech Republic but also in Slovakia. This made it possible for the explosive growth of Czech language book production. Paradoxically, after the reaffirming of the unique position of Slovak as state language in Slovakia after 1993, the presence of Czech language publications in Slovakia did not lessen, but rapidly increased. In Slovakia, most up-to-date academic textbooks in technology, natural and social sciences, and most translations of fiction and specialist literature are available in Czech only. The leading Czech dailies and news weeklies are on sale all over Slovakia. Numerous volumes in cheap series of world literature, sold together with the enterprising Slovak newspapers, are too in Czech. Czech language publications usually make up almost one-third of the stock in Slovak bookshops. The Czech language newspaper, Hospodářské noviny, previously the main economic daily of pre-1993 Czechoslovakia, doubly profits from the continuing traditional Czech-Slovak bilingualism. The newspaper split into two mutations, one entirely Czech language for the Czech Republic, and the other entirely Slovak language for Slovakia. However, both are owned by a single company. Hospodářské noviny ranks as second largest daily in the latter country. It is practically natural for a Slovak student and average reader to peruse Czech language publications on everyday basis. This is not true of their Czech counterparts. After 1993, a Slovak language book is a rare sight in Czech bookshops. 18. In a poll conducted in 2003 in the Czech Republic, 80% respondents claimed to understand Slovak while 30% maintained they were able to speak in this language, but merely 19% admitted to read Slovak language publications. In the late 1980s, the ratio of Czech and Slovak book titles produced per annum was 4:3, but by 2004, it changed to 15.7:4 to the detriment of the Slovak language book supply. The penetration of Czech language publications in Slovakia is the highest in history, whereas the presence of Slovak language books and periodicals in the Czech Republic is much smaller than before 1993. 898. The situation is similar in the field of radio, TV, and cinematic production, but not in such a pronounced manner. The 1995 Act on the State Language was as much aimed against the Magyar minority as at preventing the growing presence of the Czech language in Slovakia. Article 5 requires all foreign TV and radio programs broadcast or sold in the form of audio and video cassettes, and DVD discs in Slovakia to be dubbed or subtitled in Slovak. In addition, Article 5.2 allows exclusively dubbing of foreign programs earmarked for children aged 12 or younger. Dubbing and subtitling of Czech programs in Slovakia triggered surprise and barely concealed outrage in the Czech Republic, but it quickly subsided. Although Czechoslovak films, in which Czech and Slovak are often interwoven, are shown in both states without translation, the Czechoslovak superstandard bilingualism slowly disappears in the Czech Republic, and it becomes a regular kind of bilingualism in Slovakia. For children born and educated in Slovakia after 1993, Czech is a foreign language, as for their counterparts in the Czech Republic. On the other hand, in Slovakia, Czech is the most important foreign language, followed by English or German. It is not true of Slovak in the Czech Republic, where it is considered to be a minor and hardly a useful tongue, on a par with Slovenian and Danish. Not surprisingly, not a single bilingual dictionary of Slovak was published in the Czech Republic after 1989. There was no demand or political need for such a publication. On the contrary, the disappearance of Czech from political life and schools in Slovakia, accompanied by the growing presence of this language in Slovakia's mass media market, required compilation of bilingual dictionaries increasingly needed by Slovak users of Czech with little formal knowledge of this language. In 1997, Konstantin Horecký's short Slovensko-český a Československý slovník rozdělník výrazov came off the press. 7 years later, it was followed by the first full-fledged bilingual dictionary published after the breakup of Czechoslovakia, Československý slovensko-český slovník by Tajana Balková and Stefan Gren. This dictionary is one of few Slovak books widely distributed in the Czech Republic, which is a sign of growing interest in the common Czech-Slovak past. In 2005, the Slovak Academy of Sciences pledged to compile a new authoritative 800-page-long Czech-Slovak dictionary, which is badly needed. But so far, the Academy of Sciences of the Czech Republic has not reciprocated this initiative. Not surprisingly, there is no demand for an authoritative Slovak-Czech dictionary in the Czech Republic. After the initial flurry of activity that secured the unique position of sole official language for Slovak in Slovakia and that banished Czech from official and privileged public use, few resources and attention were extended to research on and the codification of this language. Unlike in interwar Czechoslovakia or communist Czechoslovakia, Hardly anybody questions the prevailing codification. 899. Of Slovak steeped in Písier's Čechizing pravidla slovenského pravopisu, and equally Čechizing Slovnik slovenského jazyka. The moderating effect of Ruzia's 1966 Tezi o Slovenii, incorporated into the new reprints of Písier's pravidla, was seen as sufficient. In 1991, the moderate dechechizing changes were incorporated in the new edition of Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu edited by Ivar Repka and prepared for publication by the Stir Institute of Linguistics. Updated reprints of this over 500-page-long reference appeared in 1998 and 2000. No attempts were immediately undertaken to compile a new authoritative multi-volume dictionary of the Slovak language that would replace Písier's outdated and controversial reference. Tentatively, the dechechizing changes, introduced by the 1991 reform, were incorporated into the third edition of Kakula and Pisarkikova Skratky Slovnik Slovenského jazyka, whose size almost doubled to 950 pages. At present, this dictionary, in combination with pravidla, serves as the touchstone for the correctness of Slovak usage. Between 1991 and 2005, 6 of the 7 planned volumes of Milan Mahtan's Historiky Slovnik Slovenského jazyka were published. It covers all the Slavic words that cropped up in manuscripts and publications produced prior to the codification of Brno-Latina at the end of the 18th century. In this manner, all this pre-19th century corpus of Upper Hungary's Slavophone vocabulary was retroactively claimed as belonging to the Slovak language, though the concept of Slovak language had not existed at that time. The sole lacuna remaining in Slovak historical lexicography is the first half of the 19th century, bracketed by the codifications of Brno-Latina and Stur's Standard Slovak. So far no dictionary has recorded the vocabulary of this period. Between 1994 and 2005, 2 volumes of Ferdinand Buffa's Slovnik Slovenskih národí were printed. This work claims for Slovak all the Slavic vocabulary current in Upper Hungary and recorded on the territory of today's Slovakia in the 19th and 20th centuries, which have not made it into the lexicon of Standard Slovak. Thus, the political-cum-linguistic process of making the national language of Slovakia in its spatial and historical dimensions has almost been completed. This process closely emulated the Central European model of how to construct a national language, standardize it, spread its use among a postulated/realized nation and throughout the nation-state, and project the imagined roots of this language back into the past. In Central Europe, this political-cum-linguistic construct mirrors and legitimizes the national use of history that focuses on a nation and its postulated/realized nation-state and projects the roots of both entities back into the distant past. Alleged continuity and antiquity of national 900. Statehood, nation, and its language, however tenuous, are eagerly embraced, promoted, and scholarly substantiated. This is so because in the 19th and 20th centuries, these qualities were accepted as the ultimate foundation of political legitimacy in Central Europe. In 2001, the publication commenced of the first ever Slovak authoritative encyclopedia, the 12-volume Encyclopedia Biljana. When completed as planned in 2012, or a year later, it will give a finishing touch to the Slovak language and nation. In the Central European paradigm of ethno-linguistic nationalism, it will be a sign that the Slovak nation and its language have come of age. In addition, the Stir Institute of Linguistics has just finished the preparation of the brand new 8-volume authoritative Slovnik Súčasného slovenského jazyka, edited by Eljubika Balazova and Klara Buzasova. The publication of this work began with its first volume in 2006, and if completed according to the plan by 2021, it will have replaced Písier's Slovnik slovenského jazyka, in line with the slightly dechechized norm of contemporary Slovak as set by Ruzia's 1966 Tezi o Slovencina and Repka's 1991 Pravidla Slovenského pravopisu. This new authoritative dictionary will also collect the Slovak vocabulary used and created in the second half of the 20th century. At that point, the single, though rather insignificant, deficiency, which the language will suffer in comparison with Czech, Magyar, or Polish, will be the lack of an etymological dictionary of the Slovak language. However, with Czech and Slovak being genetically close languages, Czech dictionaries of this kind can be fruitfully used by Slovak users. Obviously, it may hurt national pride, if one continues to believe that the standardized national language, codified and described by numerous authoritative dictionaries of various kinds, legitimizes the very existence of a nation and its nation-state. The compilers of Slovník Súčasného Slovenského jazyka were clearly aware of this predicament and provided the words collected in this dictionary with etymological tags, which inform the user on from which language a given word is derived. This is of no help with purely Slovak lexemes. It appears that the compilers decided to walk the middle path between the descriptivist approach and the pronounced prescriptivist, read, de-Czechizing agenda, espoused by some Slovak linguists. The latter oppose Bohemianisms currently in use among the Slovaks, and, on the basis of Latin and some obsolete usages, coin neologisms for well-established Slovak words, which they deem to be too Czech. As a result, this authoritative dictionary mixes the descriptivist and prescriptivist stance. 901. Unlike its Polish counterpart, Halina Zgolko was Praktyzny Slovnikus Polczesnich Polszczyzny, which assumed a descriptivist approach. Slovak linguists of the prescriptivist persuasion still see language as the main instrument of guaranteeing the unity of the nation and its nation-state. However, Slovak and Polish linguists, who follow such a prescriptivist cum nationalist urge, have no legal instruments to impose their neologisms and preferred usages on the population at large. Hence, in practice, it is people who decide which words enter language and which become obsolete. The danger of walking the middle path is that Balazova and Buzasova's work may breach the promise of its title, the Dictionary of the Contemporary Slovak Language, and become, in part, a dictionary of obscure words and neologisms not used in contemporary Slovak. The compilation of the new authoritative Slovak dictionary is much more closely connected to the political needs than it is in the case of any lexicographic works compiled nowadays in the Czech Republic, Hungary, or Poland. On January 22, 2007, the function on the publication of the first volume of Slovník Súčasného Slovenského jazyka was attended, among others, by the head of the office of the Slovak president, a high-ranking representative of the Ministry of Education, and the chair of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. The question of language still remains a significant focus of Slovak politics, which, perhaps should not surprise one when it is remembered that the nation-state gained its internationally recognized independence only in 1993. Apart from the aforesaid, it must be also mentioned that after Zgolko was Praktyzny Slovnikus Polczesnich Polszczyzny, Balazova and Buzasova's Slovník Súčasného Slovenského jazyka is the second authoritative dictionary of a Central European language edited by women. This is a sign that the position of woman gradually becomes equal to that of man in traditionally strongly patriarchal Central Europe. But it may also mean that because the Central European nation-states, along with their national languages, were already safely established, the dreary task of dealing with the small issues of day-to-day languages and maintenance was gladly passed on to female scholars. Their male colleagues prefer top administrative positions in academia and venture into politics, where there is more pecuniary profit and power for them than in compilation of dictionaries. Prior to 1993, the codification of the Slovak language and its official status were much more precarious and tentative than those of its Central European counterparts, Czech, Magyar, and Polish. The codified standards of all the three languages developed in the 19th century. Magyar has been continuously used as the national and official language of Hungary since 1867. Polish achieved the same political distinction in 1869 in the Austrian Crown land of Galicia, and after 1918, in the newly founded Polish nation-state. Czech closely paralleled the political route of Polish. In the early 1880s, it became an official language. 902. Of Bohemia and Moravia, where it had to share the status with German. After 1918, though in the guise of the Czechoslovak language, Czech was established as the sole official language in the Czech lands, and the de facto official language of entire Czechoslovakia. During World War II, the official status of Polish was limited to the general government, and of Czech to the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. In the former polity, German and Ukrainian functioned as co-official languages and German in the latter. Slovak emerged as the sole official language of wartime Slovakia. After 1945, the dominance of Czech was re-established in renewed Czechoslovakia, and Polish became the sole official language in post-war Poland. The 1968–1969 federalization of Czechoslovakia largely made away with the domination of Czech in the state, and allowed Slovak to penetrate into the Czech lands. After 1993, the official position of Slovak is unchallenged in Slovakia, like that of Czech in the Czech Republic. Both languages enjoy the same status in their respective nation-states, like Magyar in Hungary and Polish in Poland. The fall of communism and the dissolution of the Soviet bloc made it possible to brush aside the imposition of Russian as the preferred foreign language taught at schools in all the four polities. English and German replaced Russian in this role. Meanwhile, the 2004 enlargement of the European Union conferred on Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak the status of the Union's official languages. De jure, they became languages of international communication in the EU. This distinction is of little substance, because it is non-native speakers who, by learning and using a foreign language, make it into a genuine language of international communication. Precious few study Czech, Magyar, Polish, or Slovak. But with the security of the corresponding nation-states guaranteed by NATO, and their economic prosperity by the EU, the existence of all the four languages is as safe and ensured as never before. Sadly, the fortified dominance of these four languages seems to doom dialects, minority, and regional languages to extinction, because Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak political thought has not yet been loosened from its 2 centuries-long attachment to the idea that a nation must speak a single national language, and that the nation's legitimate nation-state must be made ethno-linguistically homogeneous by gathering all the speakers of the national language within the polity's borders, and by assimilating or expelling the speakers of other languages from the nation-state. Unless rejected or modified, this uniquely Central European norm of radical political isomorphism of the national language and the nation-state will hurt the economic and social development of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia in the increasingly multilingual, multicultural and multi-ethnic European Union, and in the rapidly globalizing world. 903. Until the founding of semi-independent Hungary in Austria-Hungary and of Central Europe's nation-states in the wake of World War I, the inhabitants of this region were either multilingual or frequently experienced the phenomenon of multilingualism in their everyday life. The forced imposition of national languages on the inhabitants of the Central European nation-states weakened this tradition of multilingualism during the interwar period. The definitive end of this tradition came during World War II with multiple genocides, forced assimilation, forced population expulsions, and numerous border changes. The processes commenced with the Anschluss Beta of Austria in 1938, and were largely over in 1950. Their result was the unprecedented ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-states of Central Europe. The rise of truly popular literacy in national languages and the speedy development of radio and television facilitated swift liquidation of remaining dialectal difference and pockets with speakers of various minority languages. Ironically, the hailed fathers of nations in Central Europe, who dreamed up various nationalisms, which produced the monolingual nation-states in the region, were multilingual themselves. In the 19th century, Magyar and Czech national leaders often spoke better German than their own national languages. That was also true of their Slovak counterparts, who also shared the knowledge of Magyar and Latin with Magyar intellectuals. At the same time, Polish national leaders spoke German if they lived in the Prussian and Austrian partition zones of former Poland-Lithuania, and Russian in Russia's partition zone. In addition, the aristocracy and the most aspiring intellectuals and politicians excelled themselves in the command of French until World War II. The social and economic value and need for multilingualism were so acutely felt in the region of Pressburg that, In the early 19th century, it caused the largely illiterate and uneducated peasants to come up with the uniquely practical system of child exchange. Croatian - German - Magyar, and Slovak-speaking neighbors exchanged their children among themselves for periods of several weeks to a few months, so that they would acquire the various languages spoken in a village. This system survived well into the interwar period, and Magyar parents cultivated it in Slovakia until the 1970s. Nowadays, the largest classical minority, who survived in Central Europe and retained the command of their national language, are the Magyars of Slovakia. Most of them know Slovak, but regretfully few Slovaks acquire Magyar. Observance of human rights and protection of minorities guaranteed by law, along with mastering such languages of international communication as English, German, French, Russian, or Spanish seem insufficient to foster goodwill and social inclusion in Central Europe. To this end, learning of languages spoken by minorities should become de rigueur as it used to be prior to World War II. The litmus test is how Central Europe's actual largest minority, Roma, is treated and if their fellow citizens endeavor to learn Romani. 904. The Roma not having a standardized language, their own nation-state, or a concept of Romani nation for that matter, suffered greatly in the 20th century Europe of nation-states. But should European integration and globalization transcend nationalism or at least make national borders more permeable, the Roma are best prepared to live and thrive in this post-national, or not exclusively national, era. Versed in the languages of the states and regions where they live, besides their native Romani, they are as multilingual as Central Europeans before 1918. Unfortunately, prejudice and arbitrary administrative measures made Roma into a pariah underclass in Europe. Time will soon show whether Central Europe's Roma and Slovakia's Magyar minority become the examples of multilingualism and multiculturalism to be followed and emulated elsewhere in Europe. I hope this chance will not be wasted. 12. Conclusion. Asian, a wonderfully convenient word, since one makes of it whatever one wishes. 1. Considerations on Franz Joseph Meister. My old home, the monarchy, alone, was a great mansion with many doors and many chambers, for every condition of men. This mansion has been divided, split up, splintered. I have nothing more to seek for, there. I am used to living in a home, not in cabins. The bust of the Emperor, Joseph Roth, are all huge systems of vested interests, which sullenly resist critical inquiry. Edward Sapir. We must give up the mental habit of assuming nations, and of ignoring non-national kinds of politics. We must stop thinking ahistorically. That is an important step toward understanding things as they are and were. Jeremy King. The Central European languages and nationalisms in the long 19th century. By the turn of the 19th century, the Czech, Polish, and Magyar languages had been made into the ideological basis of the corresponding nationalisms. These nationalisms, increasingly steeped in language and culture, soon acquired the garb of ethnicity as their main ideological principle. This development unfolded earliest in the case of Czech and Magyar nationalisms. It was a reaction. 905. 906. Against the replacement of universal Latin with ethnically specific German in the Habsburg realms during the second half of the 1780s. In the Czech case, the movement for the revival of Chancery Bohemian as a Czech language gradually spawned Czech nationalism during the first decades of the 19th century. Not only was the publication of Joseph Jungmann's 5-volume Slovenské Česko Německy the main milestone in the codification of Czech, but this event also marked the transition from the Czech language movement to the Czech national movement. The backbone of both these trends was Bohemia's Czech-speaking clergy and intelligentsia of peasant and burgher craftsman background. But it was the largely German-speaking Bohemian nobles who first urged the use of Bohemian in publications during the latter half of the 18th century and then protected the language movement and the moderate strain of the national movement up to the mid-19th century. These nobles, as representatives of the Bohemian Natio, acted in the name of their region and its population with no national or ethno-linguistic undertones. Their attitude was described as Landisch Patriotismus, or regional patriotism. They could not predict that their support for the codification of the Czech language would split the regional communities of the Bohemians, the Moravians, and the Silesians into increasingly nationally minded Czech and German speakers during the second half of the 19th century. Unlike Czechs, the Magyars were backed by their own state, the Kingdom of Hungary. One would think that in this case, the urge of the predominantly Magyarophone Hungarian Nation would not be for language and ethnicity but for their long-lasting state, reconstituted at the close of the 17th century in the wake of the Habsburgs' successful wars with the Ottoman Empire. Yet, the example of German nationalism and the influence of Herder's ideas proved irresistible. After the negative reaction to Vienna's centralizing reforms and the imposition of German as the sole official language, Latin was reintroduced in Hungary in the early 1790s, but simultaneously Magyar was promoted in the role of the official language. During the 1820s, the political and cultural life of Hungary concentrated in Pest, and at that time, the Magyar language was made into the ethno-cultural basis of Magyar noble nationalism. The language reform movement aimed at overhauling Magyar into a modern language, which would be able to compete with German and French in all spheres of modern life. This resulted in the radical redefinition of the noble Hungarian Nation as ethnic Magyar nation and of the Kingdom of Hungary as the Magyar nation-state. Paradoxically, the notion of the Magyar nation was both more inclusive and more exclusive than its predecessor, the Hungarian Nation. On the one hand, this novel ethnic concept reached outside the closed estate of the nobility to the Magyarophone peasantry, but on the other hand it shut out Hungary's non-Magyar speaking population, thereby excluding it from the commonality of the Magyar nation. Conclusion 907. In 1836, Magyar became the official language in Hungary, and 8 years later, it finally replaced Latin in the Hungarian Diet. The 1840s saw the coalescence of an ethnic Magyar nation that transcended the traditional estates' cleavages. The confrontation between the Magyars and Hungary's non-Magyar speakers in the course of the Hungarian War of Independence provided the Magyar national movement with the enduring myth and point of historical reference, despite the Germanization that set in as Vienna's reaction to Magyar separatist aspirations. As in Hungary, Poland-Lithuania's political class was constituted from the noble Nation. The difference was that Hungary, in spite of the separation of Transylvania and the special status of Croatia, was imagined as a unitary state. From its inception at the end of the 14th century, Poland-Lithuania had been a dual polity. Unlike Chancery Bohemian or Chancery Magyar, the Polish language had been in continuous official use since the 16th century. It had two serious competitors, Latin and Ruthenian, written in Cyrillic, in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. At the end of the 17th century, Ruthenian was phased out in the Grand Duchy as Polish became the sole official language with Latin in the role of an auxiliary language. At the same time, in the Kingdom of Poland, Latin dominated in education and legal documents, if not in grassroots politics. The final switch to Polish occurred in 1773 when this language superseded Latin in the reformed educational system. By default, Latin disappeared from politics and legal documents, although it was a gradual process completed at the beginning of the 1790s. Thus, during the last 3 decades of the 18th century, Polish became the only official language of Poland-Lithuania. At the same time, the territory of this commonwealth was seriously curtailed in the course of the two partitions in 1772 and 1793. Hence, the reforms were never applied in the area seized by Austria, Prussia, and Russia in the first partition. The second partition limited the full thrust of these reforms to the remaining rump of Poland-Lithuania. However, the system complete with Polish as the medium of education, and Polish language administration survived in Russia's partition zone until the early 1830s. At the beginning of the 19th century, in the Russian Empire, there were more people literate in Polish than in fledgling Russian. Rump Poland-Lithuania, eventually erased from the map in 1795, was recreated in 1807 as the French Protectorate of Duchy of Warsaw under the rule of the Saxonian monarch, which entailed the use of French and German, alongside Polish, in administration. After 1815, the duchy was transformed into the Kingdom of Poland under the Russian Tsar's control, and the Free City of Krakow under the protection of Austria, Prussia, and Russia. In both polities, Polish was preserved as the official language and the medium of education. 908. The reaction to the liquidation of Poland-Lithuania and the spread of nationalism during the Napoleonic Wars fostered the development of the Polish national movement. Apart from some minor points, after the publication of Samuel Bogomil Linda's 6-volume Słownika Języka Polskiego, the question of the modernization and standardization of the Polish language was largely settled. The Polish-Lithuanian Natio took this language as its main ideological badge in the absence of its state, and redefined itself as the Polish nation. Unlike in the Magyar case, only the Polish-Lithuanian Natio constituted this Polish nation. Here, speaking Polish was not enough. First, the Polish-speaking peasantry, who by definition did not belong to any estate, was not included in this Polish nation, which was just another name for the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. Secondly, burghers, who were a relatively weak group and did not constitute a unified estate in Poland-Lithuania, were more often than not excluded from the fold of the Polish nation. Most burghers had a working command of Polish, but this was not enough to include them in the nation, as they were predominantly of Jewish and German-speaking origin. This meant that they professed Judaism and Lutheranism, respectively, which placed them outside the Polish nation, so intimately connected to Catholicism from the mid-17th century. Thirdly, the ethno-linguistically non-Polish Greek Catholic and Orthodox nobles of the Grand Duchy and Galicia, and Lutheran merchants of Royal Prussia often spoke Polish, but usually acquired it as their second language. The command of Polish helped, but their status as part of the Polish-Lithuanian estates was decisive when members of these groups wished to be included in the novel political entity of the Polish nation. Conversion to Catholicism, however, was increasingly required. The ideological conflation of language, nobility, and to a degree, Catholicism, accounted for the failures of the anti-Russian uprisings of 1830 to 1831 and 1863 to 1864, staged by Polish-Lithuanian nobles. They were joined by a handful of burghers and Jewish artisans, but peasants shunned these wars of lords. Simultaneously, continued avoidance of a clearly drawn ethno-linguistic definition of the Polish nation allowed for the inclusion of ethnically Lithuanian and Ruthenian nobility and intelligentsia in the ranks of the Polish national movement. It was better, however, if they spoke some Polish, or, with time, acquired this language, especially in the second half of the 19th century. Lithuanian-speaking nobles invariably professed Catholicism, which accounted for a stronger bond with the Polish nation than in the case of their Ruthenian counterparts, whose overwhelming majority belonged to the Greek Catholic Church. At the turn of the 19th century, Orthodoxy as a minor faith of the Ruthenian-speaking peasantry did not feature in this equation. The successes of the Kingdom of Italy and the German Empire, founded as nation-states for the ethnically construed nations of the Italians and the Germans, as well as the increasing force of various ethnic nationalisms. Conclusion 909. In Austria-Hungary tipped the balance in favor of nationalism as a significant ideology of power legitimization. In the 1880s, the Lithuanian and Ukrainian ethno-national movements came into being, and in the following decade, Polish ethno-nationalism finally superseded the tradition of Polish noble nationalism, then deemed obsolete. The idea of ethno-linguistically defined nationalism took longer to spread within the Russian Empire. First, the ideology of Russian imperialism based on the Orthodox Church hindered the rise of Russian ethno-linguistic nationalism. In the last 4 decades of the 19th century, however, the Russian language and Cyrillic became more important than Orthodoxy in this ideological package. In emulation of the language policies pursued in the German Empire, St. Petersburg sought to impose Russian as the sole language of administration and education in the Russian Empire, hoping to overhaul Thepoli ethno-linguistically and religiously variegated inhabitants into an exclusively Russian-speaking and preferably Orthodox Russian nation, headed by the political cum religious figurehead of Tsar. The revolution of 1905 thwarted this process, allowing for reaffirming linguistic and religious differences in the empire, thus making it in this respect more similar to de facto and de jure multi-ethnic and multilingual Austria-Hungary than the officially ethno-linguistically homogeneous German Empire. Likewise, in the wake of the Bolshevik Revolution, communism, not nationalism, legitimized the creation of the utopian classless proletarian society in the Soviet Union, a successor to the Russian Empire. The tension arose between the aspirations of Polish ethnic nationalists, who wished to turn the territory of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania into an ethnic Polish nation-state, and the non-Polish ethno-linguistic national movements, which had already emerged in this area at the end of the 19th century. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Belarusian national movement joined its Lithuanian, Polish, and Ukrainian counterparts. A similar tension between Magyar nationalism and non-Magyar national movements, which coalesced on the territory of historic Hungary, the Magyars felt much earlier and even more painfully. In 1849, when Vienna, with the Russian aid, suppressed the Magyar bid for independence, these non-Magyar national movements came to the succor of the Austrian emperor, who promised them a modicum of cultural and linguistic autonomy. The gradual return of Magyar as the official language in Hungary during the 1860s was the first step to the 1867 Ausgleich that transformed the Austrian Empire into dual Austria-Hungary. Only then, was the Magyar language finally codified with Gergely István Csükszer and János Fogarasi's authoritative 6-volume Magyar Nyelvzodora. With this lexicographic instrument and full autonomy, there was no check left that could mitigate the Hungarian government's policy of Magyarization. As the Magyarization pressure increased in the 1890s and 1900s, however, the non-Magyar national movements mobilized to develop 910 their languages and organizational life, and began to cooperate with one another. The case of Slovak nationalism is quite different from the Magyar and Polish national movements that credibly stemmed from their well-established traditions of continuous statehood. The Hungarian state had been immersed in the Habsburgs' realm since the 16th century, but gained much autonomy as of 1867, while its Poland-Lithuanian counterpart was of quite precarious and checkered character between 1775 and 1918. Even Czech nationalists conflated statehood tradition of the lands of the Czech crown with their ethno-linguistic nationalism, despite the fact that since the 10th century the Czech lands had been continuously immersed in the Holy Roman Empire, and then in the Austrian Empire, the German Confederation, and Austria-Hungary. Out of present-day Central Europe's recognized nations only the Slovaks could not claim a well-defined tradition of statehood. Thus, they had anachronistically to imagine Greater Moravia as their state to legitimize the Slovak national movement in the eyes of their neighbors and Western Europe. In reality, there was no people going by the name of Slovaks prior to the 19th century. Upper Hungary's Slavophone population had not known any other state but Hungary from the 10th century to 1918. They had no memory of Greater Moravia, which was inculcated in the Slovaks and lie through the Slovak national movement and the Slovak language schools. There was also no pressure to grant this population any specific rights because, until the beginning of the 19th century, it was composed of insulated peasant communities, which did not express any awareness of belonging to a regional group, or, let alone, a nation. As peasants and shepherds, they stuck to their villages and valleys and to their Catholic and Protestant parishes, while in a broader plane they expressed their unwavering loyalty to their faith and the emperor who simultaneously served as the King of Hungary. This stasis unraveled when Magyar replaced Latin as the official language and the Magyar nation gradually replaced the old estate social structure. At that time, only Magyarophone noblemen and German-speaking burghers received education and held positions of power. Slovaks were confined to their villages, apart from Protestant and Catholic clergymen who stemmed from their ranks. Equally versed in Latin, German, Magyar, and Bohemian, Catholic priests and Protestant pastors functioned as a conduit for the spread of nationalism among the Slovaks. Until the mid-19th century, religion predominated in its ideological role among the Slovaks. Protestants, who formed some 15% of Upper Hungary's inhabitants, cherished their links with Bohemia that dated back to the 1620s when, in the wake of religious warfare, many Bohemian Protestants left for more tolerant Hungary. These Protestant refugees from Conclusion 911. Bohemia brought along their language, Bohemian, modeled on the language of the late 16th century Kralis Bible. They called their language Biblitina, or the biblical language, thus honoring this Protestant translation of the Bible. The partial replacement of Universal Latin with German and Magyar at the end of the 18th century encouraged more book production in Biblitina. The Catholic hierarchy also recognized the need to supply their Slavophone faithful with religious books in a language intelligible to the latter. Obviously, Catholic priests shunned Biblitina as a Protestant language, and linked historically to Bohemian heretics. Father Anton Bernolak codified a new language based on the Slavophone vernacular of Pressburg and its vicinity. He devoted most of his life to the compilation of the 6-volume dictionary, Slower Slovenski Sesko Latinsko Nemeko Uherski, SCU Lexicon Slavicum Bohemico Latino Germanico Ungaricum. In these dictionaries' bilingual title, Bernolak called the newly codified language interchangeably Slovak, Slavic, and Czech. He and his followers never settled for any specific name, hence one refers to this language nowadays as Bernolatina, or Bernolak's language. Although this dictionary was produced shortly after Linda Slonica Jezika Poli-Skigo and a decade earlier than Jungmann Sloan J.K. Nemeki, it did not directly contribute to the codification of the Slovak language. Until the mid-19th century, only slightly more than 300 books were published in Bernolatina. Protestants replied with Juraj Palkovi CS 2-volume Dictionary of Biblitina, Bomis Deutsch-Latinisches Wörterbuch mit Beifügungen den Slowaken und Maren eigenen Ausdruck und Redensarten, and a widening array of books and periodicals on non-religious issues produced in this language. Palkovi called this language Bohemian, and considered the Slavic speakers of the Czech lands and Upper Hungary a single people. This contributed to the development of Czechoslovakism. The Slovak pastor Ludovic Stur and his colleagues decided to reaffirm separateness of the Slovak language vis-a-vis Czech in the 1840s. Stur based this language on the Slavic dialect of what today is Central Slovakia. His codification is known under the name of Sturovčina, or Stur's language. Single-handedly Stur and his friends overhauled what had been the Protestant Czechoslovak language movement into the Slovak national movement in the latter half of the 1840s. As a reaction to Magyarization, the coalescence of Slovak nationalism was carried out mainly against Magyar nationalism. It was mostly a Protestant affair, as Catholics did not accept Sturovčina and refrained from participating in the Slovak national movement. In 1852, Catholics and Protestants accepted Martin Hadella's synthesis of Sturovčina with elements of Bernolatina as the Slovak language, which obtains to this day. The language question largely settled. The 1861 Slovak Rally adopted the 912 Memorandum of the Slovak nation, where for the first time, Slovakia was defined as a specific geographic cum administrative region, based on the argument that mostly Slovaks lived in this area. In the mid-1870s, Budapest forcefully closed the cultural institutions and the secondary schools, which the Slovak national movement had founded a decade earlier. During the 1880s, Slovak political and cultural life came to a standstill under the Magyarizing pressure. Quite contrary to this trend, this decade marked unprecedented advances for the use of the Czech language in Bohemia and Moravia. Even under the strongest pressure of Vienna's Germanizing policies, the network of Czech language elementary schools, inherited from the 18th century, had never been phased out. At the beginning of the 19th century, Bohemian/Czech entered secondary schools in Bohemia, Moravia, and even Upper Hungary as an auxiliary language. Secondary education in this language developed in Austrian Silesia only beginning in the 1880s. Also at the beginning of the 19th century, the network of Czech-language cultural institutions came into being and some knowledge of Czech was demanded of civil servants and officers in law courts employed in Bohemia and Moravia. This process speeded up in the second half of the 19th century. In the 1880s, the Czech language achieved parity with German in social, cultural, and political life of Bohemia and Moravia, complete with the emergence of the university-level educational institutions where Czech was used as the medium of instruction. Quite on the contrary, German remained unrivaled in Austrian Silesia, where, at the beginning of the 20th century, the use of Czech and Polish was allowed only in local self-government. Bohemia's Czechs bore a grudge against Vienna because it did not allow them Hungarian-style autonomy, which Czech politicians sought but failed to obtain at the end of the 1860s. Instead of risking losing the support of the Magyars, had the dual monarchy been transformed into a triple Austro-Hungaro-Czechia, Vienna conceded regional cultural and linguistic autonomy to Galician Poles. This permitted the preservation of the overall structure of Austria-Hungary as it was, thanks to the unwavering support lent by Galicia's Poles. The prize of autonomy, complete with the status of official language for Polish in the Crown land of Galicia, came to the region's Poles without much effort on their part. Their gaze was set on a distant and, at that time, utterly unrealistic prospect of uniting the three partition zones of Poland-Lithuania into a Polish nation-state. Thus, it was safe for Vienna to grant Poles more rights in order to ensure that the empire remained governable, despite the Czech obstructive opposition. A similar autonomy was denied to the Czechs until 1918, because unlike Poles they would have used it to build their own nation-state within the monarchy. Furthermore, the wishes of the German-speaking part of Bohemia's and Moravia's populaces not to de-Germanize their regions could not be utterly disregarded either, in the interest of Czech national demands. With the rise of various ethnic. Conclusion 913. National movements in the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary, German speakers remained as Vienna's most steadfast mass political base. Their political demands for unification of the Czech lands within Austria-Hungary continually rejected the Czech national movement started projecting its newly found cultural force into Upper Hungary in the 1890s. Protestant Slovak students attending the Czech-language Prague University formed the conduit thanks to which Czechoslovakism was renewed. Catholic Slovaks spawned their first leader Ondřej Hlinka only at the beginning of the 20th century. He went alongside this Czech-Slovak cooperation spearheaded by Slovak Protestants until 1913. Then he opted for a more clearly defined Slovak option and commenced the mass Catholic Slovak political movement destined to take over the leadership of Slovak nationalism in interwar Czechoslovakia. Only then did Slovak gain the status of an official language for the first time in history. In spite of this fact, the first authoritative dictionary of the Slovak language, Stefan Písier's 6 volumes of Slovník Slovenského jazyka were published well after World War II. Perhaps that was due to the unspoken primus inter pares status of Czech in Czechoslovakia. Also, for the first time in history, this language enjoyed the status of the only official language in the Czech lands of Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia. The complication was that Czechoslovakism remained the official national ideology. This entailed proclamation of the Czechoslovaks as Czechoslovakia's nation who spoke Czechoslovak as their national language. The fine point was that this language came in 2 varieties, Czech and Slovak. Usually, it was Czech not Slovak, very often so even in Slovakia. This official coupling of both the languages under the umbrella of official Czechoslovak not only did stunt the lexicographic development of Slovak, but also that of Czech. The 8 volumes of the first modern monolingual and authoritative dictionary of the Czech language, Přirozený Slovník jazyka českého, were published rather late, namely between 1935 and 1957. Until that time, users of the Czech language had at their disposal Jungmann's old-fashioned Slovenské Německy and the 7 volumes of Stepan František Kott's still bilingual 7-volume České Německy Slovník zvlášť grammatiko-phraseologicky. Meanwhile, the Hungarians enjoyed Schuxer and Fogarasi's authoritative A Magyar Nyelvzodara, while the Poles, after the second improved edition of Linda Slonik Jazyka e Polskiego, obtained the 8 volumes of Jan Karlowicz's modern monolingual and authoritative Słownik Języka Polskiego II. After the partitions, Polish remained the language of administration and education in the Russian zone of Poland-Lithuania, while German was introduced in the Prussian section and Latin in the Austrian one. Obviously, German replaced Latin in this Polish-Lithuanian nook of the Habsburg lands after 1784. In 1807, 12 years after the final partition, Polish regained its official status in the Duchy of Warsaw. After the Congress of Vienna, Polish remained the official 914 language in the Kingdom of Poland and in the Free City of Krakow. Following the anti-Russian 1830–1831 uprising, Russian replaced Polish as the language of administration in Russia's section of Poland-Lithuania except the Kingdom of Poland. The same process was repeated in the kingdom in the aftermath of the 1863–1864 anti-Russian uprising. In 1846, in the wake of the attempted anti-Austrian uprising in the Free City of Krakow and in the Austria's zone of Poland-Lithuania, German replaced Polish in the Republic. Afterward, following the Austro-Hungarian Ausgleich, Vienna balanced the Czechs' staunch opposition to this new arrangement through granting wide-ranging linguistic, cultural, and political autonomy in Galicia. Polish replaced German as the official language of this crown land in 1869. In 1854, Russian replaced Polish in the educational system in Russia's partition zone of Poland-Lithuania except for the Congress Kingdom. In 1885, the same measure was applied to the kingdom's schools. The tentative status of auxiliary language for Polish in Prussia's partition zone of Poland-Lithuania, introduced in 1848, was scrapped in 1876 when German was announced the sole official language of the German Empire. Less than 2 decades later, in 1894, Polish was abolished from the educational system in this region. Hence, Galicia functioned as the sole preserve of the Polish language in offices and education at the end of the 19th century and at the beginning of the following century. Moreover, this crown land being an ersatz Polish nation-state, the modernization of this language took place in Galicia. During World War I, the official and semi-official use of Polish was extended by the joint Austro-Hungarian and German occupation administration to the Vistula land seized from Russia. The German occupation administration applied a similar policy in the Land Oberost, that is, the rest of Russia's partition zone of Poland-Lithuania. Yet, German was the main language of administration in the Land Oberost, while Polish, though usually primus inter pares in the context of the local languages, shared its semi-official status with White Ruthenian, Estonian, Latvian, and Yiddish. German was also more important than Polish in the occupied Vistula land until 1916 when Berlin and Vienna proclaimed the foundation of the Kingdom of Poland on this territory, directly referring to the pre-1864 tradition of Russia's Congress Kingdom of Poland. In sum, apart from German, Polish was the only Central European language that, between the end of the Middle Ages and 1918, enjoyed continuous official and administrative use since its emergence as a chancery language in the 16th century. After the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, this continuity was quite checkered, jumping from one region of partitioned Poland-Lithuania to another. A slight discontinuity occurred between the mid-1860s, when Russian superseded Polish in its official function in the Kingdom of Congress Poland. Conclusion 915. Turned Vistula land and with the introduction of Polish as Galicia's official language in 1869. Except for Chancery German, Bohemian is a Central European language with the oldest tradition of literacy, which dates back to the 14th and 15th centuries. Until the 16th century along Chancery German and Latin, it had functioned as a language of diplomacy and intergroup communication in the Slavophone areas of Central Europe. During the 1620s, following the Catholic victory, Hussite Bohemia declined as the center of Bohemian language culture. Chancery Polish took over Bohemian in its international capacity, while Chancery German, side by side with Latin, became the official language in the lands of the Czech crown. Although literacy in Chancery Bohemian was never extinguished, it was limited to a trickle of publications in the 18th century. Bohemian was reinvented as modern Czech at the end of the century and at the beginning of the 19th century. From Prague, as the center of this revival, Czech spread all over Bohemia and later to Moravia, among the Slavophone Protestants in Upper Hungary, and eventually to Austrian Silesia. At the beginning of the 1880s, along German, Czech became a virtually co-official language in Bohemia and Moravia. This development was not repeated in Austrian Silesia, where German remained the Crownland's sole official language until 1918. Czech achieved the status of the only official language of the Czech lands only in 1918, and even then in the mitigating overlay of Czechoslovakia's official Czechoslovak language. Written Hungarian made an appearance at the end of the 16th century, but it never replaced Latin as the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary. The partition of Hungary between the Habsburgs' Royal Hungary, Ottoman Hungary, and the Ottomans' fief of Transylvania lasted from the mid-16th century to the end of the 17th century. Besides fossilizing the traditional linguistic situation characterized by the dominance of official Latin, the partition entailed the gradual introduction of new administrative languages in the Hungarian lands. In Royal Hungary, Chancery German made inroads. In southern Hungary, directly incorporated into the Ottoman Empire, it was Ottoman that functioned as the main administrative language, while in Transylvania Chancery German spread in towns. Magyar made a comeback in the 1730s as a written language when Magyar language publications accounted for 27% of Hungary's book production. The percentages for Latin and German prints were 69 and 16%, respectively. The 1770s saw the initial inklings of the thought that Magyar should be made into a modern language on par with German or French. The 1784 introduction of German as the sole official language in the Habsburg lands evoked a backlash. 916. Against this measure, duly revoked at the beginning of the 1790s. The reaction fortified the position of Latin as the only official language in the Kingdom of Hungary and launched the language reform movement that, by the 1820s, produced modern Magyar. At the same time, the role of German strengthened in Hungary's towns usually inhabited by German-speaking burghers. In Hungary, Latin survived the longest in its capacity of an official language. Magyar replaced it in 1836, while Latin continued as the language of the Hungarian Diet till 1844. 5 years later, in the wake of the Hungarian defeat in the War of Independence, German superseded Magyar as the official language. In 1860, Magyar returned as the official language of Hungary, and its status became unrivaled with the 1867 foundation of Austria-Hungary, when the Magyars obtained their nation-state. Since then on, there has been no discontinuity in the official status of Magyar. However, after the severe truncation of Hungary in the wake of World War I, the geographic extent where Magyar functioned as an official language shrank accordingly. Slovak emerged as a codified language in the mid-19th century. Unlike Czech, Polish, or Bohemian, it did not have any tradition of early literacy to fall back on, unless one chose to interpret the use of Chancery Bohemian in Upper Hungary's documents and publications as such tradition. In this respect, Slovak shares more features with such Central European languages as Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, Ukrainian, or Belarusian. All of them were imagined as separate languages and standardized in the second half of the 19th century or at the beginning of the following century. Slovak was made into a medium of elementary and secondary education for Upper Hungary's Slavophone Catholics and Protestants during the 1860s. In the following decade, this language was ejected from secondary schools, and by 1918, the process had been almost completely repeated in the case of elementary education. In 1918, Slovak obtained the status of an official language in Czechoslovakia, but Czech tended to dominate in this polity in the guise of the official Czechoslovak language. For the first time, Slovak became the sole official language in its own right only in wartime independent Slovakia. After 1945, the traditional dominance of Czech was re-established in post-war Czechoslovakia, so Slovak regained its status of a full-fledged official language when again, in 1993, Slovakia emerged as an independent state. Apart from investigating the changes in the official status of the four Central European languages in the long 19th century, it is interesting to have a cursory comparative look at how well they were prepared to face the demands of modernity when a plethora of ethnic nation-states replaced the empires in Central Europe. By 1918, Czech, Magyar, and Polish had been fully standardized. The grammars of all these three languages were standardized and amply described in scholarly works and textbooks, while the same was done for the three languages' lexicons thanks to the multi-volume authoritative dictionaries. In the conclusion 917. Latter aspect though, only users of Magyar and Polish had at their disposal modern monolingual authoritative dictionaries. Czech speakers had to rely on an old-fashioned bilingual Czech-German authoritative dictionary of their language, Jungmann Slovenské Německy, or its more recent update, Kot Česko Německý slovník zvlášť grammaticko-phraseologický. From other kinds of monolingual dictionaries significant for the development and description of a language's vocabulary, Magyar speakers enjoyed exhaustive multi-volume historical, etymological, and dialectal dictionaries of the Magyar language. In addition, the Magyars were provided with R2 universal encyclopedias and a dictionary that gathered the new words introduced to Magyar in the course of the 19th century language reform. Also, a normative periodical devoted to the cultivation of Magyar, Magyar Nyelv, began to be published. Our Polish speakers lacked any authoritative historical or etymological dictionaries of their language. However, they had at their disposal an authoritative and multi-volume dictionary of the Polish dialects as well as two universal encyclopedias and a normative periodical devoted to the Polish language. In the absence of any modern authoritative monolingual dictionary of their language, Czech speakers had to rely on a multi-volume authoritative Czech-German phraseological dictionary, Kot Česko Německý slovník zvlášť grammaticko-phraseologický. No authoritative etymological or dialectal dictionaries of the Czech language were published in this period, while the publication of a multi-volume historical dictionary, Jan Gebauer's Slovník staročeský, was terminated midway due to World War I. Moreover, users of Czech could refer to two Czech language universal encyclopedias and to a normative periodical on their language. Prior to 1918, Slovak speakers did not have at their disposal any kind of a monolingual authoritative dictionary of their language, let alone Slovakophone encyclopedias or a normative periodical devoted to the cultivation of their language. Between the two world wars, users of Slovak obtained a short, yet hardly universal three-volume encyclopedia, a normative periodical on their language, and an extensive but single-volume phraseological dictionary of the Slovak language. Only in communist Czechoslovakia, during the 1960s, the first authoritative and multi-volume monolingual dictionary of Slovak was published. A historical dictionary of Slovak and the first truly universal. 918. Slovak language encyclopedia began to be published at the beginning of the 1990s, after the fall of communism. Hence, in 1918, Magyar was the best researched, described, and developed of the four Central European languages, which I analyzed in this study. Interestingly, it seems that after the founding of the nation-states in Central Europe, the important role of language as an ideological instrument that co-created and defined a nation lessened. So far, no authoritative dialectal or etymological dictionaries of Czech and Slovak have been published. In 1953, the publication of a historical dictionary of Polish commenced and the work on a historical dictionary of the Czech language was resumed in 1968. The publication of a three-volume etymological dictionary of the Polish language began only in 2000. A curious aspect observed in the codification and development of the four Central European languages before 1918 is the conspicuous absence of women in this process. This indicates the long-lasting patriarchal characteristic of societies in this region of Europe. Before the end of World War I, universal and equal male suffrage had not been introduced either in the Russian Empire or the Hungarian half of Austria-Hungary. All male citizens enjoyed this privilege in the German Empire and the Austrian section of the dual monarchy introduced beginning in 1871 and 1907, respectively. The right to vote was extended to women only in the new post-1918 nation-states of Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland. Being barred from politics, women were not allowed to dabble in such a holy project as codification of the national language. They were grudgingly tolerated among the ranks of national writers and poets, but even in this field, males were most hailed. Let us only enumerate Sándor Petőfi and Adam Mickiewicz, the revered national poets of the Magyars and the Poles, respectively. Among the Slovaks, no clear-cut figure of a national poet emerged, but a similar position is traditionally accorded to Ludovít Štúr, though some would argue that Pavol Orzák Hvízdislav should be recognized as the Slovak national poet. Similarly, lacking any distinctive national poet, the Czechs filled this position with the two towering writers cum scholars turned politicians, namely František Palacký and Tomáš Masaryk. When Czechoslovacism was all the rage, the 17th-century Protestant thinker and author, Jan Amos Komenský, functioned as the top national writer and intellectual of the Czechoslovak nation. Atypically though, the fame as the most renowned 19th-century Czech language writer was shared by the woman, Božena Němcová, and the man, Jan Neruda. Němcová is featured on the present-day 500 Czech crown banknote, Palacký on the 1000 Czech crown banknote, and Masaryk on the 5000 Czech crown banknote. No woman is depicted today on Hungarian, Polish or Slovak banknotes that bear images of monarchs and other historical figures, including saints, politicians, scholars, and national activists. A partial exception to this rule of Conclusion 919. Thumb is the Slovak 100 crown banknote with the Madonna from the altar in St. Jacob's Church at Levoča. Yet, this is rather a reflection of the widespread Central European Catholic cult of Holy Virgin Mary than of any significant participation of women in the region's politics, culture, or economy. Interestingly, she is the patron saint of Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. As in the case of the banknote with Němcová, the Czech Republic does not fit the pattern with its male patron saint, Saint Wenceslas, a 10th-century Duke of Bohemia. In Hungary, Saint Stephen, the Hungarian monarch who Christianized his realm in 1000 or 1001, sometimes is posed as a more significant patron saint than Holy Virgin Mary. The languages and nation-states of Central Europe in the short 20th century. The creation of the small ethno-linguistic nation-states of Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland in 1918 was a chance occurrence, precipitated by the partition of Austria-Hungary and the severe territorial curtailment of the German and Russian empires. It was not a defeat of the Central Powers that triggered the subsequent border changes, because neither Austria-Hungary nor the German Empire was defeated in the military sense of this word. Much more decisive in this respect was unprecedented social and political instability caused by the economic near-collapse of the Central Powers and the westward spread of communism in the wake of the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. The politicization of the masses that followed precluded the recreation of the political and social status quo ante as it had been before 1914. The divine legitimization of royal power suddenly seemed hopelessly outdated, more than a century after the French Revolution, which had commenced the era of secular ideologies in Western Europe and the Americas. During the Great War, the German and Austro-Hungarian occupation forces in the East banned the Russian language and encouraged local ethno-linguistic national movements, hoping that it would make it possible to ensure the movement's loyalty to the new power centers in Berlin and Vienna. After the 1867 Ausgleich, the Austrian authorities had extended a similar policy of toleration to various ethno-linguistic national movements, especially in the Austrian half of the dual monarchy, and St. Petersburg had had no choice but to follow the same path after the 1905 revolution. Only in the German Empire, Berlin managed to keep the course toward predicted final ethno-linguistic homogeneity, but the definite outlines of this goal were lost during the war when the policy of anti-Russian multilingualism was introduced in the occupied territories in the East and when German and Austro-Hungarian administrators actually encouraged the development of fledgling national movements. The occupation administrations hoped that in this manner, the western regions of the Russian Empire 920 would be turned into a buffer zone between this empire and the Central Powers, a zone that would be permanently included in a Germanic Middle Europa, imagined as the Central Powers' common sphere of political and economic influence. At the turn of the 20th century, the workers' movement emerged as an important political trend in the western half of Central Europe. Most significantly, Lenin, among communist thinkers, opined that this movement, allied with peasantry, would soon sweep across the overwhelmingly rural eastern section of this region into Russia, which would lead to a worldwide communist revolution. Austro-Marxists, with their attention focused on Austria-Hungary and Western Europe, disagreed. Already at the close of the 19th century they noted that socialism would not triumph single-handedly and that the workers' movement would have to strike ideological compromises with various national movements. The process began prior to World War I, when socialist and social democratic parties either split along nationalines or created national sections within their folds. Having noticed this phenomenon, Lenin sent young Stalin on a study trip to Austria-Hungary. In late 1912 and early 1913, Stalin sojourned in Krakow and Vienna, where he wrote his seminal essay, Marxism and the National Question, in which he married nationalism with communism. Stalin proposed that on the way to the global victory of communism, the national particularities would have to be first taken into consideration, before the time was ripe for the emergence of a worldwide classless communist society. Between 1917 and 1923, in the capacity of the People's Commissar of Nationalities Affairs, Stalin oversaw the action of transforming Russia into a Soviet Union consisting of ethno-linguistically defined Union republics. In line with Marxist determinism, Soviet scholars believed that it was sufficient to send research expeditions across the Soviet Union in order to find where and how many nations lived in the polity. In Soviet terminology, they were referred to as nationalities, which was a direct translation of the German term Nationalität. The Austro-Hungarian administration used this term to avoid speaking of nations, because by definition nations had the right to their own nation-states, while this was not true of nationalities, which had to contend themselves with autonomy. With hindsight, in the 1920s and 1930s, the Kremlin was involved in the vast process of nation-building in emulation of Central Europe's ethno-linguistic paradigm. Each recognized nationality was granted its own written language, and a system of education with this language as the medium of instruction, complete with the press and book industry publishing in this language. The most significant nationalities obtained their own national union republics and autonomous republics, provinces, districts, villages, and kolkhozes were earmarked for others. This national form was to be subservient to the communist essence of the Soviet system on the road to conclusion. 921. Communism. In the latter half of the 1930s, the prophesized future victory of the communist over the national was translated into a gradual Russification of the non-Russian-speaking nationalities. First, Cyrillic was imposed on their languages and then Russian began gradually taking over the languages of the nationalities in administration and education. The Allies' decision to support Austria-Hungary's various national movements in their aspirations to territorial independence and not to negotiate a peace that would preserve this polity, sealed the breakup of Austria-Hungary. The point of no return was crossed in 1917, when the United States declared war on the German Empire and Austria-Hungary. And numerous leaders of various national movements sent delegations to London, Paris, and Washington in search of support for their planned nation-states. France and the United Kingdom eagerly backed them, wishing to prevent the rise of a Germanic Middle Europa that could dominate Europe. Paris also hoped that Germany, burdened with heavy war reparations and without the easy recourse to an alliance with Austria-Hungary, would be easier to contain. Fearing the westward spread of the Bolshevik Revolution, the Allies, like earlier, the German and Austro-Hungarian planners of Germanic Middle Europa, wished to transform post-war Central Europe's non-German-speaking nation-states into an anti-Soviet cordon sanitaire that would prevent the westward spread of communism. The United States President Woodrow Wilson was a scholar-turned-politician, who genuinely shared the 19th-century belief in progress and rationality as the answer to all human needs and dilemmas, including war. The application of the novel principle of national self-determination, too, as proposed by ethno-linguistic nationalists of Central Europe, appeared a sought-for rational solution to the causes of the Great War, which had spun out from this region. He thrust the United States military and diplomatic might behind this project, because it also seemed congruent with the widespread criticism of imperialism evoked equally in the West and by Soviet communists. In this, Wilson joined the ideological contest with Lenin, who, drawing from Stalin's 1913 essay, enshrined self-determination as part of the rhetoric of Soviet communism in his 1914 brochure The Right of Nations to Self-Determination. In his 1917 booklet, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Lenin voiced his criticism of imperialism, and thus legitimized the planned post-war destruction of the Austro-Hungarian, German, Ottoman, and Russian empires to be replaced with ethno-linguistic nation-states in agreement with the principle of self-determination. Lenin hoped that the attraction of his ideas in Europe ravaged by the Great War would be such that the predicted replacement of the empires with nation-states would be simultaneous with the spread of communism. Wilson replied in kind but with his eyes set on a different set of the final objectives, which were the spread of democracy and ensuring free trade. Wilson's criticism of imperialism was also dictated by his wish of carving a 922 stronger position for the United States in the world, formerly dominated by the maritime empires of France and Great Britain. In his 14-point speech delivered in early 1918, Wilson called, among other things, for the replacement of Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire with nation-states, respect for the territorial integrity of the existing Balkan nation-states, respecting the independent development of Russia, the establishment of a Polish nation-state, and decolonization that would transform colonies into nation-states. Last but not least, he foresaw that the resultant global-wide network of nation-states would regulate their mutual relations via the League of Nations, construed as a general association of nation-states. At the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, it turned out, however, that there were more ethno-linguistically defined nations aspiring to independence in Central Europe than predicted or practical from the viewpoint of the great powers. More nation-states obviously meant more presidential and ministerial posts for leaders of various national movements, who before the war, had to contend themselves with a mere seat in a parliament or a job in a local government when they had lived in Austria-Hungary, the German Empire, and Imperial Russian. The conference's participants also realized that language was not an objective statistical instrument, which would allow for the unambiguous delineating of borders of nation-states, which the Allies accepted that would be established. Geographers, linguists, anthropologists, and historians could not agree on the shape of new borders. Eventually, it was left to politicians to decide where the frontiers of the freshly founded nation-states should be placed. The deterministic belief that social sciences could provide as exact solutions to posed problems as natural sciences was ill-founded and more conducive to prolonging old conflicts and generating new ones than ensuring lasting peace. Drawing from different traditions of thought, Western and Soviet leaders succumbed to the very same delusion of social determinism and thus enshrined self-determination for ethno-linguistically defined nations as the basis of state organization and politics in Central Europe. After the 1922 division of Upper Silesia between Germany and Poland, this principle fell out of use in interwar Europe because it actually bred more problems and conflicts than it solved. However, this fixation on the national ushered nationalism into the role of the sole accepted ideology of statehood legitimization in Europe, with the exception of the Soviet Union, whose existence the Kremlin legitimized with the ideology of communism. However, as remarked above, the legitimization of Soviet statehood was two-tiered with communism as a rhetorical goal to be reached in an undefined future, and nationalism as the principle of the administrative division and organization of the Soviet Union. The ethno-linguistic principle was removed from the concept of self-determination as the ideological basis of. Conclusion 923. Decolonization after 1945. In the overwhelming number of cases, the colonial borders were retained by the newly independent nation-states, irrespective of numerous ethno-linguistic divisions that are dissecting Thepalides. In the context of intensive post-World War I ethno-linguistic nation-building, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland were founded as nation-states in Central Europe alongside Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The only anomaly was the non-national German-Polish condominium of the Free City of Danzig, overseen by the League of Nations. Although the new nation-states contained the westward spread of communism, in agreement with the Allies' hopes, they also, in turn, limited and divided the previously broad Central European sphere of free trade, economic freedom, and free movement of people, which the now destroyed empires had safeguarded before the war. The insistence on elevating the ethno-linguistically defined principle of national self-determination to the foundation of political organization bred noxious paradoxes. Czechoslovakia was proclaimed a nation-state of the Czechoslovaks, speaking their Czechoslovak language, despite the fact that the inhabitants saw the country's three constitutive regions of the Czech lands, Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia, as ersatz nation-states of the Czechs, Slovaks, and Ruthenians. Although the constitutionally defined Czechoslovaks made up a majority of Czechoslovakia's population, the Czechs alone amounted to a mere plurality, followed by the German minority as the second largest group of inhabitants in this country. The Slovaks were more numerous than the Magyar minority, but the minority surpassed in numbers the Ruthenians. From the perspective of Czechoslovakia's German and Magyar minorities, the polity was not any nation-state, meaning that there was no ethno-linguistically defined nation of Czechoslovaks who would constitute the majority of Czechoslovakia's population. Later, in the interwar period, when the dominance of Czech culture, language, and civil servants became clearly established across Czechoslovakia, many Slovak leaders also agreed with this view. The Germans and the Magyars felt wronged by the peace settlement and perceived it as an unjust and imposed dictate. Germany was, rather baselessly, blamed for the outbreak of the Great War and was to shoulder, as the identified culprit, massive war reparations, the payment of which was to continue until 1988. Furthermore, the Germans were explicitly excluded from the application of the principle of self-determination, for Austria and Germany were prohibited from unifying into a Greater Germany that would include the German-speaking areas of the Czech lands, or the Sudetenland. In the Magyar eyes, though Austria-Hungary disappeared from the post-war political map of Europe, it was Hungary that was made to pay for the war in the stead of the dual monarchy. Historical Hungary lost 2/3 of 924 its territory and 2/3 of its population, and was curtailed to the Magyar-speaking core. With Magyars accounting for 90% of the new polity's population, it was the only Central European nation-state that did not face any significant minority problems between the two world wars. However, a net herd of Magyar speakers found themselves outside the borders of New Hungary. Officials in Budapest used them as an instrument of perpetuating the Magyar economic and cultural influence in the border regions of Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia, hoping for a future recreation of a Greater Hungary. In the same manner, officials in Berlin chose to use German minorities across Central Europe to pursue policies that would produce a Greater Germany. Minorities amounted to 1/3 of Poland's population, and the state's actual borders were established between 1918 and 1923 in the course of wars with each of Poland's neighbors, Czechoslovakia, Germany, Lithuania, Soviet Russia, and Ukraine. There was no Polish-Romanian War, as Poland acquired a common border with Romania after conflicts with Ukraine and Soviet Russia. Similar wars were fought by Hungary with all its neighbors, and by Czechoslovakia. Prague's military suppression of the Czech land's German-speaking areas, which sought unification with a future Greater Germany or Austria and Germany, could be interpreted as Czechoslovakia's border war with Austria and Germany. All these conflicts originated from the application of the principle of self-determination as wished for and construed not by the Allies alone, but also by the interested parties. The drive to territorial aggrandizement in the quest for a Greater Poland, a Greater Hungary, and to a lesser degree, for a Greater Czechoslovakia proved irresistible. There was not territory enough in Central Europe to satisfy all the expansionist desires. When an ethno-linguistic argument was not enough to justify a for moving of a border, past glories of medieval polities were evoked in the form of the so-called historical argument. The difficulty of bringing about the overlapping of the ethno-linguistic and the historic in order to produce political borders of a new nation-state is best exemplified by the Polish case. The 19th-century tradition of noble Polish nationalism dictated to build a Polish nation-state from all the territories, which, before the partitions, had belonged to Poland-Lithuania. Polish ethnic nationalists begged to differ, but the influence of noble nationalism was still strong. Hence, not only the latter but also many of the former strongly disagreed that the planned nation-state could be limited to the Polish-speaking ethnic core, which would have produced a tiny Poland in comparison to the territorial extent of former Poland-Lithuania. The uneasy compromise worked out between ethnic and noble nationalists foresaw the incorporation into a new Poland the entire Austrian and Prussian partition zones along with Russia's Congress Kingdom of Poland, which, in general, were predominantly Polish-speaking. Warsaw limited its demands to 1/3 of. Conclusion 925. The lands, which St. Petersburg had seized during the partitions in 1772, 1773, and 1775, because Russia's partition zone was overwhelmingly Ukrainian-, Belarusian-, Russian-, Yiddish-, and Lithuanian-speaking. The thinking behind this decision was that non-Polish and non-Russian-speaking inhabitants did not have any national identity and thus amounted to mere ethnographic mass, which would be easily Polonized. On the ethno-linguistic basis, ethnic nationalists also tabled demands in regard of Germany's southern East Prussia and Upper Silesia, and the eastern half of Austrian Silesia. None of the territories had belonged to Poland-Lithuania. Noble nationalists grudgingly conceded because Poland would have acquired the significant industrial basins of Upper Silesia and East Austrian Silesia in the case of success. Eventually, Warsaw gained most of the former basin. Noble nationalists were frustrated in their effort to obtain for New Poland Danzig and Ermland, which Prussia had seized during the first partition of Poland-Lithuania. When the post-war order was established in Central Europe, its foundation of ethno-linguistic self-determination introduced a high degree of uncertainty in the region. First, neither Berlin nor Budapest agreed not to challenge the new borders of Germany and Hungary, which they considered unjust. Second, the United States, as the main decision-maker on the political shape of post-war Europe, withdrew to its cave of isolationism, instead of bolstering and protecting the new order as everybody expected. Third, the communist polity of the Soviet Union was not integrated into the post-war order in Europe, and by default, did not accept it, bent on spreading communist revolution westward whenever an occasion appeared. Last but not least, the very replacement of the empires with nation-states in Central Europe increased the number of minorities. The Allies, through the League of Nations Minority Treaties system, made minorities into a prime object of international politics in the region, thus turning them into pawns in the frequently inimical relations between these nation-states. The Central European nation-states' gradual abandonment of democracy did not facilitate maintaining stability or protecting minority rights either. Czechoslovakia, often hailed as Central Europe's sole democracy, which survived almost until the outbreak of World War II, was not as democratic as it is popularly believed. The fig leaf of electoral democracy was preserved, but the promises of wide-ranging autonomy for Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia were not kept up until 1938, when in the wake of the Munich Agreement, Germany seized the Sudetenland Poland, the Ostrava industrial basin, and Hungary southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia. The devolved Czechoslovakia of 1938 to 1939 was just a pale shadow of its pre-Munich old self, where autonomy for Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia had not mattered much. In early 1939, the Third Reich absorbed the truncated Czechlands and transformed into a protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Hungary seized the rest. 926. Of Subcarpathian Ruthenia, and Germany made autonomous Slovakia declare independence, thus making it into a German satellite. Another criticism leveled against interwar Czechoslovakia is that the Czechs, being a mere plurality of the inhabitants, nevertheless, dominated the nation-state's politics, economy, and culture. The interwar period saw a novel political reorganization of Central Europe in agreement with the national principle as defined in ethno-linguistic terms. The founding of ethno-linguistic nation-states in the Balkans from the 1810s to the 1910s, and of the Italian and German nation-states in 1860 and 1871, respectively, pointed out what the most probable direction of political change would be in Central Europe. The surprise was that in the case of the Soviet Union, it was possible to contain the eastward spread of the national in its ethno-linguistic garb with the use of communist ideology. Between the world wars, for the first time in history, Magyar became the unquestioned sole official language in Hungary. German did not challenge its unique position any more as it had done within the broader framework of the dual monarchy, and the same happened in the case of Croatian, which had enjoyed the status of a co-official language alongside Magyar in pre-1918 Hungary's autonomous province of Croatia Slavonia. Budapest's main worry was how to maintain at least a semi-official status of Magyar among the Magyar minorities in Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. Understandably, in line with the logic of ethno-linguistic nationalism, Prague, Bucharest, and Belgrade embarked on the course of ethno-linguistic homogenization, and the language of the former lords was a main target of this policy. The Hungarian government and intellectuals feared that the continued partition of the Magyar nation may be reflected in the eventual division of the Magyar language, not unlike during the 16th and 17th centuries, when the political partition of Hungary had produced different varieties of written Magyar. Interestingly, Berlin did not share this fear, though between the world wars, the Germans were split between Germany and Austria. A substantial German minority lived in Czechoslovakia, other German minorities were scattered all around Central and Eastern Europe, and further German speakers, though rather not defining themselves as Germans, lived in Switzerland, Luxembourg, and Liechtenstein. Perhaps, the historical experience of the Holy Roman Empire was crucial to this calm about the future of the German language. This empire consisted of several hundred polities, which meant the rise of several varieties of. Conclusion 927. Chancery German, which remained in use as written dialects even when Standard German finally emerged in the 19th century. German and German-speaking leaders and intellectuals did not overly worry that political disunity or the federal organization of a state may translate into splitting a single language into several new ones. The largely unified and centralized Kingdom of Hungary survived as such for 1,000 years until 1918, with the exception of the 2-century-long period of partition between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans. Even when the polity was submerged in the complex of the Habsburgs' lands, its unity was preserved, unlike in the case of the lands of the Czech crown. But the ethno-linguistic insistence on keeping and furthering the unity of a language equally in its written and spoken forms among all its speakers construed as members of a given ethno-linguistic nation, irrespective of countries in which they may happen to live, so much ingrained in interwar Central Europe, also spread to Germany. Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak national leaders idolized language as the origin, spiritual state, and haven of each nation. The Allies' post-1918 decisions on Central Europe, mostly in line with the belief, confirmed these leaders' fixation on language. In the same vein, in the 1930s, the leadership of the Third Reich embarked on the program of gathering most if not all German-speaking territories and German speakers within the borders of a future Greater Germany. To this end, Germany seized Austria and the Sudetenland in 1938, which in 1939, was followed by the incorporation of the territories that had belonged to the German Empire and the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary prior to 1918. After the Third Reich and the Soviet Union divided Central Europe in late 1939, Berlin brought home German speakers from the Soviet zone of influence to the German zone. The overall goal of these steps was to produce a Volksgemeinschaft, or a Greater German ethno-linguistically homogeneous and totally unified nation that would consist of all German speakers contained within the borders of a Greater German nation-state, ideally not inhabited by any non-German speakers. In addition, the German language was to be purified of foreign words, and regional and dialectal differences. The program was strikingly similar to what Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak ethno-linguistic nationalists proposed in the 19th century, and strove to carry out in their respective nation-states after 1918. Hitler's racially motivated exclusion of German-speaking Jews from the Volksgemeinschaft was not unheard of in Central Europe either. In Tsarist Russia and pre-1918 Romania, all Jews were treated as foreigners, and anti-Semitism formed a strong political trend in interwar Poland. The same attitude was also felt, though to a lesser degree, in interwar Czechoslovakia and Hungary. This situation pushed many Jews either to embrace their own ethno-linguistically construed nationalism, or the internationalism of socialism/communism. 928. The requirement of presenting Czechoslovakia as an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state to the world's public opinion necessitated the submerging of Czech and Slovak in the commonality of the constitutional construct of the official Czechoslovak language. For internal reasons, it was interpreted as consisting from two varieties, Czech and Slovak, to be employed in the Czech lands and Slovakia, respectively. In reality, Czech became the de facto lingua franca of interwar Czechoslovakia's politics, administration, economy, and culture. Initially, Slovak leaders did not complain about this situation, because Slovak was used for most official and administrative purposes in Slovakia. The complete Slovak language educational system, complete with the first ever Slovak language university, was established along with numerous Slovak language associations and publishing houses. The status of Slovak in Czechoslovakia was much better than in pre-1918 Upper Hungary. As in Hungary and Poland, the minority treaties imposed by the Allies on Czechoslovakia guaranteed the use of minority languages in school and as auxiliary languages in state offices. Hence, German remained a significant second language side by side Czech in the Czech lands, and Magyar in Slovakia. The region's own language was to be used in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, but Prague mostly disregarded the Ruthenian leaders' plea for the codification of the Cyrillic-based Ruthenian language and imposed first the Galician version of Ukrainian and then Russian in the late 1930s. The employment of actual written Ruthenian was limited to plaques on buildings with names of offices and other ceremonial uses. On the Czechoslovak territories seized by Germany, Hungary, and Poland, Czech and Slovak were replaced with German, Magyar, and Polish, respectively. The partial exception to this rule was Subcarpathian Ruthenia making into Hungary's Carpathia. Budapest, careful to regain the loyalty of Ruthenians, introduced official bilingualism with Ruthenian alongside Magyar. In the 3 days intervening between the liquidation of Czechoslovakia and the Hungarian annexation of autonomous Subcarpathian Ruthenia in March 1939, an independence of the region, renamed Carpathian Ukraine, had been declared, and Ukrainian was made its official language. The final partition of Czechoslovakia also entailed the unprecedented elevation of Slovak to the position of the sole official language in Slovakia, but at the expense of broadening the public sphere in which minority German and Magyar were employed. At the same time, Czech was not only banned from Slovakia and Carpathia, but it also had to share the status of official language with German in the Rump Czech lands, or the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, incorporated into the Third Reich. This official bilingualism with the dominance of German was similar to the situation of Czech in Austro-Hungary's Bohemia and Moravia prior to 1918. In interwar Poland, Polish became the sole and unchallenged official language of this new nation-state. It was a novel situation with little precedence. Previously, Polish had functioned in such a manner only in the early 1790s, prior to Conclusion 929. The final partition of Poland-Lithuania in 1795. Then in the partition zones and various follow-up autonomous polities formed from Poland-Lithuania's core lands, Polish was either suppressed or had to share its official position with French, German, or Russian. The sole exception to this rule was the tiny free city of Krakow with Polish as its sole official language. For all practical reasons, Polish was the sole official language in Vienna's autonomous crown land of Galicia, though German remained there a significant language, and with time, the use of Ruthenian increased steeply in East Galicia's schools. Perhaps the outbreak of the Great War prevented the recognition of Ruthenian as the Crown land's co-official language. Polish was reintroduced as a co-official language in the Central Powers Kingdom of Poland and Land Ober-Ost, largely coterminous with Russia's Congress Kingdom of Poland and the erstwhile Grand Duchy of Lithuania, respectively. Unlike in post-1918 Czechoslovakia and Hungary, the founding of the Polish nation-state triggered mass exodus of Germans from the formerly German territories granted to Poland. On one hand, the emigrants feared that this new nation-state, perceived as closer to Russia than Germany, was thus Asiatic and barbarian. There was much less prejudice of this kind on the part of Germans and German speakers toward Hungary and Czechoslovakia, because until 1918, the two states' territories constituted part of Austria-Hungary. Quite on the contrary, lands of Russia's partition zone of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania accounted for half of post-war Poland's territory. Another factor, which coaxed many Germans and German speakers to leave Poland, was their unwillingness to acquire Polish, because the language was perceived as the badge of lower Polish culture. Hence for them, learning things Polish was a betrayal of their higher German culture enshrined in the German language. The bitter standoff between Poland's historic right to Danzig and Germany's ethno-linguistic claim to this important Baltic port city, played out in front of the international community, produced the non-national German-Polish condominium of the Free City of Danzig. German, however, was its sole official language, while minority rights were guaranteed for Polish. In addition, Polish was the sole official language in Danzig's institutions under Poland's direct control. In interwar Poland, various language regimes obtained in different territories. In the core Polish-speaking territories, coterminous with the Central Powers Kingdom of Poland, there were no auxiliary and practically no minority language provisions. A partial exception to the rule was religious and private Jewish schools with Hebrew as the medium of instruction, though most of Poland's Jews communicated in Yiddish. In the territories gained from Germany and in the eastern half of Austrian Eastern Silesia seized from Austria-Hungary, various regimes allowing co-official and auxiliary use of German existed during the 1920s. Later, the right to employ German in public was limited to minorities. 930. Schools, organizations, and churches. The situation of German was better than of other minority languages in Poland, because the League of Nations minority treaties system mainly protected the cultural and linguistic rights of the German minority. Czechoslovakia's German minority, however, enjoyed even more rights, including a German language university and numerous university-level educational institutions. In Poland minorities could count, at best, on secondary education in their languages. In Galicia, the position of Ruthenian as a medium of school education and an auxiliary language in the eastern half of the region was severely limited in comparison to the period before 1918. The authorities allowed exclusively bilingual Polish Ruthenian education with the overt hope to Polonize Galicia's Ruthenians. Paradoxically, the situation of Little Russian in the territories incorporated from Russia improved, because prior to the Great War, only Russian language education had been allowed for Little Russians. In Poland, bilingual education played a dual function of distancing them from the Russians and accelerating eventual Polonization. To the same end, schools with White Ruthenian and Polish were established as the media of education. These schools disappeared in the 1930s because Warsaw deemed that Poland's White Ruthenians had already been sufficiently Polonized. It turned impossible, however, to liquidate Ukrainian language schools, as the Ukrainian national feeling, in most cases, solidified in the face of forced Polonization. Warsaw replied with the obstinate insistence on using the ethnonym Ruthenian, instead of Ukrainian, preferred by those concerned. Across the eastern border, Moscow founded the Soviet Socialist Republic of Ukraine, which encouraged the development of Ukrainian language and culture in Poland, thus largely nullifying Polonization. The Soviet authorities, in their turn, feared that the continued attraction of Polish culture and language would entail further Polonization of Soviet Belarus and Ukraine, thus deported numerous Poles from the border regions to Kazakhstan in the 1930s. The situation of Poland's Lithuanians was similar to that of Little Russians, only the influence of independent Lithuania on the spread of Lithuanian national feeling among them was far stronger than that of Soviet Ukraine. The fact that Vilnius and Warsaw did not establish regular diplomatic relations until 1938, prevented the minority to have unobstructed contacts with the Lithuanian authorities and organizations. Poland did not grant minority rights to ethnic groups that did not clearly declare themselves as nations or did not have any international help to support their claim. The Polish army thwarted the Ruthenians' attempt either to be united with their ethnic kin in Subcarpathian Ruthenia or to proclaim their own nation-state in the Carpathians. Warsaw treated the ethno-linguistically variegated ethnic groups of Slavic Goralians, Kashubs, Mazurs, Silesians, and Upper Silesians as regional groups of the Conclusion 931. Polish nation. Although Prague, for instance, allowed Silesians to declare their nationality in censuses, they had to choose between Czech, German, and Polish as their language of everyday communication, which allowed the authorities to apportion them either to the Czechoslovak nation, or to the German and Polish minorities. Massaging census returns was a widespread practice in interwar Central Europe, which comes as no surprise when one remembers that the Allies took into consideration pre-1918 censuses to decide about the political shape of Central Europe. Warsaw was also partial to these practices. For instance, with the exception of one voivodeship, census return slips on which those concerned declared themselves as Tudysi were reinterpreted as Poles, White Ruthenians, and Ruthenians. The brevity of the interwar period did not allow for the compilation of any groundbreaking lexicographic works with an eye to the further standardization of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. On the other hand, the coupling of language with nationalism into the ultimate statehood and power legitimization basis of the corresponding nation-states entailed an unprecedented increase in the production of books and the press in these four languages. This allowed for the improved penetration of the territory of a nation-state by a corresponding national language in its material form. Radio broadcasting joined the ranks with the printed media in the 1930s, but it remained a novelty and its penetration was usually limited to urban areas until the 1950s. The enforcement of the use of the official language in offices, education, and most other spheres of public life created a growing demand for textbooks, books, and periodicals in the language. As a result, the material visibility of minority languages in the form of publications lessened, which was interpreted as the sign of the progressing ethno-linguistic homogenization of the population of a nation-state. Only relatively rich and influential kin nation-states of some minorities could impede this trend. In Central Europe, Germany and Hungary played such a role. Determined to regain their pre-1918 historical borders, both interwar polities actively sought to prevent linguistic and identificational assimilation of German and Magyar minorities in neighboring states. Languages of other minorities were gradually limited to the sphere of spoken communication, their sought for national unity not yet attained, but were further unraveled by the persistence and growing importance of dialects. In addition, bilingual education and the impossibility of any sensible career without the knowledge of the official language, made this kind of bilingualism into a conduit for minority secondary school leavers and university graduates at least toward the national language, if not right away toward the nation of a nation-state. In the 1930s, the collapse of the League of Nations minority treaties system in the context of the growing authoritarian character of rule in Central 932. Europe translated into more arbitrary measures to exert assimilatory pressure on minorities. In this atmosphere of uncertainty and increasing political instability, resources were channeled into areas other than linguistics. The political utility of national languages had already produced the Central European nation-states and legitimized their existence, and the position of these national languages, in turn, had been legally and otherwise secured. Inevitably, the attention of politicians and decision-makers turned to other urgent matters such as continued border conflicts with neighbors, the growing politicization of minorities in domestic and international politics, acute economic problems spawned by the Great Depression, the penetration of Central Europe by Soviet-style communism and social tensions brought about by the gradual transition from agricultural toward industrial societies. It comes then as no surprise that there were no new authoritative dictionaries of Czech, Magyar, and Polish compiled between the world wars, and no dictionary of this kind was even attempted in the case of Slovak. Regarding the Polish language, the two final volumes of Jan Karlowy's 8-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego came off the press in the interwar period, but the work appeared outdated due to the 1918 language reform, which the dictionary could not incorporate, as most of its volumes had already been published. This shortcoming led to the compilation of a brand new authoritative dictionary, Słownik Języka Polskiego, edited by Tadeusz Lersplański. After the publication of a few fascicles in 1938 to 1939, however, World War II intervened, and for ideological reasons, the dictionary was not continued after 1945. In view of this situation, the contemporary standard use of Polish was most fully presented in encyclopedias, Ilustrowana Encyklopedia Trzacki, Iwerta I Michalskiego, never completed Encyclopedia Powszechna Ultima Thule, and Wielka Ilustrowana Encyklopedia Powszechna. In 1927, the first etymological dictionary of Polish, Alexander Bruckner's Słownik Etymologiczny Języka Polskiego, was published. Zoltán Gombach and János Melich embarked on the compilation of so far the most ambitious etymological dictionary in Central Europe. Their Magyar etymology Zotar was to contain all Magyar words, including dialectal ones, personal names, and place names. Perhaps, this astounding comprehensiveness stalled the publication at the letter G, otherwise Magyar would have received an authoritative etymological dictionary comparable to the Oxford English Dictionary or Brothers Grimm's Deutsches Wörterbuch. As in the case of Polish, the new developments in Magyar that followed after Gergely István Csüksor and János Fogarasi's first authoritative dictionary of Magyar, a Magyar Nyelvzódara, were captured in encyclopedias, Révényegi Lexikona. Az Ismeretek Encyclopediaja, UJ Lexikon, and UJ Idok Lexikona. Conclusion 933. In 1941, the first complete, though one-volume, etymological dictionary of Magyar, Gazabarczy's Magyar Zofich Zotar TT, appeared. Unlike Magyar or Polish, Czech had not received an authoritative monolingual dictionary before the interwar period. This perceived deficiency convinced Czech politicians and linguists of the necessity of compiling one. In 1935, 100 years after the commencement of the publication of the first bilingual authoritative dictionary of Czech, Joseph Jungmann Sloan J.K. Skonemecki, the first volume of the first monolingual authoritative dictionary of this language, Pryroceni Slovnik Jazyka Iskiho, came off the press. Surprisingly, despite frequent political and ideological changes that plagued Czech history from the late 1930s to the 1950s, the compilation of this work was not abandoned, unlike in the case of Tadeusz Lersplański's Słownik Języka Polskiego e.e. The further volumes of Pryroceni Slovnik Jazyka Iskiho appeared after the incorporation of the Czech lands into the Third Reich and the communist takeover of Czechoslovakia, until the compilation was successfully finished in 1957. The work on Jan Gebauer's incomplete historical dictionary of Czech, Slovník Staročeský, was not resumed in the interwar period, but in 1933, Joseph Holub's one-volume etymological dictionary of Czechoslovak, Strukný Slovník etymologický jazyka Slovenského, was published. With no authoritative dictionary of Czech to fall back on, Pavel Vasa and František Travnicek's two-volume Slovník jazyka Iskiho had to suffice. In addition, the following encyclopedias were published: Masaryków Slovník now CNYU, Techniky Slovník now CNY. Ilustrovana Encyclopedia Vied Technikik, Komenskho Slovník now CNY, and the 6 volumes of the supplement to Otov Slovník now CNYU, arguably the most extensive Central European encyclopedia ever published. No dictionary of the constitutionally defined Czechoslovak language was attempted in interwar Czechoslovakia. Czech and Slovak, construed as varieties of this language, were the de facto co-official languages of the Czechoslovak nation-state. In practice, the ideology of national Czechoslovakism was limited to population statistics, in which only Czechoslovaks featured, with no distinction made between Czechs and Slovaks. Numerous Czech politicians and intellectuals, however, interpreted Czechoslovakism as the necessity of bringing Slovak closer to Czech in order to produce a Czechoslovak language by submerging Slovak in Czech. This politicized conflict came to the fore in the 1930s. In 1931, the Czech linguist, Václav Vazně's Czechizing orthographic and grammatical principles of Standard Slovak, Pravidla slovenského pravopisu, was published. In the following year, many scholars from the most important Slovak cultural cum political institution, Matica Slovenska, rejected the Pravidla and began publishing their periodical on the Slovak language, Slovenskary, to oppose the Czechization of Slovak. In 1933, the Matica adopted Slovenskary as its official journal. In practice, the official 934 and national varieties of Slovak emerged. On the one hand, the absence of any authoritative dictionary of Slovak deepened the disunity of the language. Yet, on the other hand, the unprecedented range of official communication spheres, in which this language was employed, contributed to its improved codification, especially, in comparison to the former assimilatory pressure, which had removed Slovak practically from entire public life in Upper Hungary prior to 1918. Before the rise of Czechoslovakia, no monolingual dictionary of Slovak had been published, with the partial exception of the little orthographic dictionary incorporated in Samo Zambal's Rukovat spisovnitry ci Slovenskej, a user-oriented overview of Slovak grammar and spelling. Before 1918, however, Slovak was paired in extensive dictionaries with Magyar, German, Czech and Russian. In 1919, 1920, and 1922, 3 brief Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionaries of words that are different in both languages appeared. From the Czech perspective, these dictionaries presented the few linguistic barriers that furtively hindered the creation of a Czech-dominated Czechoslovak language, while Slovaks saw these works as a significant confirmation of the independence of their language vis-a-vis Czech. In 1924, the first moderately extensive monolingual dictionary of Slovak, Miroslav Kalal's Slovenský slovník z literatury a Ci, came off the press. It was a stepping stone to Peter THRD's genuinely extensive dictionary of this language, Slovenský phraseologický slovník. 2 further editions followed in 1933 and 1937, but numerous Slovak intellectuals did not accept this dictionary, because it followed Vazně's Czechizing pravidla. They sided with the de-Czechizing usage of Heinrich Bartek, who edited Slovenskary c. The first Slovak language encyclopedia, the brief 3-volume Slovenský now CNY Slovník. Prírá CNA Encyclopedia Vedomosti v troch dialek, was more welcome as it was published too early to fully follow Vazně's Czechizing principles. Bartek's usage became the norm of Standard Slovak as employed in independent Slovakia during World War II. Anton Augustin Baník enshrined it in his 1940 Pravidla slovenského pravopisu, which Bratislava officially endorsed. In 1942, the first ever Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts was established, and its Institute of Linguistics was founded a year later, on the 150th anniversary of Stur's codification of Standard Slovak. The Institute's task was to purify Slovak of foreign words and phrases, the vast majority of which were identified as unwanted Bohemianisms. By 1945, when Czechoslovakia was re-established as a unitary state, there had been no time enough to translate the ideological theses into an authoritative dictionary of Slovak, and wartime Slovakia's ever closer cooperation with the Third Reich had meant the replacement of Bohemianisms with equally numerous Germanisms. Slovak intellectuals usually did not protest this development, for it marked more clearly the difference between their language and Czech. However, this new conclusion 935 trove of German linguistic loans proved an ideological liability in post-war Czechoslovakia, where until 1968, Czech politicians mainly pursued the line of interwar Czechoslovakism in relation to Slovak culture and language. World War II reshaped Central Europe twice. First, following the dual German and Soviet attack on Poland in 1939, Berlin and Moscow divided the region into their exclusive zones of influence. The German zone, construed as the Lebensraum of the German nation, was to be thoroughly Germanized. The Kremlin's priority was to change the social, political, and economic reality of its zone in line with the tenets of Soviet communism. In the end, however, it would have meant substantial Russification. Had the Hitler-Stalin division of Central Europe held, Czech and Polish would have been marginalized as insignificant auxiliary languages, the position of Magyar as the sole official language of Hungary would have continued largely unchanged, and the de-Czechized norm of Slovak would have speedily stabilized thanks to the language's exclusive official position in independent Slovakia. Paradoxically, the success of the Third Reich at territorial aggrandizement made the ideal of reaching a Volksgemeinschaft ever more elusive. It meant the inclusion of vast territories with non-German speaking populations, where it proved impossible to replace local languages with German immediately. Hence, Polish was employed alongside German in the general government, Czech in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian, and White Ruthenian in the Reichskommissariat Ostland, and Ukrainian in the Reichskommissariat Ukraine. Had Thepland Reichskommissariat in Moscow and Caucasus actually come into being, it would have necessitated the co-official or semi-official use of further languages alongside German. Within this Greater Germany, the authorities co-opted mutual ethno-national animosities of various populations to contain the use and popularity of those previously official languages. For instance, in the General Gouvernement, there were Ukrainian language secondary schools alongside German ones, but none with Polish as a medium of instruction. Adolf Hitler created not a truly ethno-linguistically defined German nation-state, inhabited by a homogeneous Volksgemeinschaft of the German nation, but a Germanic empire, which in its extent and ethno-linguistic diversity rivaled the First Reich of Charlemagne, and the Second Reich of the Holy Roman Empire. The Third Reich, however, did not share the social and political problems of its two predecessors, but rather those previously faced by Austria-Hungary. Stalin's system of Soviet national republics and various autonomous administrative entities, communist in essence and national in form, proved better. 936. Suited to strike a working equilibrium between meeting some national needs of subjugated peoples and those of the Soviet hegemon. The victorious thrust of Third Army into Central Europe under German occupation not only permitted the extension of Soviet control over the territories, which had belonged to the Russian Empire before the Great War, but even further westward into Germany, where Lenin had hoped to plant the flame of communist revolution in the wake of World War I. This was the second wartime reshaping of Central Europe that held unchallenged until the breakups of the Soviet bloc and the Soviet Union in 1989 and 1991, respectively. First, in the wake of Soviet-inspired coups d'état between 1945 and 1948, the entire region found itself in the Soviet bloc. The Third Reich lost all its territorial gains acquired in 1938 and afterward, and was split back into Germany and Austria, which precipitated the process of the emergence of the Austrian nation. In the interwar period, the vast majority of Austria's inhabitants identified themselves as Germans. Not only were the borders imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles fully recreated, but also in addition, Germany lost all its territories located east of the Oder-Neisse line. Czechoslovakia was re-established in its pre-war shape, less Subcarpathian Ruthenia transferred to Soviet Ukraine. Ruthenian politicians and intellectuals saw it as Prague's treason of their nation. Numerous Slovak leaders and members of the Slovak elite also loathed Prague for its complicity in the liquidation of their independent nation-state, not reciprocated by any real autonomy. Stalin settled the thorny issue of the Polish borders in an ingenious manner. The Kremlin kept these eastern Polish lands, which the Soviet Union and Lithuania had gained in 1939. The predominantly non-Polish speaking character of these areas the Soviets deepened by deportating Poles lining there to Kazakhstan and Siberia. Then, in the wake of the Holocaust of Jews and Roma perpetrated by the Third Reich, the ethno-linguistic diversity of the population in Poland's former eastern territories was limited, which, in the eyes of the Western Allies, justified their apportioning between the Soviet national republics of Lithuania, Belarusia, and Ukraine. This left Rump Poland limited to its ethno-linguistic core, coterminous with Russia's former Congress Kingdom of Poland, the western half of Austria-Hungary's Galicia, and the German Empire's province of Posen. Moscow indemnified post-war Poland for its losses in the east by granting it the vast majority of the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line, with the exception of the northern half of East Prussia incorporated to the Soviet Union. Polish communists and anti-communist forces in the country and abroad equally dreaded the prospect of a post-war small, Rump Poland. Hence, the new Polish western border unified all Polish political groupings and acquiesced them to Soviet control despite the staunch anti-communism of many. They had no choice because of planned post-war peace. Conclusion 937. Conference was not held due to the outbreak of the Cold War, which left Moscow the sole guarantor of Poland's new western border. Hungary and Romania, the Third Reich's unwilling allies, were defeated in World War II. The late German occupation of Hungary in 1944 opened for this country a small gate to the camp of victors. At the end of the war in 1944, Bucharest actually switched sides and joined the Red Army in its sweeping offensive against the Third Reich. Soon, Moscow decided to treat Hungary and Romania as victims of Nazism in order to make them into docile members of the Soviet bloc. But the price they had to pay was the loss of any territories acquired in 1938 and later. In the case of Romania, the Soviet Union kept its 1940 territorial acquisitions of northern Bukovina and Bessarabia made into the Soviet Republic of Moldavia. Uniquely, the only country allowed keeping a wartime territorial gain was Bulgaria, which after 1945 did not have to return southern Dobruja to Romania. As in the case of its other gains from Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, Budapest had to return northern Transylvania to Romania, but once again, quite uniquely in post-war Central Europe, local Magyars were allowed to keep their Magyar language university in Cluj, and in addition, they received a Magyar autonomous region, which existed between 1952 and 1956. The Kremlin imposed these solutions to weaken post-war Romania and its ethno-linguistic homogeneity. Otherwise, the considerable territorial and demographic size of the country could have allowed Bucharest to try to wriggle out of the Soviet bloc. Post-1945 Hungary, cut down to its interwar size, was humiliated enough, with Czechoslovakia and Romania always at the ready to intervene alongside the Red Army, should Hungary decide to leave the Soviet bloc. The Kremlin deftly played out interwar and wartime animosities and differences, which divided its European satellites in order to put itself in the position of the ultimate arbiter and guarantor of order in the Soviet bloc. The Soviet intervention in Hungary in 1956 and the Soviet-led intervention of the Warsaw Pact in Czechoslovakia in 1968 graphically showed the impossibility of breaking free from the Soviet sphere of dominance in Central Europe. In post-1945 Central Europe, Moscow decided not to introduce the Soviet system of multi-layered territorial autonomies. This did not imply that Stalin became blind to the social and political force of the national in its ethno-linguistic garb. He stuck to his idea of using nationalism to progress on the way to communism. During the Great Patriotic War, he harnessed rehabilitated Russian nationalism and the Orthodox Church for the sake of war effort. The draft, mass movement of military forces and evacuations and deportations of Soviet citizens in their millions spread the knowledge of Russian as the politis lingua. 938. Franca. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, the number of territorial autonomies was drastically limited in the Soviet Union when all autonomous villages and kolkhozes lost their elevated status and the number of autonomous districts was limited. These changes pointed to the direction of a sought-for merger of nationalities, which was to produce a classless Soviet nation/people, unified in their equally classless Soviet language of Russian. During the 1970s and 1980s, the Soviet nomenclatura opined that the goal had been almost achieved, hence the 1991 breakup of the Soviet Union along ethno-national lines came as a complete surprise to them and Soviet citizens themselves. The Kremlin tacitly equated communism with ethno-linguistic homogenization, and the new elites in the Soviet bloc states were partial to this idea, because it perfectly merged with the ethno-linguistic legitimization of power and statehood. The entire interwar period was plagued by the inability of the concerned states to achieve this ideal of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, which made them increasingly illegitimate in the eyes of neighbors, minorities, other actors of international relations, and eventually, their own inhabitants. Because the communist regime set to carrying out the pre-war national program of ethno-linguistic homogenization, this acquiesced predominantly anti-communist populations. In a calculated manner, the theoretical point of producing a worldwide communist classless nation was not pushed too aggressively. Ethno-linguistic homogenization entailed liquidation of minorities, which had complicated relations between Central European nation-states between the world wars. This development would also be a bonus to the Kremlin, enabling it to deal with its European satellites as singular entities, not dependent on some sub-state forces of international significance. The way to ethno-linguistic homogenization led through mass flights before advancing fronts, mass deportations, dispersals, and expulsions. Berlin and Moscow employed these instruments of radical social engineering in the 1930s and perfected them during the war. They even tried annihilation of entire human groups, as in the case of the Holocaust and state-evoked Great Famine in Soviet Ukraine. After 1945, the Western Allies approved mass transfers from the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Yugoslavia, which were emptied, of its German-speaking inhabitants by the late 1940s. Ironically, this process, combined with the unprecedented truncation of Germany, and making Austria into a separate nation-state, complete with its separate nation of Austrians, produced a new Germany that was so much ethno-linguistically homogeneous than ever before. The problem was that until 1990, post-war Germany was divided into East Germany and West Germany, under the respective control of the Soviet Union and the Western Allies. In light of the Potsdam Agreement and West. Conclusion 939. Germany's Basic Law, Bonn continued to speak of a single German nation and persisted in its hope to reunify both Germanys into a German nation-state. On the other hand, the East German authorities strove to prod into being a separate and Soviet-style East German socialist nation. This intent was presented expressis verbis in the 1968 Constitution of East Germany. All this intensive post-1945 nation-building on the territory of the former Third Reich increasingly detached nationalisms there from the ethno-linguistic paradigm. Their separate states, not ethnicity or language, keep apart the Austrians from the Germans, and in the case of the East German nation, it was this polity and socialism, which made the postulated East German nation different from the Germans and Austrians. Although the reunified German nation is still defined in ethno-linguistic terms, the influence of this legitimizing and identificational element is moderated by Verfassungspatriotismus or civic in its character utmost loyalty to the basic law before language or ethnicity. A policy similar to that of expelling Germans was directed at Slovakia's Magyars, but eventually it was stalled based on the exchange of population between Czechoslovakia and Hungary. New Poland's empty western half was populated with repatriates, that is, Polish expellees from the Soviet Union and the former Polish eastern lands seized by Moscow. Many Ukrainians, Belarusians and Lithuanians who found themselves in post-war Poland, were sent back home to their national republics in the Soviet Union. Poland's remaining Ukrainians and Lemkos were dispersed in western Poland. Czechs from Volhynia were also pressed to leave the Soviet Union for their home in Czechoslovakia. The detachment of Subcarpathian Ruthenia from post-war Czechoslovakia further limited the polity's ethno-linguistic diversity. In addition, in the 1950s, the authorities of the Soviet satellites pressed most of Central Europe's surviving Jews to emigrate to Israel or the West. This process was rounded up with the expulsion of the remaining Jews from Poland in 1968. The withholding of expulsion of Magyars and Germans from post-war Romania was the only serious breach in this policy of ethno-linguistic homogenization as conducted in the Soviet bloc. This social engineering made Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland practically devoid of any significant minorities, and the existence of the remaining minorities was routinely denied in the communist period. The partial exception to this rule was Czechoslovakia. Despite promises of wide-ranging autonomy to the Slovaks, Czechoslovakists gained an upper hand in communist Czechoslovakia and declared it a nation-state of the Czechoslovak people consisting of the fraternal nations of Czechs and Slovaks. There was no official attempt to replace Czech and Slovak with the Czechoslovak language, but the interwar situation was repeated. Slovak was used in its official capacity in Slovakia, while Czech was the actual official language of entire Czechoslovakia. With time, a modicum of minority rights was extended to Poles in Czech. 940. Silesia and Magyars in southern Slovakia. Apart from elementary and secondary education in Polish and Magyar, respectively, both minorities enjoyed bilingual road and street signs, a thing unheard in Poland until 2005. In Poland, a modest system of minority languages schools developed in the 1950s, but especially after 1956. Between that year and the beginning of the 1960s, most Germans, recognized as such by Warsaw, left mostly for West Germany. From the beginning of the 1970s to the beginning of the 1990s, they were followed by hundreds of thousands of Germans officially classified as Poles, most of them stemming from the ethnic groups of Upper Silesians, Mazurs, and Kashubs. The official insistence on considering Poland an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state, especially after the expulsion of Jews in 1968, became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Increasingly more members of Poland's minorities acquired Polish and passed for Poles, concealing their ethno-national identity from everybody else but their closest relatives. In turn, the Polish authorities chose not to notice any minorities in Poland. The system of schools for minorities waned into utter insignificance during the 1970s. After 1945, no language other than Polish enjoyed official status in communist Poland. Obviously, Russian was the sole language of communication in Soviet bases in Poland, but like elsewhere in the Soviet bloc, they were hermetically isolated from the outside world, and in practice, functioned as exterritorial islets of the Soviet Union. Out of Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland, the second country attained the highest degree of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, close to 99%, if Magyar-speaking Jews and Roma were included. While minorities were insignificant in Hungary, Magyar minorities in the neighboring states remained an urgent issue for Budapest. An exercise at Soviet-style autonomy for Transylvania's Magyars in Romania was extinguished in 1956, at the pretext of bourgeois counter-revolution in Hungary. Hence, a sole territory, where Magyar enjoyed an official status outside Hungary, disappeared. From 1945, Magyar enjoyed a certain degree of co-official status in Serbia's autonomous province of Vojvodina within communist Yugoslavia. Finally, in 1974, the province was granted full autonomy, complete with co-official status for Magyar, Slovak, Romanian, and Rusin alongside Yugoslavia's state language of Serbo-Croatian. In this manner, Vojvodina became a region, where Magyar and Slovak enjoyed official status outside Hungary and Czechoslovakia, respectively. In addition, the Soviet Union failed to absorb Yugoslavia into the Soviet bloc, which made the state an actual bridge between the West and the East. Magyar and Slovak writers and intellectuals in Yugoslavia had largely unrestricted access to Western Europe and much more freedom of expression than their colleagues in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. The multi-layered structure of territorial national autonomies in Yugoslavia was similar to the Soviet system of administrative division, but being placed outside the Soviet bloc, it did not have any direct influence on the Soviet Union's. Conclusion 941. European satellites. In 1968, the dynamics of the Prague Spring and the Warsaw Pact intervention in Czechoslovakia necessitated a Soviet-style federalization of this country. A new constitution, done on behalf of Czech and Slovak people, guaranteed full equality for both Czech and Slovak nations, and their mutual respect for each other's sovereign development within the borders of their shared federal state. The Czech lands were organized into a Czech Socialist Republic, and Slovakia into a Slovak Socialist Republic with separate republican citizenships for Czechs and Slovaks. These citizenships gave one right to the common Czechoslovak citizenship. As a result, Czechoslovakia became a binational federation consisting of the de facto national republics of the Czechs and the Slovaks. In this organization of the state, Czechoslovakia became more similar to the Soviet Union or Yugoslavia than other Central European polities, which remained straightforward ethno-linguistic nation-states. The momentous change also entailed the de jure and de facto equality between Czech and Slovak with a tacit affirmative action for Slovak language publications, mass media, and culture. Bilingualism became the norm in the press, radio, and television, and for that matter even within a single program or periodical. However, some Slovaks remained discontented on the ground that the federal institutions were placed in Prague, which encouraged the predominance of Czech in the federal institutions, despite the obligation to issue all federal laws and documents in both languages. From the perspective of the entire Soviet bloc, until 1956, the Kremlin pressed for the homogenization of political, economic, and social realities and systems in its European satellites in line with the Soviet model. The direct subjugation of Central Europe to the Soviet Union was announced through the rhetoric of internationalism. As in the earlier case of the national republics in the Soviet Union, the goal was to turn the Soviet bloc into a collection of polities national in form but communist in essence. In 1956, the anti-communist riots in Poland and the full-fledged Hungarian uprising against Soviet domination made the Kremlin rethink its policy of how to keep its European satellites relatively content and safely under Soviet control. The de-Stalinization of the Soviet Union, which unfolded in the same year, permitted resignation from the Stalinist dogma of internationalism, in favor of less direct control over the Soviet bloc. The bloc's countries were allowed to follow their own specific and national paths to communism. This ideological roundabout meant the introduction of Yugoslav-style national communism in the Soviet bloc. Hungary and Poland seized this unique opportunity for preserving and broadening the sphere of freedom in economy and culture, which was not congruent with the Soviet model. The Stalinist leadership of Czechoslovakia distanced itself from the changes, afraid that following this path would entail the necessity of resigning from maintaining the centralized character of the state, legitimized through a moderate version. 942. Of Czechoslovakism. Finally in 1968, the dramatic events of the Prague Spring and the subsequent military intervention enforced the change toward national communism, which left Czechoslovakia a binational federation. In the latter half of the 1980s, an attempted reform of the Soviet Union further loosened the Kremlin's control over the Soviet bloc. This also allowed for the rise of increasingly separatist communist nationalisms in the Soviet Union's national republics in emulation of a similar process, which had developed 30 years earlier in Central Europe. The unthinkable became possible. Hungary and Romania, though fraternal members of the Soviet bloc, played out their animosity over the national ownership of Transylvania by publishing conflicting announcements on this issue in Western leading newspapers. Eventually the center ceased to hold. The Soviet bloc broke up in 1989, and the Soviet national republics chose independence as full-fledged nation-states in 1991. The ideological uniformization of sciences in the service of Marxist dogma, as required by the Kremlin, most thoroughly permeated social sciences and humanities in the Soviet bloc countries, though it impinged on natural sciences too, especially prior to 1956. Marxists believed that they discovered the linear, teleological, and deterministic laws of history, which would allow them to predict and manipulate the future in order to quicken the coming of communism. Bearing this tenet in mind, a series of statewide conferences of historians were organized across the Soviet bloc at the turn of the 1950s, in order to bring the practice of historiography and interpretations of the past in line with the Soviet vision of history. The dialectic of incessant class conflict, as the instrument of change from one mode of production to another until the emergence of a paradise-like worldwide classless communist society became the dogma, and the very legitimization of communist regimes in the Soviet bloc. National histories were speedily rewritten in agreement with the Soviet version of Marx's historical materialism, known as Marxism-Leninism. In the interwar period, the authorities of the Soviet Union came to the conclusion that full literacy was necessary for communist propaganda and bureaucracy to function efficiently. In the Soviet bloc, only the Czech lands had attained the goal of full literacy before World War II. This necessitated an intensive and broad literacy campaign elsewhere in the bloc. The national languages of Central Europe were made into the conduit of communist dogma and a significant instrument of social change. Unsurprisingly, Marxist conferences of linguists and philologists followed in the region mainly to decide of which concepts and words, labeled as bourgeois or fascist, the Central European languages had to be purged, and how to incorporate in them the lexicon of Marxism-Leninism and the Soviet system. To this end, each of the languages was provided with a brand new authoritative dictionary, which was to replace any earlier ones, tainted as a product of capitalism and a bourgeois society. Conclusion 943. The first of these authoritative dictionaries to begin publishing was of the Czech language, Bohuslav Havranek Slovnik Spisovního jazyka Iskiho. It followed immediately into the footsteps of the more extensive Pryrosiyny Slovnik jazyka Iskiho, the completion of which as the first ever monolingual authoritative dictionary of Czech was allowed, but on the ideological grounds, users were discouraged from referring to it. This dictionary was to remain an academic affair, a necessary basis for the compilation of ideologically correct dictionaries of the Czech language. Therefore, it was Slovnik Spisovního jazyka Iskiho that was reprinted in 1989, just before the collapse of communism, not the more extensive and detailed Pryrosiyny Slovnik jazyka Iskiho. Between 1958 and 1969, Polish users received a brand new authoritative dictionary of their language, Witold Doroszewski Słownik Języka Polskiego II, which has first and fully incorporated the interwar and post-war language reforms. It was the third authoritative dictionary of Polish. Havranek Słownik Spisovního jazyka Iskiho was also the third authoritative dictionary of Czech. Almost at the same time, the second authoritative dictionary of Magyar, Gazabarchi, and Laszlo Orzaka's A Magyar Nyelvtörténelmi Mezzodara, came off the press. Finally, between 1959 and 1968, the Slovak language received its first ever authoritative dictionary, Stefan Písier's Slovnik Slovenského jazyka. The compilation of Písier's dictionary was preceded by an earlier attempt at an authoritative dictionary of Slovak. Drawing on the lexical material gathered in wartime Slovakia, between 1946 and 1949, Anton Janosik and Eugen Jona managed to publish the fascicles of the first volume of their Slovnik Spisovního jazyka Slovenského. Because they followed in this dictionary Baníčka Czechizing 1940 pravidla of the Slovak language, in the wake of the 1948 communist takeover in Czechoslovakia, Prague terminated the compilation and further publication of this work. The authors were accused of being intolerant of Bohemianism and sticking too much to the Slovak version of linguistic purism. The liquidation of the last vestiges of democracy in post-war Czechoslovakia allowed for an improved enforcement of Czechoslovakism, most fully reflected in official and cultural dominance of Czech. Obviously, Stefan Písier in his Slovnik Slovenského jazyka was obliged to follow more closely his own, officially endorsed, 1953 Czechizing pravidla, for which he had to apologize in 1968, when the Czechizing character of his dictionary was openly criticized during the Prague Spring. The normalization that followed the military intervention and the federalization of Czechoslovakia, allowed for the unopposed reprinting of Písier's dictionary in 1971. For better or worse, this Czechizing dictionary of Slovak decided about the current character of the standard of this language. In 2006, 13 years after the peaceful dissolution of Czechoslovakia, the publication of a new Czechizing authoritative dictionary, titled Slovník současného slovenského jazyka, commenced. 944. The 1968 federalization of Czechoslovakia and the introduction of official bilingualism across the state cried out for the compilation of authoritative dictionaries that would pair Czech and Slovak. The extensive Slovak-Czech dictionary, Zelmira Gasparikova and Adolf Kamusella Slovensko-Český slovník, came off the press in 1967, and was reprinted in 1984 and 1987. The Czech-Slovak dictionary, Josef Michalici and Andrej Sumek's Československý slovník followed in 1979, and its reprint was published in 1981. Both dictionaries marked the symbolical border between Czech and Slovak, but never became popular references. The two languages being mutually intelligible, Yaroslav Neka's Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionary of words that are different in both languages, Slovensko-Český a Československý slovník rozdílných výrazů sufficed for school and everyday uses. Its further editions appeared in 1963, 1964, and 1989. Although between the World Wars, no authoritative dictionaries of Czech, Magyar, Slovak, and Polish were published, relatively numerous multi-volume encyclopedias made up for this deficiency. On the contrary, in the communist period, very few encyclopedias in these four languages came off the press. The first obstacle was meticulous censorship, which, on ideological grounds, was bound to bog down any large publishing project. And even more significantly, encyclopedias proved a double-edged instrument of ideological warfare in communist countries. In the case of a momentous ideological change, like that brought about the de-Stalinization in 1956, previously published encyclopedias remained on bookshelves, presenting now an incorrect picture of reality. In communist Central Europe, the first post-war encyclopedias were published after 1956, when the introduction of national communism lent the Soviet bloc a degree of stability and permanence. Between 1959 and 1962, a Magyar encyclopedia, UJ Magyar Lexicon, came off the press. It was followed by its Czech counterpart, Příručný slovník now CNY. Both were tiny in size. The ideologically motivated timidity of publishers was amply justified. The more extensive Polish encyclopedia, Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna, triggered numerous ideological controversies. For this reason, it was never reprinted, unlike UJ Magyar Lexicon. Příručný slovník now CNY could not be reprinted either, for the publication of this work finished in 1967, at the threshold of the Prague Spring, which precipitated the federalization of Czechoslovakia in 1968. The situation necessitated a brand new encyclopedia, Malá Československá encyclopedia. Because the adjective Czechoslovak featured in the work's title, and thanks to the official bilingualism, there was apparently no need to compile a separate Slovak language encyclopedia. Slovaks were expected to use the Czech language encyclopedia intended for all the citizens of Czechoslovakia. Obviously, Slovak intellectuals disagreed. Many still remembered the sad case of Alexander Herner. Between 1953 and 1958, he oversaw the compilation of the first volume of an intended universal Slovak language encyclopedia, Příručný encyklopedický. Conclusion 945. Slovník. In accordance with the Czechizing line of official Czechoslovakism, the Office of Censorship prevented the publication of the volume, and its editor was imprisoned until 1966, on charges of bourgeois national deviation. Finally, the Slovaks were allowed their own encyclopedia, Encyclopedia Slovenska. However, its scope was narrowed exclusively to Slovakia and matters Slovak. Other fields of research on Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak remained relatively neglected as of no immediate utility for the ideological needs of the communist regimes, and even potentially harmful to them. For instance, delving into etymology and historic lexicons could bring back meanings, associations, and memories reminiscent of the already exorcised bourgeois past. The authorities did not lavish resources on such projects. Anyway, between 1952 and 1982, the fascicles of the never-completed New Etymological Dictionary of Polish, Słownik etymologiczny języka polskiego e.e., were published. Its editor, Francis X. Loski, attempted to improve on Bruckner's Słownik etymologiczny języka e.e. polskiego. In 1957, in line with Czechoslovacism, the joint etymological dictionary of Czech and Slovak, Václav Máček's Etymologický slovník jazyka iského a slovenského, came off the press. In reality, it was a Czech language work only. In the two further editions of this dictionary, which appeared in 1968 and 1971, after the Prague Spring, the fig leaf of Slovak was dropped from the title, producing the straightforward etymological dictionary of Czech, Etymologický slovník jazyka českého. Stanislav Lehr applied the same procedure to the new edition of Holub's 1933 Dictionary of the Czechoslovak language, leaving just the Czech language in the title. Stručný etymologický slovník jazyka iského. No separate etymological dictionary of Slovak has been published so far, though the compilation of one is said to be progressing. So far, out of the 4 Central European languages analyzed here, Magyar has received the most exhaustive etymological dictionary, Benkolóranza Magyar nyelvtörténeti etymológiai, which was also published in a German-language version as Etymologisches Wörterbuch des Ungarischen. The research on the Magyar language is better developed than in the case of Czech, Polish, and Slovak, and frequently made available to international public in major Western languages, English, French and German. This tradition commenced at the turn of the 19th century when language gained political significance. At that time, Magyar intellectuals wondered where the ancestors of Magyars came from and to what other languages Magyar could be related. They strove to follow the pattern of thinking on language and of its politicization as set by European scholars and leaders, who, in the 19th century, began to refer to the kindred families of Germanic, Romance, and Slavic languages. In the context of the cultural cum political pan movements, the Magyars felt isolated, the future existence of their nation endangered by simultaneous Germanization and Slavicization. 946. The finding of linguists that Magyar is related to Estonian, Finnish, Sami and languages of various North Russian and North Siberian ethnic groups of nomads and hunter-gatherers did not appear glorious enough and was rejected. The task of political philology was to prove, on an ethno-linguistic basis, that the Magyars were as much an antique people worth the label of Europeans as the French or the Germans. The Finno-Ugric link to primitive peoples and Asia, then a major symbol of backwardness and an antithesis of Europeanness in Western European political thought, was unacceptable. The proponents of the politically correct theory that Magyar was related to the Turkic language became more influential. The Ottoman Empire, with which Hungary had warred from the 16th century to the 18th century, appeared a more glorious partner with which to form a nascent pan movement. In the last quarter of the 19th century, Turkic activists and intellectuals from the Russian Empire developed the theoretical and ideological basis of the Turanian family of peoples and languages, in which they included those, nowadays, labeled as Turkic, Finno-Ugric, and Altaic. This politicized and glorious enough pedigree spawned a Pan-Turanian movement, which became increasingly popular among the Magyars at the turn of the 20th century and in the interwar years. Also, Japanese ideologues jumped onto the bandwagon, and their Chinese counterparts included the self-declared Turanians in the concept of yellow race, obviously headed by the Chinese themselves. On this platform of Pan-Turanianism, interwar Magyar politicians legitimized the need of a lasting union between Turanian and Germanic warrior nations in order to alter the decisions of the Treaty of Versailles, which Budapest and Berlin found humiliating and unjust. As language is an integral part of Central European politics, Magyar intellectuals felt their nation to be at a serious disadvantage in comparison to Germanic and Slavic nations, whose voice was easily heard by kindred nations belonging to the Pan-Germanic and Pan-Slavic families, respectively. The Magyar elite's insecurity increased between the world wars, when the stunning successes of Magyarization were speedily reversed in these areas of historical Hungary, which were not included in post-Trianon Hungary. This necessitated publishing works on various aspects of Magyar language and culture in Western languages. Hence, today, it is relatively easy for a non-Magyar speaker to become acquainted with these issues, while a non-Slavic speaker has no choice but to painstakingly learn one or more Slavic languages to attain a similar degree of knowledge on Slavic cultures and languages. In Communist Hungary, the myth of Turanian commonality had to be abandoned in favor of communist internationalism, but the tradition of publishing books on matters Magyar in Western languages persisted. After the fall of communism, a limited kind of conclusion 947. Panturanianism revived in the garb of more ethno-linguistically justified Finno-Ugric cooperation. However, at the lunatic and politicized fringe of scholarship, works appear to prove that Magyar is, for instance, the direct descendant of the Sumerian language, which makes Magyar into the oldest language on earth. The post-1918 truncation of historical Hungary to its current size and the post-1945 dismantling of enlarged wartime Hungary channeled the efforts of scholars to the task of describing the entire Magyarophone language community, irrespective of actual political borders. To this end, an extensive dictionary of the Magyar dialects, Eva Elerincsi's UJ Magyar Tajzotar, was published. Furthermore, numerous linguistic atlases covered the Magyar-speaking areas outside Hungary, in Romania, Slovakia or Ukraine. With 1/3 of the Magyars living outside the current Hungarian borders, the Magyar language became an ersatz true nation-state for the entire Magyar nation, like the Polish language used to for the Polish-Lithuanian nobility between the final partition of Poland-Lithuania and the founding of modern Poland. This politicization of Magyar triggered a wave of linguistic purism, reflected in dictionaries that identified non-Magyar words, for instance, stemming from Slavic languages, or Romanian. Dictionaries, like other scholarly studies, are often a result of scholarly curiosity. But research and its financing are also dictated by current political needs. The end result, even if objective, can be put to ideological uses, which the author might not intend. Irrespective of Nais's or Bacchus's wishes in this respect, their dictionaries delimited the border between truly Magyar words and foreign Romanian and Slavic loans, abstractly reflecting the ethno-linguistic boundary between the Magyars and their Romanian and Slavic neighbors. Their dictionaries would not be employed to such a political end, provided ethnic nationalism had not been so much steeped in language as its foundation in Central Europe. Gabor Sarva's and Zsigmond Simonyi's Historical Dictionary of the Magyar Language, Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zotar, had not been paralleled by any comparable work of this kind devoted to Czech, Polish, or Slovak until the Communist period. Gabor's Historical Dictionary of Czech, Slovník Staročeský, stalled at the letter N in 1916. It was resumed in 1968 under a slightly changed title, Staročeský Slovník, and by 2004, had covered entries from N to P. In 1953, Stanislav Urbanchik commenced his Historical Dictionary of Polish covering the attested 15th century and earlier vocabulary, Słownik Staropolski. The work was completed in 2002. In 1966, Maria Renata Majnauer, 948, began her Historical Dictionary of 16th century Polish and reached the letter P in 2005. Symptomatically, a Historical Dictionary of Slovak, Milan Mahtan's Historický Slovník Slovenského jazyka, came off the press after the fall of communism, following the deepening of the federalization of post-communist Czechoslovakia into Czechoslovakia and the subsequent dissolution of this polity. Besides their usual scientific function, all the historical dictionaries established the appropriate oldness of all the four national languages. Despite its innate illogicalities and the danger of being overbid, the historical argument of my nation was here first type still remains a useful instrument of legitimizing a nation-state's ownership of a given territory or its claim to an area outside its current borders. The ethno-linguistic method of pursuing domestic and international politics seems to be old-fashioned today, but one can disregard it only at one's peril. It was in constant use in the 19th and 20th centuries, so this tradition will not disappear anytime soon, although the ethno-linguistically defined national principle might be dethroned from its privileged position of the ultimate instrument of statehood and nationhood legitimization after the breakup of the Soviet bloc. The post-1945 rise of a civic nation of Austrians and of a civic-cum-communist nation of East Germans dented the monolith of the ethno-linguistic paradigm of Central European nationalisms. On the other hand, the 1968 federalization of communist Czechoslovakia into a binational state and its 1993 breakup into the separate nation-states of the Czechs and the Slovaks reconfirmed the vibrancy of ethno-linguistic nationalism, like the 1991 dissolution of the Soviet Union along the ethno-linguistic lines had done, and the aftermath of the post-Yugoslav wars in the form of new ethno-linguistic nation-states still does. The breakup of Czechoslovakia finished the division of Central Europe among ethno-linguistic nation-states in line with the process, which had commenced in 1918. This event finished the period of official bilingualism in Czechoslovakia, which had begun in 1968. For the first time in history, the Czech nation lives in exclusively its own nation-state and no other language rivals the official position of the Czech language. By the same token, Slovak became the sole official language in Slovakia for the second time, perhaps permanently, in contrast to its official position in short-lived wartime Slovakia. The 2+4 negotiations between both Germany's and the wartime allies amounted to a peace conference that had never taken place after 1945. They also opened the way for the 1990 reunification of Germany, which reaffirmed the ethno-linguistic principle in Central Europe, doing away with the communist nation of East Germans, submerged in West Germany's ethno-linguistic nation of Germans. In the wake of these developments, Warsaw received Germany's final recognition of the Polish western border. On one hand, this freed Poland from the Kremlin's blackmail that only the Soviet Union could guarantee this border, while on the other allowed Bonn to fit better the political borders of the German. Conclusion 949. Nation-state to the actual territory populated by the members of the German nation. The regaining of full sovereignty by the Soviet bloc countries, after the Kremlin's 1989 decision to let them go, was paralleled by the Allies' return of full sovereignty to Germany and Austria. The nation-states freed from the straitjacket of Soviet dominance and the Allies' supervision did not embark on a course of playing out their old national conflicts with their neighbors. The ethno-linguistically motivated post-Yugoslav and post-Soviet wars cooled hot tempers. The model of economic and social development dissociated from the need of territorial aggrandizement, as proposed by the European Union, proved more attractive for Central Europe's citizenries than the national trope of sacrificing one's life for one's country and language. The partial exception to this principle was Slovakia under Vladimir Mečiar's premiership, when in a pan-Slavic vein, Bratislava sought a closer alliance with Russia and Ukraine, and pursued the policy of heavy-handed ethno-linguistic assimilation directed at the Magyar minority. Later, both trends were reversed, but the flirt with authoritarianism cost Slovakia a delay in its accession to NATO until 2004. The Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland had joined this military organization in 1999. All the four countries became members of the European Union in 2004. This and their membership in NATO guaranteed for Central Europe the same level of security and conditions of economic development, as enjoyed by Western Europe. The package came complete with the elevation of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak to the status of official languages of the European Union. In this manner, it seems that language from the preferred instrument of nation and nation-state building, and of ethno-linguistic homogenization, has become a mere national symbol comparable in its ideological passivity to national flags and anthems. Perhaps, it was also possible thanks to the fact that all the four nation-states attained an unprecedented degree of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, which silenced the traditional ethno-national forces redirecting their attention to a struggle with the Brussels bureaucracy. National minorities account for a negligible percent of the inhabitants in the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland. Only the Magyar minority accounts for 1/10 of Slovakia's population. On the other hand, at the turn of the 21st century, Hungary's mainstream politicians largely ceased to evoke Magyar minorities to exert political pressure on the country's neighbors. In addition, during the 1990s, the rights of national minorities were mostly guaranteed by the unprecedented series of bilateral treaties contracted among the Central and Eastern European nation-states. In this context, it is not surprising that after the fall of communism, there was no urge to produce authoritative dictionaries of Czech, Magyar, Polish, or Slovak. Such projects lost their ideological edge, and it was preferred to channel sparse funds to the fields, the overhauling of which was crucial for carrying out a systemic reform, without which the four Central European states could not. 950. Hope to join either NATO or the European Union. Besides, the dictionaries and encyclopedias that were produced from the 19th century to 1989 had already sufficiently standardized the corresponding four national languages, with the slight exception of Slovak. Thesala multi-volume authoritative dictionary, which had been published in Central Europe by 2006, is of Polish. Helena Zgolko was Praktyzny Slonikos Polczesnich Polszczyzny. An attempt at an extensive etymological dictionary of this language, Andrzej Bankowski's Etymologiczny Słownik Języka Polskiego, is bound to remain incomplete, with the final volume remaining to be published. Since the turn of the 21st century, there have been rumors that the first etymological dictionary of Slovak will be published alongside the first multi-volume authoritative dictionary of this language free from Prague's Czechizing control. Yet, by 2005, the publication of none of the two dictionaries had commenced. In contrast to the communist period, the market demand, unfettered by censorship anymore, allowed for the production of multi-volume encyclopedias. Poland, as the most populous of the four analyzed countries, has been able to make it economically viable for the production of the largest number of encyclopedias of this kind, namely, Popularna Encyklopedia Powszechna, Nowa Encyklopedia Powszechna, Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna, and Encyklopedia Gazety Wyborczej. In Hungary, a single extensive encyclopedia was completed, Magyar Nyelvi Lexikon, which seemingly makes the country a worse performer in this field than the Czech Republic. However, the three Czech language encyclopedias, Encyclopedia, Všeobecná Encyclopedia, and Universum Všeobecná Encyclopedia are small or medium-sized. In addition, most of their articles were translated from a German encyclopedia, Das Bertelsmann Lexikon. The attempt at a large and original Czech language encyclopedia, Velká Všeobecná Encyclopedia, stalled at the fourth volume in 2001. The national motivation and support for the compilation of the first full-fledged multi-volume Slovak language encyclopedia bore fruit in 2001, when the publication of Encyclopedia Biljana began. Interestingly, the strong bond between Catholicism and culture of Magyar and Polish made it possible for a Magyar language Catholic encyclopedia to be published, Magyar Katolikus Lexikon, and the publication of a Polish encyclopedia of this type, Encyclopedia Katolika, begun already in the communist period, continues to this day. After the fall of communism, in the social context of literacy with no censorship and broad access to radio, terrestrial, satellite and cable television, and the Internet, language has been freed from its servitude to nation. People seized the ownership of language from ideologues and state agencies. The centralized control over the use and correctness of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak, as practiced during the communist years, effectively disappeared. Attempts to regain such control by passing acts intended to defend the languages against the perceived invasion of English and barbarisms proved futile. Apart from the standards of use as established and enforced via the school system prior to 1989, nowadays the biggest number of users who settle for employing a given usage decides what is the norm in the case of new coinages. This new phenomenon moderates the prescriptivist urge previously so popular in Central Europe, and with time, is bound to convince linguists and compilers of dictionaries that they irrevocably lost their elevated position of demiurges, who shaped national languages to their liking and in line with political needs. What is now left to linguists is to describe Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak as users at large employ these languages for their own needs. The novel political and social situation seems to enforce a descriptive approach to all the four central languages. What mars this trend to depoliticize the four Central European languages is upholding their elevated status of official language to the detriment of other languages spoken in the corresponding nation-states. The situation is most pronounced in post-communist Poland, where Kashubian was officially recognized as a language separate from Polish only in 2005, while no such recognition has been granted to Silesian yet, despite the interested parties' repeated requests to this end. In addition, the progressing codification of Goralian as a written dialect of Polish is frowned at, and bureaucratic hurdles are put in the way of national minorities aspiring to use their languages in state offices and on road signs with place names. Prague, in line with the Czechoslovak tradition of tolerance for bilingualism in offices and road signs, displays a more relaxed attitude to the official use of national minority languages. In the present-day Czech Republic, it practically means guaranteeing various provisions of this kind for Polish. In addition, the authorities neither implicitly nor explicitly discourage various attempts at codifying such new languages as Moravian, Prussian, or Silesian. In the 1990s, Budapest established the most generous Central European system of minority rights for Hungary's even tiniest minorities, but with an eye to demanding similar concessions for numerically much larger Magyar minorities in the neighboring states. This unnecessarily reintroduced tension between Hungary and its neighbors, and also between the Magyar minorities and the authorities in the countries of the minorities' residence. Until 1998, Bratislava had the dubious distinction of the worst record in observing minority rights, because during the time, the Czechoslovak liberal system of various minority privileges was progressively dissolved especially after 1995. The process was reverted at the turn of the 21st century, making Poland again the most prominent laggard at observing minority rights in Central Europe. As elsewhere in post-communist Europe, the Roma are the minority group that has fared worst in Central Europe since 1989. During the communist period, the status of a specific ethnic group was customarily denied to them. The authorities deemed them parasite lumpenproletariat, who had to be productivized through forced sedentarization without any respect for their culture or language. As a result, the Romani language has not been standardized to this day, and no minority educational system with Romani as a medium of instruction has been established. During the late communist period, however, efforts were undertaken to codify Romani in Czechoslovakia and Hungary. They bore fruit in the form of two bilingual dictionaries pairing Magyar and Romani. After the fall of communism, further 6 dictionaries of this kind came off the press and were followed by one, which paired Romani and Czech. No dictionaries pairing Romani and Polish or Slovak have been published so far. Ironically, the Romani employed in the Czech Romani dictionary is based on Slovakia's Romani dialects. Today, the official status of the 4 analyzed Central European languages is guaranteed only in the constitutions of Poland and Slovakia. In the Czech Republic, numerous acts of lower rank create the same effect for Czech, which is a radical breach with the Czechoslovak tradition of guaranteeing this status for the language in the constitution. In this respect, the depoliticization of language has occurred more in the Czech Republic in comparison to Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. In Hungary, a parallel can be observed with the Czech case, because the Hungarian constitution does not mention the subject of official language. This parallel is deceiving, however. Hungary, like the United Kingdom, did not have any formal constitution until the communist takeover after World War II. Hence, everyday practice and a plethora of regulations and documents issued in the 19th century and until the 1940s sufficiently guaranteed the elevated position of Magyar in close emulation of a formal constitutional guarantee. In communist Hungary, the tradition of such a systemic guarantee of the exclusive official status for Magyar continued and lasts to this day. Furthermore, the politicization of language is indirectly visible in the constitutional obligation of the Hungarian state to take care of Magyars living outside its boundaries. The overwhelmingly ethno-linguistic definition of the Magyar nation as considerably larger than its actual nation-state impinges on the neighboring states. Wisely, Budapest and the Hungarian citizenry largely refused to act on this ticket not to endanger peace and the prospects of European integration in Central Europe. Apart from its political and national significance, the policy of ethno-linguistic homogenization as applied in the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia produced an unusual uniformity of language use in all the four nation-states. The 19th century ethno-linguistic vision of nation defined what should be the ultimate goal of nationalism in Central Europe, namely, ethno-linguistic purity, that is, the tight overlapping of a state with its ethno-linguistic nation. It was foreseen that no members of the nation would remain outside their nation-state and no members of other nations would reside in the state, which by definition would not be theirs. Afterward, the radical 20th century social engineering, as instituted in the name of nation and at the instigation of the two totalitarian ideologies of fascism and communism, strove to achieve this aim. Frequent border changes, forced assimilation, forced emigration, expulsions, and the Holocaust produced the ideal of such ethno-linguistic homogeneity, the rise of which was crucially facilitated by full literacy, universal educational and the ubiquitous mass media. In Germany and Italy, where ethno-linguistic nationalism originated, the rule of law and the prevailing of democracy, with the exception of the brief National Socialist and fascist interludes of totalitarianism, prevented the full and unrestrained implementation of the ethno-linguistic ideal. Moreover, German and Italian function as official and national languages outside Germany and Italy, as well. Although regional dialects or languages wane in both nation-states due to the unprecedented uniformizing impact of the mass media, there are still significant numbers of speakers who use them alongside or even in preference to Standard Italian and Standard German. On the other hand, in the Soviet Union, the Kremlin attempted to harness ethno-linguistic nationalism in service of communism. As a result, the polity's administrative division was constructed from national republics, but the establishment of numerous autonomous national republics and districts frustrated the attainment of ethno-linguistic homogeneity within the territories of these republics. Furthermore, the ethno-linguistic make-ups of all the ethno-linguistically defined national territories changed due to the forced and free movement of people within the Soviet Union. In line with the principle of divide et impera, Moscow set various ethno-linguistic nationalisms against one another to be able to steer their predicted social impact in agreement with the needs of policies, perceived as leading toward communism. Unsurprisingly, all post-Soviet nation-states are highly multilingual and multi-ethnic. In the case of Central Europe, there were almost no social, political, internal, or external forces, which would hamper or oppose the introduction of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak enjoy the full status of official and national languages only in their respective nation-states. The steamroller of ethno-linguistic homogenization almost stamped out any regional and dialectal differences, leaving present-day speakers of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak with the standard versions of the languages. Bilingualism in a standard and local dialect, so common in Germany and Italy, has been lost, though the remnants of this practice can be observed in some Czech regions, Polish and Slovak. Bilingualism in a national standard and a minority language is equally uncommon, with the exception of the Roma, and the sizable Magyar minority concentrated in southern Slovakia. Other minorities lost or by force were deprived of the command of their national or ethnic languages, like Poland's 0.3 million Germans, out of whom merely 10,000 of those aged 70 and more know German and sometimes communicate in it. The communist ideal of classlessness also left a significant imprint on language in Central Europe by leveling outstanding social differences. Up to the 1940s, third class cleavages between elite, workers, and peasantry were clearly reflected in language, custom, and dress. These groups spoke standard languages and dialects as the clear badge of their social difference. The communist regimes of Central Europe pauperized the old elites, enabled and enforced the vast population shift from the countryside to the cities, and created new elites from persons of worker and peasant origin. As a result, today, class distinction is not reflected in the use of Czech, Magyar, Slovak, and Polish. The better educated or richer than the rest can try to display their status by speaking the most official and stilted version of their standard languages reserved for scholarly books or public speeches. However, more often than not, it makes them the laughing butt of the population at large, thus the growing social stratification so characteristic of the post-communist period does not find its reflection in language, which remains quite democratic. Hence, Central Europeans find it most surprising that class-based varieties of English should be of such social significance in the United Kingdom, which they see as a paragon of democracy. Last but not least, although, at present, more women than men tend to graduate from Czech, Hungarian, Polish, and Slovak universities, the tradition of patriarchy still bears heavily on Central Europe to the exclusion of women from the actual decision-making in politics, economy, and culture. In the long 19th century, when women had no right to vote and on average were less educated than men and in most cases, were barred from enrolling in universities, they did not participate in the decisive language codification projects such as the compilation of multi-volume authoritative dictionaries. The closest they could approach the process of language standardization was to try their hand at writing fiction or poetry. With the exception of the Czech writer, Božena Němcová, however, no female author from Central Europe gained the popularity and respect lavished on their top male counterparts. Despite granting women the same political and educational rights and opportunities after 1918, and especially during the communist period, the traditional vision of woman as mother and housewife prevents females from pursuing careers and achieving positions enjoyed by their male colleagues with similar educational background and professional experience. Many female writers, however, managed to get the upper hand in literature, as amply exemplified by the Polish Nobel Prize winner, Wisława Szymborska. Linguistics does not remain a sole domain of males either, though still the top positions and projects seem to be reserved exclusively for them. Thus, to this day no female head editors have overseen the compilation and publication of multi-volume authoritative dictionaries of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. The sole two exceptions to this rule and the probable harbinger of change to come in the course of the 21st century are Halina Zgolkova, who edited the first post-communist authoritative dictionary of Polish, Praktyczny Słownik Polszczyzny Polszczyzny, and since 2006, Elyubika Balazova and Klara Buzasova busy editing the first post-communist authoritative dictionary of Slovak, Slovnik Sukasného Slovenského jazyka.